যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. Today we are going to celebrate the Great Indian Band-Aid Celebration Day, because we are back to again celebrating Band-Aids. Let's say you don't drink water, you don't eat food. Let's say you have been surviving on alcohol for 2 years. Okay, you are just an addict who loves to drink alcohol. That's all you do. Camera on karo. Isn't the camera on? Wait, is there any problem with my camera? I hope not. Let's see. So you don't drink anything, you don't eat anything. What do you mean turn on the camera? You all can't see me? What's going on? What? Both of you all can't see me? You all can hear me? Is my camera screwed up? Oh, Neon can see me. Okay. I don't know what's up. Maybe refresh, or maybe you all were hearing the music. Okay. So if after those 2 years of drinking only alcohol and no food, or you have been starving for 5 years, at the end of those 5 years of not eating anything, or 2 years of drinking only alcohol, you decide, yeah, your stomach is kind of paining, your liver and kidney is probably all screwed up. You put a Band-Aid on your stomach and you hope that solves your problems. That is what extrajudicial killings are. And in fact, since I have a huge pro-extrajudicial killing audience base here, I'm guessing we will have a lot to debate today. And I have put up the membership joining link on the membership community tab. The members can join in and share their thoughts, and on the live chat as well, I will be taking up any points or counter arguments, etc. But here's what I'm saying about the Baruipur issue. The entire premise of today's live stream is, if what the police is saying about the Baruipur rape accused, all of a sudden trying to run away, snatching a gun from the police, trying to shoot at them, and then the police fires back in self-defense, and then the guy dies. If that is what happened, then this live stream makes no sense. There's nothing to argue otherwise. I am absolutely in favor of the police shooting in self-defense, if in fact it is that. Do we live in a country or a state or in presence of bureaucrats, politicians, police officers, based on what we have seen them do for years, decades, independence onwards, or even before that, since it was a different government altogether? Do we live in the presence of people who have done anything to earn that trust? All of a sudden we are going to, do we have enough grounds to believe that yes, that is exactly how that encounter occurred? That guy. Now remember, I am not going by that guy's innocent face or innocent looks or way of talking, him showing, pointing to the others who are probably accused, probably have committed that crime, etc. Because a truly psychopathic killer would behave exactly that way. Because in his mind, heart, his self-defense mechanisms, or he might be that psychopath enough to simply believe that, yes, I did not do that. He might have done that thing 10 minutes back. He might have genuinely simply forgotten because he's that psychopathic. Now, even in that case, he would be sent away for, he would be declared crazy and not be tried like a normal civilian anyway. But it is quite possible he was completely acting and pretending to be a nice, innocent guy, okay? So I'm not going by his presence, his body language, his looks, etc., or his arguments. I'm absolutely even presuming, for argument's sake right now, possibly he did it, okay? How do we go from beyond possibilities? How are we going to be sure? Now, one Bengali right-wing intellectual thinker who's been on my live stream podcasts many times said yesterday that I urge Shubhendu to take care of this as soon as possible. Make sure all those accused get encountered, etc. Just like Shubhendu and just like Yogi and Himanta do as well. They are accused. In 2018, there were 73% of acquittals in all rape cases. I'm obviously not saying that just because anybody is acquitted of an accusation, it automatically implies that the accusation against them were fake. It's not, because we live in a country of police incompetence, investigation incompetence, police corruption, higher authorities corruption, who will tell the police to act in a certain way, set up the case in a certain way. In that situation, in that 73%, there are definitely a whole bunch of false accusations, and there is a whole bunch of real accusations which have been bossed up by the police. On the other hand, the police, the judiciary, gets paid salaries out of your tax money, and then you expect the chief minister to do all the job. Okay, Shubhendu saying that the guy who got beaten to death is in fact innocent. How does he know it? Why should we trust him? Or right now, people concluding that the guy who got encountered definitely did it. How? Why? How the fuck do you know? It does not matter if all his friends say it right now in front of the camera without any process. It does not matter if his mom says or wife says that, yeah, he was kind of a bad guy. It's great what happened to him. None of that matters, because all of them can very easily be coerced into saying all that stuff, especially in Bengal. It would not take much. Without that old school backdated term that everybody hates these days called due process, how will we ever know? And if that guy could afford Kapil Sibal and Menka Guruswamy, or any big lawyer, even in Bengal, if they had reached Baruipur police station, okay, which would have happened if he was actually a middle class guy, upper middle class guy who could afford lawyers, his lawyers would be at the spot within 10 minutes. Do you think that guy would get encountered even then? The next day? 2 days later? Didn't this guy get encountered just because he's poor and cannot afford a good lawyer? Afford what we call a jadril lawyer in Bengal or in India? Does any one of you think if he could afford a jadril lawyer, he would be encountered? So you will get away with it if you are, you'll at least not get encountered if you are poor enough or if you are rich enough, and if the police botches up the case against you, or if you have political connections who ask the police to botch up the case against you. Okay. Now, if we talk about divine justice and her shit, or proportional response, etc., why wasn't that guy raped by the police and then murdered? So if at all this is supposed to be justice, it's not complete justice. If you all really believe if you all really believe that he raped and murdered that girl, he also should be raped and murdered, right? That would be true justice. That's not what the state's going to do anyway. But even in terms of proportionality, it does not make sense really. And if we talk about proportionality, why not in other cases? What if he was accused of just molesting the girl? Would the police take him to the investigation spot or the spot of the incidents and squeeze his testicles and then let him go? That would be proportional response in that case, right? Or are you saying that extrajudicial killings or speedy justice is required only when it is a rape, not when it's molestation? And if you say anybody who is accused of molestation also must be encountered, then yes, I deserve to be encountered right now because I have also been accused of molestation by Trinamool Chutias, and I'm fighting the case in Calcutta High Court. Anand is here. Anand, go ahead with your thoughts, and I'll be looking at the counter arguments in the live chat as well.
Okay.
We would appreciate the encounter, but this leads to authoritarianism in the long run, just like the Bharat Tiwari case. Yes. Oh, sorry, Anand. You are here, right? My headphone volume was down. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
Okay. Let's break this down to parts. First, policing in India is extremely...
it's a fucking joke.
No, it is. What do I explain? It is based on the police officer, his competence personally, right? It is not. There's no standard procedure in which they do things, right? For example, there are some basic things that every policeman should be liable to do under the law. So, for example, if someone asks a policeman for his name, his badge ID, he's supposed to give it. 99% of policemen will not do it in India, and they will not be taken to task by any authority in the police system if they don't do it. So again, the thing starts. So a policeman individually can be very good.
Where are we with the body cam laws, Anand?
I don't know why. For me, as I'm saying, I don't know the technical. I know one thing, that policing in India is based on whether the police officer decides to do a good job. He takes personally, morally, he takes it. Okay, my responsibility is to be a good police officer.
Last night, when they took away this rape accused for reconstructing that spot of the crime, which mysteriously had to be done in the middle of the night, it could not be done in the daytime, obviously. And there's no mystery surrounding it, absolutely, because we trust Shubhendu absolutely. So couldn't they have had body cams, or shouldn't they be having body cams when you are out there reconstructing a situation? And can't we now ask for a video proof that yes, he actually went for the gun and then you shot him?
You're going high tech. So you need high tech. Why are these people not restrained properly? 10 people can't restrain one man properly. Skinny little guy who is basically like clearly was not big muscular guy. He's a skinny guy. Why was he not restrained properly? That comes to our judicial system, right? Why can't hands be bound? So they can't grab stuff. No, we have to have a stupid system where the policeman will hold hand like some degree dost. Pakad ke you hold like that. Our judges have created this stupid system where you can't restrain the person. You don't restrain the person, there's no chance of extrajudicial killing. They can't give the excuse, oh, he broke his bounds and he ran away.
Yeah.
Then your question is, why wasn't he not bound properly? Right? Body cam is later. First you go to that. Second thing is, again, people don't seem to understand. If you do good policing and you do get the person convicted, you can hang the person. Do good policing, prove the crime, hang the person. You want blood, do the proper process. Why can't
hanging is not going to happen even with conviction, right?
That's my point. If you are fighting for something, for example, Subhendu Adhikari says, I want, or who any CM says, I want to make sure that these kind of crimes will not be any less thing than hanging. So get your government to pass a law. Within my state, if anyone does this kind of crime, they're proven to be guilty, and this is how we will prove them to be guilty, they will hang. I don't care about any leftist telling me what they cannot hang. Put that law in, make your police department good, and get it done. You will get benefit from everyone, because what will happen that the person who got lynched as an excuse for the anger of that community, he will not get lynched. That guy will be safe and the actual guilty party will be hanged. right? The
Yeah.
problem is the politician in general, including the bureaucrat, by the way. Let's not just say blame only the politician. They don't want to do the hard work. The hard work to build a system where you have not even full, at least reasonably well, how to say, argued and litigated convictions and then executions. Right? That is the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is the person doesn't want to do the hard work. They want to cater to the basis instinct of India, which is like, मुझे दर्द हो रहा है, I feel upset right now, kill someone. Which is not what we should be encouraging. So, for example, even if you're feeling upset, imagine the victim says, "मुझे encounter चाहिए." No, your CM should go to the victim and say, "I will reform the system in such a way that we will convict the person and they will hang legally. I will not do encounter." Yogi Adityanath should not be saying, "I will do encounter." I appreciate Yogi for everything else, but he should not be saying, "I will do encounter." He should be saying,
Yeah,
no.
even in this case, to be fair to Shubhendu, this was his exact election promise. He did not promise that I'll reform the system in such a way that there will be speedy justice. He said that I'll make sure what Yogi and Himanta does, that's what I'll do as well.
You cannot do that. I mean, you can do that in the short term, but if you don't have plan in the long term, then you are just you're based like any other government saying, "I will do. I don't really care about the fundamental problem." The fundamental and right wingers, if you're truly a right winger, you will want the system to be the one who convicts the person, and you want the system the one to hang the person. It is the left wing attitude to get a mob riled up and go and kill people. That is not the right wing concept. Yes, it is not a right wing idea.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Anand, before I go to Abhay, after you complete this answer for me, what's your response to the classic right-wing argument today that, well, see, extrajudicial killings or false cases from the government that we are expecting the future non-BJP governments to do or pursue, that has happened to some degree or the other anyway. So why not just be happy with quote-unquote our government, quote-unquote, encountering people we want to see encountered. So when push comes to shove, or when, let's say, Rahul Gandhi is PM, we will oppose it then. Let's not oppose it right now, because like right now it's all fun stuff happening, and people we don't like anyway, they are getting encountered.
A good right-wing ideology will say we have to build systems that stand the test of time.
Why?
That's what right-wing ideology means. You establish rules and procedures that can be used by any citizen. That's a right-wing idea.
Then right-wing is a foreign concept. That right-wing term then is a foreign ideology. Why can't we just have faith in Shubhendu and Yogi?
I agree. I am saying the people who are currently call themselves right-wing in most of India are not right-wing. They are left-wing. They are leftists who are just saying, "I want my group to be the tribe that will kill the other tribe." We have to be honest about that, right?
Yeah.
A true right-wing ideologue will say these systems need to be built. I support the system being the authority that meets out justice, and I have a compact with the system. Meaning, I trust the system to follow the rules that have been set up.
Yeah.
So right-wing, a person will fight for these principles. That's all.
Yeah, our social contract is that we trust the chief minister and the prime minister to handle the justice, not the.
That is monarchy. That's it. It's not right-wing.
Yeah. We are in a monarchy. Abhay, first of all, tell me, are you a systems person, institutions person, or a speedy justice, trust the chief minister person? And did Shubhendu have any other option, politically speaking, feasibility-wise speaking, pursue it from both angles?
नमस्कार दादा, सभी को नमस्कार, आनंद को भी और जो भी दर्शक देख रहे हैं उन सबको। तो यदि आप मुझसे पूछे तो मैंने हमेशा ही सिस्टम की बात की है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात की है। मैंने आप ही के एक प्रसारण में कहा था कि हमारे यहाँ लोग व्यक्ति केंद्रित सोच रखते हैं, ना कि व्यवस्था केंद्रित, कि व्यवस्था को बदलकर ऐसी व्यवस्था बनाएं जिससे लोग उस व्यवस्था का प्रयोग करके अच्छा आचरण करें, या लोग अच्छा आचरण करें तभी आगे बढ़ते। तो यहाँ तो इस विषय में तो हमारा देश बहुत पीछे है, जहाँ तक प्रश्न उठता है कि, और जहाँ तक शुभेंदु अधिकारी की बात है, मुझे लगता है सभी कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ की जनता चाहती ही थी कि यहाँ पर योगी जैसा या हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जैसा शासक आए, और लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं सिस्टम पर विश्वास नहीं है। ठीक है, उनको उस एक व्यक्ति पर विश्वास है जो सिस्टम में आ गया है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, वही सबका उद्धार करेंगे। तो और आप देखिए हमारे सिस्टम में क्या होता है कि 15-15 20-20 वर्षों तक केस चलेगा। अब दोषी हो निर्दोष हो क्या अंतर पड़ता है? यदि 15-20 साल तक केस ही चलेगा तब किसी को क्या अंतर पड़ता है कि न्याय मिला या ना मिला? उसमें सबका पैसा ही लूटता है, दोनों ओर से पैसा लूटता है। मान लीजिए जिस पर आरोप लगा है वो निर्दोष है तो वो कंगाल हो जाएगा, और जिस या या फिर जिसने आरोप लगाया है उसने सच्चा आरोप लगाया है वो भी कंगाल हो जाएगा। तो दिस इज अ दिस इज नॉट इवन अ जीरो सम गेम, फॉरगेट अबाउट पॉजिटिव सम गेम, दिस इज अ नेगेटिव सम गेम। कि ये एक अंधा कुआं है हमारी व्यवस्था जो भारत की है, चाहे वो पुलिस व्यवस्था हो या न्यायपालिका हो, इसमें आप जितना पैसा डालो गायब हो जाता है। ये कुआं खा जाता है, एकदम ब्लैक होल है, इसका कोई अंत नहीं है। और व्यवस्था ऐसी बनाई गई है कुछ लोगों द्वारा जो लूटना चाहते हैं लोगों को, ये न्याय नहीं देना चाहते। ये न्याय देने के लिए व्यवस्था नहीं बनी है, ये व्यवस्था बनी है किसको कितना लूट सकते। ठीक है, इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ ऐसे ऐसे क्या बोलते हैं, इस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है कि कन्विक्शन रेट को बढ़ाई कैसे। ठीक है, जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन को अच्छा करना, फॉरेंसिक्स को मॉडर्नाइज करना, मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना। ठीक है,
एज फार एज आई नो फॉरेंसिक को
क्रिमिनल
मॉडर्न फॉरेंसिक प्रॉपर लैब एक मात्र है आई थिंक हैदराबाद में, और दूसरा जो योगी ने अभी बनाया है लखनऊ में।
तो
No, but
ऐसे
if
150
you go to
करोड़ के
forensic,
देश में कैसे चलेगा? हर एक
forensics is a
राज्य
large
में
stage. Forensic is large stage. What about collecting evidence? If your policeman can't collect
कलेक्टिंग,
evidence properly, what will forensic lab do?
वही मतलब मैं बात जब कर रहा हूँ मॉडर्नाइज करने की, तो जब पुलिस एविडेंस इकट्ठा कर रही है तो वो उसको ध्यान में रखकर इकट्ठा करे कि ये फॉरेंसिक में जाएगा, तो उसके अनुसार इकट्ठा करे। जो भी प्रमाण इकट्ठे करने हैं, साक्ष्य प्रमाण, तो
आर्जिकर
ये फॉरेंसिक में जांच होगा, उसके अनुसार इसका शुद्ध, इन प्रमाणों को शुद्ध रखना है, इनको टैंपर नहीं करना है, इनका बायोलॉजिकल जो भी एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं उसको खराब नहीं करना। तो उस ढंग से पुलिस को ट्रेन ही नहीं किया जाता। आप देखिए कैसे एविडेंस को हैंडल किया जाता है, क्राइम सीन को कैसे बर्बाद किया जाता है, कोई भी घुस जाता है, कोई भी कुछ भी कर देता है। तो ऐसे कैसे कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा, उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है। कोई स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर नहीं बनाया जाता है कि यदि आपको पास कंप्लेंट आया तो आप कैसे उस पर आगे बढ़े। कैसे ये निर्धारित किया जाए कि पुलिस वाले ने कंप्लेन ही नहीं लिखा जहां उसको लिखना चाहिए था, और ये भी निर्धारित किया जाए कि जिसने कंप्लेंट किया था उसने फालतू का कंप्लेंट किया था। जैसे हमारे यहाँ फेक केसेस बहुत होते हैं, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के, आपके मोलेस्टेशन के, विशेषतः जो महिलाओं से संबंधित केसेस है उसमें बहुत सारे झूठे होते हैं। तो यहाँ पर उसका जो उसको कैसे कंपेंसेट किया जाता है कि हम लॉज ही ऐसे बना दे कि महिला ने कह दिया रेपिस्ट तो रेपिस्ट। आपको पता है इस देश में बिना किसी मटेरियल एविडेंस के पुरुषों को रेप के लिए कन्विक्ट किया जा सकता है केवल महिला के कथन के आधार पर। केवल उसके कथन में कोई विसंगति नहीं होनी चाहिए, मतलब कोई उसके टेस्टिमनी में कोई इनकंसिस्टेंसी नहीं होनी चाहिए। As long as her testimony is consistent, even without any medical evidence or material evidence, a man can be convicted of rape. अब इसमें सब्जेक्टिविटी इतनी आ जाती है कि आप कोर्ट केस को 20 साल 25 साल खींच सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये पूरा हियरसे पे चलता है। तो इसमें लाभ किसका होता है? पुलिस वाले जो घूस खाते हैं, जो वकील। अब उससे ऊपर का यदि मैं नाम ले लूंगा तो फिर झमेला हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सीबीएसई में 8वीं कक्षा के पुस्तक में भी लिखा गया था कुछ लोगों के विषय में, और क्या हुआ हम सब जानते हैं। अजीत भारती जी पर क्या होता है हम सब जानते हैं कि 10-10 तो कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट के केस लगा दिए। तो ऐसे कैसे कोई व्यवस्था चलती है? यही तो समस्या है। हम हमारे मतलब एग्जीक्यूशन सिस्टम्स में गड़बड़ है कि कैसे एग्जीक्यूट करे किसी लॉ को, और हम उसको कंपेंसेट करते कि और लॉज बना, और ब्रॉडर लॉज बना दो। ऐसे ब्रॉड लॉज बना दो कि महिला को गाली देना भी अपराध है। ठीक है, आपको पता है आउटरेजिंग द मॉडेस्टी ऑफ वुमेन में एक पुरुष को इसीलिए कन्विक्ट किया गया था क्योंकि उसने उसको आर वर्ड बोल दिया था महिला को। दिस इज आउटरेजिंग द मॉडेस्टी ऑफ वुमेन।
हाँ,
जबकि
अच्छा लॉयर होने से तो ये सब सुविधाएं मिलेंगे।
उसका जो इंटेंट था आउटरेजिंग द मॉडेस्टी ऑफ वुमेन का, वो था मोलेस्टेशन के अगेंस्ट। भाई किसी को गाली देना मोलेस्टेशन कब से हो गया?
मेंटल मोलेस्टेशन,
अब
Yeah, that
मेंटल
is
मोलेस्टेशन, साइकोलॉजिकल मोलेस्टेशन, फिर बोलेगा इमोशनल
है
मोलेस्टेशन। इसका
ये
कोई
एक्चुअली
अर्थ नहीं है।
सचमुच है
एक्चुअली
ग्रामेटिकली।
एक्चुअली डीवी में जो लॉ है क्रुएल्टी ऑन वाइफ, उसमें फिजिकल अब्यूज, मेंटल अब्यूज, इमोशनल अब्यूज, साइकोलॉजिकल अब्यूज, जिसमें ये भी आता है कि यदि आपने पत्नी के साथ झगड़ा किया और उस पर चिल्ला दिया तो वो भी उसका इमोशनल अब्यूज में
वर्बल
count
अब्यूज। अच्छा,
but
ठीक है, चिल्ला दिया, वर्बल अब्यूज वर्बल अब्यूज नहीं, चिल्ला दिया, आपने टोन बढ़ा करके बात किया, या आपने उसके घर वालों को, मतलब आपके जो ससुराल वाले, आपके साले साहब या ससुर को कुछ उल्टा सीधा बोल दिया, उसको भी क्रुएल्टी ऑन वाइफ। तो इस प्रकार के ब्रॉड लॉज बना देते हैं जिससे इनको लगता है कि ब्रॉड लॉज बना देंगे, इजी स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लो एविडेंस को घटा देंगे कि महिला ने कह दिया तो हम उसको अपराध मान लेंगे तो कन्विक्शन रेट बढ़ जाएगा। जबकि इस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है कि एविडेंस इकट्ठा करने के नए तरीके कैसे लाए, और साइंटिफिक और टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज कैसे करे एविडेंस इकट्ठा करने के लिए, जहां पर फिजिकल वायलेंस हुआ है, या टेस्ट करा के। अभी एक फिल्म आई, मैं एक अंतिम बिंदु रख देता हूँ
बंदर।
जिसको लेके बहुत बवाल चल रहा है। नहीं, सतलुज।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
ठीक है, उस फिल्म में किस विषय में बात की गई है? जो 80 और 90 के दशक में पंजाब में जो इंसर्जेंसी हुई थी, तो उस समय बेअंत सिंह की जो सरकार थी, कांग्रेस की सरकार थी पंजाब में, उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी संख्या में इनकाउंटर करके जो खालिस्तानी इंसर्जेंसी है उसको खत्म किया था पंजाब। तो उसमें बोला गया है कि एक ह्यूमन राइट्स एक्टिविस्ट थे जो मेन कैरेक्टर इस फिल्म के, उन्होंने बहुत सारे ऐसे इनकाउंटर्स हुए थे जो फेक थे, कि निर्दोष सिखों को उठाया गया और मार करके फेंक दिया गया, और बोला गया कि कई पुलिस वाले उसमें संलिप्त थे, क्योंकि पैसे लेकर किसी को भी निपटा देना, या झूठा किसी को पकड़ के निपटा देना प्रमोशन के लिए, क्योंकि इनकाउंटर पर प्रमोशन मिल रहा था, कितने इनकाउंटर किए उस हिसाब से। तो वो पूरी कहानी थी, और उसमें जो मेन कैरेक्टर था जो ये इसको एक ह्यूमन राइट्स इशू के दृष्टि से उठा रहा था, उसको भी पुलिस वाले पकड़ के ले जा करके उसका अंत कर देते। तो अब एक ओर से देखा जाए तो खालिस्तान का अंत करना आवश्यक था इंसर्जेंसी का, दूसरी ओर हमने देखा कि ये इनकाउंटर पद्धति जब हम चलाते हैं तो उसका दुष्परिणाम भी होता है। भले ही मैं बोलता हूँ कि 50,000 में से 50 भी मारे गए, पर उनका भी तो कोई परिवार है, कोई तो है कि मेरा निर्दोष बेटा चला गया। तो ये जब दिखाया गया फिल्म में, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने उसको बैन कर दिया है जितना मैं सुन रहा हूँ, क्योंकि उसमें थोड़ा सा सिंपैथी दिखाया गया है खालिस्तानियों के साथ, और जिन्होंने
अच्छा।
बेअंत सिंह को मारा था उनके साथ।
अच्छा।
तो इसको लेकर के, पर जो भी है, ये एक इशू तो है ना कि हमारे सिस्टम्स काम नहीं कर रहे, तभी लोगों को इस प्रकार के रवैया को अपनाना पड़ता है। अब उसमें से 100 जन भी अच्छे निकलेंगे जो सत्यनिष्ठा से काम करेंगे, अपने कर्तव्यनिष्ठ होंगे, पर उसमें से 5-10 तो ऐसे निकलेंगे जो भ्रष्टाचारी होंगे, जो उसका
ना अभय, एक काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट है तेरे लिए। उसके पहले मैं थोड़ा दो यहाँ पे कमेंट सेक्शन में 2 पॉइंट्स लेता हूँ, उसके बाद मेरे पोस्ट में जो काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स आए हैं वो भी हम एक के बाद एक सबको ही एड्रेस करेंगे। एंड आफ्टर दैट विल गो टू शांत, देन आई विल कम टू आनंद विद द मोनार्की थिंकिंग। ओके, So Aritrojit is saying, whatever framework you establish, you can't make it 100% fault proof. Yes, you can't. Neither are
Yeah.
encounters 100% fault proof. Therefore, it's bad. You can try improvement, but even if we establish a radically different framework, there will always be terrible outliers. Yes, with systems, instead of randomly encountering people, you will have better results and more numbers of, let's say, actual justice and not mistaken justice with good institutions as opposed to encountering people. Abhinav is saying police do such encounters in rarest of rare cases, not all cases. यूपी में भी ऐसे नहीं होता है कि कोई जाके कंप्लेंट कर दिया और एनकाउंटर हो गया. This was a rape and then brutal murder. Now, Abhinav, there's a difference. Police usually does it in rarest of rare cases, not in UP. We have seen countless stories and films on fake encounters, etc. The point is it going to increase now? Was this Baruipur encounter the first of many new encounters? And this is an election promise that we will do encounters, okay? Or this has been hinted that we will do encounters. So if there is a rise in encounters, or this Baruipur encounter happened just because of the political situation right now, and because Shubhendu said it should be done, etc., or because BJP is in power, then it means a rise, and it's out of the norm of what you are describing, the situation that in an otherwise equilibrium there would be encounters only in the rarest of rare cases. Then this is not that rarest of rare cases because this suddenly rose. तो अबे तेरे लिए ये प्रश्न है कि why should people have hope? और मतलब अल्टीमेटली स्लो जस्टिस है ही, ये इसमें तो हम सब लोग एक मत हैं, तो क्यों वेट करो भाई? शुभेंदु पे ट्रस्ट करते हैं, एनकाउंटर्स होते हैं, व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम विद दैट?
यदि आप मुझसे पूछे, मैं जैसे इस विषय में क्या है कि मैंने अपना पूर्ण मत बनाया नहीं है, क्योंकि मैंने भी पहले कहा था एक चैनल पे कि यूपी की स्थिति इतनी खराब थी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर, एक एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी सर्कमस्टेंस था, तो वहां
अबे
पर
ये अच्छा पॉइंट है,
सर्कमस्टेंस में
डिट्रैक्टर है,
मेजर्स लेना पड़ता है।
यूपी में डिट्रैक्टर है, और यहाँ पे भी बारीपुर शूटआउट की वजह से भी कुछ पोटेंशियल रेपिस्ट के तो मतलब अभी डर के मारे नींद नहीं आ रही होगी. यस, डेफिनेटली इट्स, आई थिंक आई एम 99% श्योर इट्स गोइंग टू प्रिवेंट सम पोटेंशियल रेप्स इन द नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स एंड मंथ्स एटसेट्रा. व्हाट आई एम वंडरिंग इज, does that automatically mean that now judicial processes will become faster and the police is now better at its job? That's not being solved.
I agree with you. मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ कि ये व्यवस्थागत समस्या है और इस पर किसी का ध्यान नहीं है. पुलिस रिफॉर्म्स, ब्यूरोक्रेटिक रिफॉर्म्स, जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म्स. मैं बोल रहा हूँ बिल्ली के गले में घंटी बांधेगा कौन ये सब करने के लिए? और ये स्टेट लेवल पे नहीं हो सकता. स्टेट लेवल पे थोड़ा बहुत अधिक पुलिस वाले को जोड़ो अपने उसमें, जैसे योगी आदित्यनाथ में पुलिस वालों की संख्या बढ़ाई है, वो सब कर सकते हैं, और ट्रेनिंग अच्छी करवाओ. पर एट द एंड ऑफ द डे अगर आपको पूरा सिस्टम को रिफॉर्म करना है, खासकर जुडिशरी एंड ऑल, ये तो ऊपर से ही हो सकता है भाई. आप जुडिशरी को स्टेट लेवल पे कैसे रिफॉर्म करें? तो जब तक ये नहीं होगा तब तक आप लोगों को भी दोष नहीं दे सकते भाई इनको निपटाओ. और देखिए यूपी में कैसे आरंभ हुआ था. यूपी में आप हार्डली किसी इनकाउंटर को एज सच किसी ऐसा इनकाउंटर कह सकते हैं, खासकर योगी आदित्यनाथ के आने के बाद, जो कि किसी निर्दोष को मारा गया. वहां पे सब गैंगस्टर्स को टारगेट किया गया था, जिन पर सैकड़ों केसेस थे और कोर्ट में चले ही जा रहे थे. इनके पास बड़े वकील थे, बहुत पैसा था, कभी इनको ढंग से सजा नहीं मिलती. तो वहां से आरंभ हुआ कि कोई भी गैंगस्टर हो, चाहे मुसलमान हो, हिंदू हो, ब्राह्मण हो, ठाकुर हो, सबको ठोको सबको. और पब्लिक ने समर्थन किया. अब यूपी का सिचुएशन इतना एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी था कि वो मेजर लिया. पर हाँ, दिक्कत यह है कि पॉलिटिशियन सोचता है कि ये कर देते बस बहुत काम खत्म, इससे आगे बढ़ना ही नहीं. उसका जो नेक्स्ट स्टेप है कि अगली बार ऐसी नौबत ना आए कि हमको ऐसे कुछ करना पड़े, ऐसा कोई अभियान चलाना पड़े, मुठभेड़ अभियान, बल्कि सिस्टम ही ऐसा बन जाए कि फटाफट जो भी अपराधी है उस पर जल्दी से कार्रवाई हो, प्रमाण एकत्रित हो, उनको दंड मिल जाए. वो उस पर काम तो नहीं हो रहा है. ये बात तो सच है. आपका ऑन प्रिंसिपल योर आर्ग्यूमेंट इज राइट. मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो है कि स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट क्या है अभी के लिए, वही स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट है कि ठोक दो.
स्टॉप गैप तो यही है, मगर मेरा सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये प्रॉब्लम है कि स्टॉप गैप को लेकर सब भोसड़ी के सेटिस्फाइड हो रहे हैं. That is
ये
the
हाँ,
hugest problem.
ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, ये बहुत
वो
बड़ी
स्टॉप
समस्या
गैप है, ये मानो पहले.
ये मैंने हिंदुओं के साथ देखा है कि मेन गोल होना चाहिए, मान लीजिए कि हमें माइनॉरिटी मिनिस्ट्री हटा करके आर्टिकल 25 to 30 हट जाए हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से. अगर हम लोग सेक्युलरिज्म की दृष्टि से देखें, आर्टिकल 25 to 30 हटे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से, माइनॉरिटी मिनिस्ट्री हटे, टेम्पल फ्रीडम मिले, ये एक्चुअल सेक्युलरिज्म होगा. हिंदू लोग किसमें संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं कि अरे हज का सब्सिडी थोड़ा कम कर दिया, अरे 5,000 पहले देते थे माइनॉरिटी मिनिस्ट्री को, अब 2,000 करोड़ दे रहे, देखो क्या बहुत बड़ा काम कर दिया. नहीं, एक राम मंदिर खड़ा कर दिया, इससे मतलब हिंदुओं का उद्धार हो गया. आगे का सोचना ही नहीं है कि प्रॉपर जो सिस्टमिक लेवल पर एसिमेट्री है उसको कैसे अंत कर. उसका अंत होगा तब आप बोल सकते हैं कि हाँ अब वी आर ऑन पैरिटी. हम लोग इतने ज्यादा, हम पर बैगेज है ना कि थोड़ा सा भी बैगेज हटता है तो हम लोग उससे संतुष्ट हो जाते.
वही है.
जबकि आप दूसरे पक्ष को देखते हैं कि वो थोड़ा सा होने से संतुष्ट नहीं होता, बोलते हैं अभी भी आपने कुछ नहीं किया, और करो और करो.
उनका गोल तो चेंज हुआ ही नहीं है. उनका गोल अल्टीमेटली हमेशा से 200 साल से एक्सट्रीमिस्ट पॉइंट का ही डिमांड है.
उनका गोल बहुत क्लियर है. जैसे और एक मैं उदाहरण देता हूँ, यहाँ पर सावरकर से भी भूल हुई थी. उन्होंने बोला था ना, काउ इज बोवाइन नॉट डिवाइन. उन्होंने बोला था कि कई सारे राजा महाराजा इसलिए इस्लामिक अतिक्रमणकारियों को छोड़ देते थे क्योंकि वो धमकाते थे कि गाय काट देंगे. यदि वो नहीं मानते इस बात को और 2-4 गाय काटने देते और युद्ध करके तो उसी समय खदेड़ देते तो इतने सारे हिंदू और उसके बाद और अतिरिक्त गाय मारे नहीं जाते. पर वहां पर सावरकर जी ने नहीं सोचा कि अलाउइंग द काउस टू बी किल्ड बिकॉज यू वांट टू डिफीट योर एनिमी इज अ आपद धर्म, कि वो इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन के लिए कि यू अलाउ द काउस टू बी किल्ड. ये परमानेंट नहीं है कि नहीं बीफ ईटिंग नॉर्मलाइज हो जाना चाहिए काउ स्लॉटर. यहाँ पर सावरकर ने भी भूल की. मेन गोल तो हमारा ये होना चाहिए ना कि बीफ ईटिंग बैन हो जाए या काउ स्लॉटरिंग भारत जैसे जगह में नहीं हो सकता. तो हम मेन गोल से भटक जाते हैं, हम अपना गोल ही शिफ्ट कर लेते हैं, हम बहुत गोल का स्टैंडर्ड घटा देते हैं सिचुएशन के हिसाब से.
Now I'll get to Shayantan. Shayantan, you can speak in English or Hindi. I'll just respond to Navavimarsh here. Nava is saying, you and I know laws do not apply to everyone equally. Yes, that's why this guy got encountered, not Manu, what's his name? The guy who has a big alcohol company now. It has never happened and never will be in future. What gives you belief or hope this will be fixed in 1,000 years? I believe that if it's not fixed in 1,000 years, it will be not because of people like me. It will be because of people like you who is saying that it will not be fixed in 1,000 years, and let's not hope. Now coming to Shayantan.
And
what are your thoughts on
by
that?
that time Hindus will be non-existent.
No, Anand, थोड़ा रुकी जाओ. थोड़ा टाइम ऑपरेशन कर ही लेते हैं.
Can I make one point?
Okay, please, one point and then we'll go to Shayantan.
Just relate to what you said, because I think Abhinav said that people want encounters. The point is not that you're comparing a gangsters being killed, who literally you have mountains of evidence, but because people are scared to come forward, literally the state knows this person is guilty, and they've tried to convict this person, and the only reason the gangsters are intimidating witnesses. This was not that case. This was some random guy they were looking to convict. He had no political and state power, gangster power. If they'd done the duty by the law and gotten the evidence, they could have convicted him and hanged him. So my point is, you cannot compare two different types of crime. Again, I understand what you're saying about the gangsters, but the point is, if you allow the policemen to make their own decisions like this, see what happened in Bombay. I think Bombay, that corporator entered the freaking hospital with his goons and gave on the pretext that he's saving some woman's pregnant baby and assaulting people. So tomorrow the police will do the same thing. They're like, I'm going to encounter someone because I'm protecting someone else, and I'm going to encounter this person with no valid reason to do such behavior. You can't give the state this kind of not state, independent actors in the state this much power. This is a danger. You're going slippery. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
And actually, one such case has actually happened recently in Bihar with Bharat Tiwari. that he had surrendered his weapon, but the police still shot him. There is a lot of controversy going on around it. So he did carry a katta with him. I'm not saying that he was completely innocent and all of that. He was fed up with the system, and he wanted to pick up use uh, quasi illegal means to fight the system. But in that moment, when he was encountered, he actually had surrendered his weapon. So, so it is clearly a case of not an encounter. Okay, but the case has to go on for that to be established. But yeah, there is a lot of controversy around it. And another point that आनंद raised, जो आनंद ने बात की कि वो लोग गैंगस्टर थे, और यहाँ पर ये एक, अब मैं इसको ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि निर्दोष है, पर ये एक गैंगस्टर नहीं है, ये एक हिस्ट्री शीटर है या नहीं है मुझे नहीं पता.
अबे
शायद
एक और पॉइंट है, आफ्टर ऑल ये हिंदू है, ठीक है. वहां पे एक दो जो मुस्लिम अरेस्ट हुए हैं, उनका अगर एनकाउंटर होता तो अभी जोरान ममदानी आके एस्प्लेनेड में प्रोटेस्ट करता. शुभेंदु ने वो भी कन्वीनियंस में लिया. अगर ये ऐसे ही हुआ है कि हम जो कंस्पिरेसी थ्योरी के प्रेमिस पे बात कर रहे हैं कि हाँ, दिस इज प्रोबेबली बिकॉज ऑफ शुभेंदु's प्रॉमिस एंड प्रोबेबली द पुलिस इज लाइंग, बिकॉज both have to go together. If the police is lying, then it's because of Shubhendu. If this was not Shubhendu fulfilling his promise, then this is just police screwing up their botched up crime scene reconstruction. They should not have done it in the middle of the fucking night, in the middle of a field, and they should have had video cameras, and they should not have been in a situation where a random fat short guy can steal your gun. You dumb fuck. You qualified in some nice sport that nobody watches, and that therefore you became a police officer, and then that's why people can grab your gun, unless you are actually a good police officer and you are fucking lying. None of this makes the police look good. But anyway, if this was a Muslim guy who died, that would be the end of probably the end of Shubhendu Adhikari's government in the next 2-3 years.
No. I think
what would be the difference in the reactions then, Abhay? Do you think if this was a Muslim guy?
मैं मानता हूँ कि लेफ्ट
this is everyone goes home happy situation.
अरे महुआ मोइत्रा was doing drama
एक
regardless.
मिनट मैं पूरा कर लूँ ना. देखिए, मुसलमानों को भी मारते ना यदि पुलिस वाले, ठीक है, मैं मानता हूँ इसका बवाल बहुत बड़ा होता. हिंदू को मारा इसलिए बवाल उतना नहीं हुआ, पर मुझे नहीं लगता है कि सरकार गिर जाती या सरकार 2-3 साल में चली जाती, क्योंकि देखिए पार्क स्ट्रीट में भी बहुत पिटाई किया, कुछ हुआ क्या? कुछ नहीं हुआ. कितना ही बोल लो,
अभी कुछ भी नहीं होने वाला है.
चिल्ला ज्यादा होता है. योगी आदित्यनाथ
बहुत ही ज्यादा होता है.
इतने मुसलमानों को मारा, कुछ हुआ. तो मुझे नहीं लगता ऐसा कुछ होता, क्योंकि बस चिल्ला चिल्ली होता, डिबेट वगैरह होता, और कुछ नहीं होता. बोला जाता कि ये सांप्रदायिक है, इत्यादि इत्यादि. नहीं,
मगर बीजेपी का पॉलिटिकल कैपिटल अभी जो बढ़ गया है आउट ऑफ द ब्लू, वो बहुत कम हो जाता
ना.
हाँ
ना
प्रोटेस्ट और भी ज्यादा हैंडल करने पड़ते ना.
बीजेपी सपोर्टर्स ऐसे नहीं, जो बीजेपी सपोर्टर्स है जनरली दे आर नॉट दैट, they don't have that kind of sympathy for the Muslims.
No, I'm saying a lot of people are now happy with Shubhendu. A lot of BJP haters are very, very happy with Shubhendu. That crowd would not be happy with Shubhendu.
Yeah, but they would never vote for BJP, no? उनको एक opposition.
Yeah, but their protests would be harder.
वो बीजेपी को वोट नहीं देने वाला.
Right now, all the likes and heart reacts that BJP is getting on Facebook, they would be turned into kistis and galis, and there would be more people on the roads protesting this. There is going to be not a single protest for Prabhash Mandal.
हाँ, वो हो सकता है, पर मुझे नहीं लगता बीजेपी का कुछ पॉलिटिकल कैपिटल लॉस होता या बीजेपी सत्ता से हट जाती. ये कुछ नहीं होता. मुसलमान
Yeah, I'm not saying that only because I don't want to lose 3,000 subscribers in the next 3 days. Because this is what I've always pointed out. मरेगा हमेशा लोअर कास्ट ही.
क्योंकि फिर इसको लेकर के मोरिज झापी का भी बात होने लगेगा ना, कि उसमें भी लोअर कास्ट को एक कायस्थ ने मारा था. खैर, ये जो भी हो, मुझे नहीं लगता उतना कुछ बड़ा होता. पर
we'll agree to disagree there.
हाँ, आनंद ने जो बात की कि गैंगस्टर्स थे वो जो यूपी में मारे जा रहे थे, यहाँ पर एक ऐसा साधारण व्यक्ति है, मतलब ही इज एन इंडिविजुअल, रैंडम इंडिविजुअल. तो दोनों में अंतर तो है कि यूपी में सबसे पहले गैंगस्टर्स को मारा गया, तो यहाँ पर कोई गैंगस्टर को तो मारा नहीं गया अभी तक, कि शाहजहां को पेल दिया या जहांगीर को पेल दिया जो पुष्पा बन के घूम रहा था, ऐसा कुछ तो नहीं हुआ। तो
वो तो
भी है।
एक्चुअली और भी आर्ग्यूमेंट है अगेंस्ट एनकाउंटरिंग के बिना गुंडा आइन, गुंडा कानून एक्स्ट्रा, बिना इनकाउंटर के तुमने जहांगीर पुष्पा को तो पकड़ लिया, शाहजहां तो जेल में है, तो फिर ये सब काहे लग रहा है? Okay, now going to Shantan. Okay, Shantan has disappeared, so we'll go to Shantan. Are you here? If not, we'll go to.
Yeah. I have.
Okay. Go ahead, Shantan.
So I am in favor of this one encounter.
Shantan,
At
would it be
least-
possible for you to turn off the fan?
Yeah. Sure. 1 minute. Just. So I was saying that I am in favor of this one encounter at least, because
Okay.
I believe that this was really needed, and the crime was such that people were already angry. You needed a vent for their anger. You have already asked all BJP workers to stop doing anything wrong with the TMC people. Don't beat them. Don't go after them and all those stuff. You wanted some anger to let out. Now, so now, I have seen arguments like, okay, what will I mean your argument only, that what would happen if any person with rape accusation will get shot. So the thing is, police does not need rape accusation to shoot you. They can shoot you with anything. The premise is, he grabbed my gun, I have the right to shoot him. So that can happen with any crime, any petty crime. You don't need the rape accusation in particular. Now, do we have the liberty to distrust the state? In a socialist government, obviously we do not. We are not a capitalist society, so we have to trust the government. That is the only way out for us. So now, given that we can say that, okay, this is the only type of crime for which police would use such a lethal method. So that is the only reconciliation that we can have. Otherwise, I don't think. What can you say? I mean, police will kill you. Police can kill you no matter what. This was a very needed step, I think. In Baruipur particularly, there have been 3 crimes in consecutive manner, all of which are killings. Distrust in police over there has increased a exponential high. Okay, so police needed to do something to gain trust of people and to transpire fear in the criminal category. So I think that's what needed. Also, Shubhendu's promise is also another thing. And I don't believe that police did it mistakenly, that actually the thing they are saying that actually happened. I think what we are all assuming that is the only thing that is happening, because why else do you need to go at 12:45 a.m. in the night at that place to start a reconstruction of the event? It's dark as hell. It's muddy. It's middle of a forest. It seems you will never go there at 12:45 a.m. And out of that, the guy got beaten by 4 or 5 people, and suddenly you are telling me the guy tried to grab the gun of another police officer. I don't know. So I'm not currently in favor of that argument. So I think that is what we are assuming is what happened. So for now, I am in favor of the incident, that at least police is using it as a tool to make sure that they are in a good light. People are trusting them. Every other metropolitan woman is happy that yes, they got some kind of justice. Even who are not, let's say, who are not in our state, they are also happy that okay, finally something is good happening. Shubhendu is gaining cookie points. So everybody is happy. That's what makes me think that okay, this is not something that happened very spontaneously. So yeah.
Now,
So that's
Shayantan, if you don't have a problem with this one encounter because of the context, so all do you have is just faith on Shubhendu that the next encounter will also be in this justified of a context, or when it's not?
I
Shubhendu?
don't have. So the thing is, I don't want to trust the state at all. But as I said, that we don't have another option. Particularly in case of Bengal, we have to trust the government. We are beyond the point with this one. So right now we have to trust this. That okay.
Until this situation, because we have trusted the government.
Look, if you want to
I
do
mean, last
anything
time-
like this, okay, just one point to add. अगर आपको ऐसा कुछ करना भी है, ठीक है, कि आप लोगों का विश्वास जीत सके या किसी को कैथारसिस देने के लिए आप ऐसा कुछ कर रहे हैं कि लोग जब देखते हैं कि अपराधियों के साथ या जिसको वो अपराधी मानते हैं उनके साथ ऐसा कुछ हो जाए, तो लोगों को एक शांति मिलती है मन में, उनका जो आक्रोश है वो शांत होता है, जिसके लिए ये किया गया। तो मुझे लगता है कोई ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ करना चाहिए जिसका क्रिमिनलिटी स्टैब्लिश्ड हो, जो कि योगी आदित्यनाथ ने किया था, कि कोई गैंगस्टर है जिसको पब्लिक जानती है कि हाँ ये गैंगस्टरिज्म करता है। जैसे ये कोई शाहजहां या जहांगीर के साथ होता ना, तब कोई प्रश्न करने का जगह ही नहीं रहता, क्योंकि सब जानते हैं कि इनकी क्रिमिनलिटी स्टैब्लिश्ड है। या फिर बरईपुर का वो जो एमपी या एमएलए है जिसने वो विचित्र ढंग का जो धमकाया था, हिंसा करने की धमकी दी थी भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के साथ, ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ जब ओके, तो
I mean,
तब क्या है ना कि किसी के पास संदेह करने के लिए नहीं रहता। अब आपको नहीं पता कि इस घटना में कौन अपराधी है, अब पुलिस ने किसको पकड़ा, कैसे पकड़ा, उनको क्या उसके पीछे तथ्य प्रमाण मिला, हमको नहीं पता। यही बात, इसीलिए लोगों को सबसे
Okay, I just found out this feature on StreamYard that whoever speaks, I can put them only them on the screen, and I'm going to use that now. Just don't think that rest of us have gone offline. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to Shrayan. Okay, let's use this feature.
yeah. Before that, can I just add?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
So
yeah,
so I just wanted to tell. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that with this one, we don't have to fear that. At least we don't have to fear that this guy might have been an innocent person, because first thing when I saw this news, this is the same thing came into my mind. Oh, what if this guy is innocent? What if this happens to any one of us?
Yeah.
So then I saw the other videos, and he was clearly the guy. He was clearly the
What
very
made you
big.
convinced of that?
His videos are all available. He was already like,
Videos of what?
okay, I was there. That he was saying that yes, I was there, but I was not the one who killed her. I was there. I was trying to stop them. So it's on.
Did he admit that he did it in any of the videos?
No, he said that. No, he said I was there. I just took the 10,000 rupees money and brought her to the other people, but they were the main masterminds.
With
Now,
this statement,
when
you were convinced that he did the grape.
No. There are other things.
Okay.
So
he didn't do it, right?
the second video came.
Not the one who did it.
Sorry.
So okay, I'll ask you a hypothetical. Okay, I'll ask you a hypothetical. You are walking on the road. Someone offers you 10,000 bucks to do an action. Okay.
Yeah. The other. Let me
Do an action.
give you the other.
You know what the action is going to happen. Some action you do, and then tomorrow you realize that action contributes 10,000 people dying. Are you responsible for the 10,000 people dying?
Okay. So you ask me?
Yes, I'm asking you. You did
No.
action.
If somebody asks me, so let's say, if somebody asks me, let's say, place this container in a crowded train, I will pay you 10,000 rupees. I have that much brain in me to understand that okay, that is something fishy. Nobody gives that sort of money to just put something from one place to another place.
Okay.
That is one thing. So I will have to. You will be dragged into the police station. You will stay in jail for God knows how long in the same act, which is.
So I'm asking a simple question. I'm saying, are you guilty of the crime that particular person.
You are
feels
an
that
accomplice. You are an accomplice. You are
you're
a, you become
accomplice.
an yeah.
So does that mean you have this? You have the same burden of punishment as that person?
So I mean, you will get a bit lesser degree, but depends on your intent.
So that's the point. Who will
yeah.
establish this? Will we randomly 10,000 people, 10 people, 20 people who watch the video establish it? Or will a court of law that understands the weight of different criminal jurisprudence establish this?
No. I understand. But let me
So
complete evidence.
why could he not be taken to court, established evidence being made, and the court will decide that this person requires hanging or not hanging, or maybe life imprisonment?
In ideal situation, I would have suggested that he should have been taken to court. But in this situation, where your court takes at least even fast track court.
How is this not ideal? My question is that what are the
ideal means
what are the confounding variables around this case that made it not ideal? Was there lack of evidence? No. Was there intent? No, lack of intent? No. Why did they have to do this? Other than for feelings.
It is not ideal because the court will take much longer time, and to be very honest, our state needed something like this to be established.
Your High Court has fast tracked so many things in Mamata Banerjee's cases against her. Your High Court is fast tracked. Why are you saying it will be take forever? The CM is to say, court, I'm not going to pay you money for your expenses if you don't fast track this case.
No, you can fast track. You can fast track the case. You can also have political will. That's how the other three people will. That's how the other three people will be trialed. I guess. I hope.
Why did they encounter the actual guy who did the rape? Why didn't they encounter that guy? Why did they encounter?
Yeah. So for that, let me present my other evidences which I came across. So the other video which I saw was posted by TMC handle only. So it was a video which was recorded by some police officer while actually asking the question. For some reason, I don't want to call that as an interrogation, because one police officer was sitting on a cot, other police officer was standing, and those two guys were lying sitting on the ground. So what was happening was basically they were questioning those two guys that what had happened. Now those two guys were, okay, this guy is the one at fault, and the other guy was saying, no, this guy is the one at fault. And so I came to the conclusion, okay, so there must have been some issue with that. One of them is lying. Any one of them is lying. Okay. So now there's the second one. Now the third one was the obvious. What kind of an asshole you need to be for your mother, your wife to say, I don't want to accept this person's body. And there's nothing.
There is one thing that might make them say that.
I mean, let's say if tomorrow someone came to my mom. No. Let's say tomorrow, if somebody came to my family and said, okay, your boy has committed this sort of a crime, my mom and dad won't believe. No matter what you will say, because they know me very well. They know I cannot commit such a crime.
Shantan, there is one possibility.
That is
50% of it is possible that the parents and the wife is saying all this because he was actually a potential rapist. There is a possibility that they have been coerced into saying this. And that coercion would not work on your parents because you are a middle class guy in Kolkata.
Or the stigma. Just imagine
your parents would not back down. Your parents would not bow down in front of the police coercion. And they would, go ahead.
Lady and suddenly told that your son is the horrible, is the horrible devil worshipper.
Okay, now we'll go to Shayan and Ludwig.
What would you do?
That's a joke. You guys
let him think up his counter arguments more. We'll go to Shayan now. Okay, Abhay, finish then Shayan.
The point
finish
is,
quickly.
We talk about stigma on women who are victims of rape. Okay, there is extreme stigma on men who are accused of rape.
Of course.
There's no way you can even defend the man. Even if you try to give evidence to the people in the society that he's actually not the culprit, the society would say, are you defending a rapist? How dare you? What kind of a shameless creature are you? So there is a lot of stigma around people who are accused of crimes related to women. So that also needs to be taken into
You
account.
look at the case again happened. Yeah, I told you the case that happened in Bombay. The guy, the corporator beat the guy 20 times. He randomly hit the lady's phone like this. She got hurt. She got assaulted. But you know what the TV channel is saying? They don't even care if the guy was assaulted 20 times. They're like, oh, how can you hit a woman? I mean, the assault is assault. Whether the man also felt pain. The 2-3 men are piling up with that one guy. This corporator hit one lady with his hand like that, but everyone's talking about the lady. No one cares about the guy. I mean,
do you know the ladies, Dalit
Sorry?
activists have actually said that they are very proud of that lady.
No. My point
I
is,
found one line.
My
I
point
found
is-
one line you can say to not get shot by the police. Okay. So this guy was brought in front of the media, and this guy said that this guy said almost everything that okay, I was there in front of the with the crime. One line he could have said and he would have been saved. He needed to say this thing. There are very big names involved. I can guarantee you nothing would have happened to him, at least to him. So anytime anybody gets into this sort of a trouble, just say this.
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
say
By
that-
the way, I think
the
both our
Brahmin
opposition
taxes-
parties are involved in this as well.
didn't say that
I don't
Brahmin
believe,
taxes-
as long as our mafia devil queen is alive, I do not believe a single crime that is going to happen until she's alive is happening without her pushing it.
Unknowing,
Okay, now
yeah.
Soyan. Yeah. Soyan, go ahead. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah. So firstly, condolences to the family members and near and dear ones of the victim. Now, also I congratulate you, Dada. Today is the birth anniversary of that Messiah, because of which probably your channel and people like us exists. This is the National Ishokto Hoi Thake Dibosh. So good for us. Had it not been for that precedent being set by this individual, probably we would not be discussing this clusterfuck in the first place. For those that do not know, it is the birth anniversary of one of our longest serving ex-chief ministers of the state. Now, my first question, and I would over here start by giving certain anecdotes and then eventually land up into my broader arguments or points. My first question being, how less of an achievement would it have been for the current government that all of the 4 accused in this case were caught within a span of 48 hours? Was that any less of an achievement on the part of the government in juxtaposition to the fact that the previous chief minister did not even acknowledge the incident of RG call for probably the first 72 hours?
From day one, every rape that happened under Trinamool, she kept saying it did not happen. It did not happen, or it happened. There was some other shenanigans going on.
Not only she said that it did not happen.
Let me
Just adding to
complete.
Dada's point.
You add later.
Women should not.
We
go
know
out
she's an asshole.
Late into night.
Yeah.
So I do not think it would have been any less of an achievement. Now, I fundamentally have problems with this, like most of the other people in the panel. It is because, look, at the end of the day, I am a Hindu general male. If something goes haywire with me someday, in terms of the state going after me, I do not have any lobby who will come out and support me in any form of state veto. I do not tick any of the checklists of the left lobby. Having said that, let me pull up certain statements that came into the surface after this thing transpired. So there is this lady, the mother of the victim at Kaliganj, Tamanna's mother, who was the CPIM Vidhan Sabha candidate in the last elections. She has said on this incident that I expressed, it loosely amounts to, I expressed my faith in the Shubhendu Adhikari government. CPM to shudhu takai dito, bichar dito na. All right. This was a statement. a statement of a chosen CPIM Vidhan Sabha representative. Now I'll pull you up with another statement of a sitting BJP MLA, the mother of the RG Kar victim, who recently said, 7 দিনে বিচার পাওয়ার কথা ছিল, 2 মাস হয়ে গেল, কিছুই তো হলো না. Look at the paradox of the situation. This is a sitting BJP MLA raising question on the Chief Minister himself. Now my point is, if you are being able to eliminate or encounter a criminal within 3 days and are celebrating it, why are you not being able to do the same thing for a crime that has occurred almost 2 years ago? And I'll tell you why. Every time people keep repeating like a stuck gramophone, ki bichar kobe pelu, bichar kobe pabe, the goddamned crime scene was destroyed in a span of 5 to 6 hours after the crime occurred. Where the hell do you think are any police force in the world, including even Scotland Yard maybe, going to pull up the evidences? Which takes us to the eventual point, what are the set of actions that must be, or set of regulations that must be adhered to compulsorily in such criminal cases? It was the question then, it is the question now. What the hell were these people doing reconstructing a crime at 2 a.m. in the night? हुआ तो किसी रास्ते पे या खेत पे ना, somewhere around those things. वहां पे आपको रात के 2 बजे अंधेरे में क्या दिख रहा था? How powerful of a guy was this individual कि he should have been ideally handcuffed, and then he managed to snatch your gun. He was going to probably assault you into a physical gunfire, and there too you did not know that the basic protocol is shoot on the leg and not anywhere else. भाई ये तो कोई दागा हुआ गैंगस्टर है नहीं. He was a normal छोटा मोटा criminal at max. Do you think he would have been able to endure the pain of being shot at a leg and would be in the mind space to actually counter fire? I do not think so. The problem is you turned a massive victory into a failure by your rash decisions. Now, having said that,
Shravan.
imagine this. Yeah.
One counter argument has to be given from the pro extrajudicial killing side, which is that this is not a failure because everyone seems to like it. It's just a failure for Anand, me and you here. So it's not a failure.
Then congratulations to you. It will be a failure for you, your mother and your father when it happens with you. Again, look.
It won't. Have faith.
When you say that you believe in the conscience or the damalpona of the chief minister, what you actually mean to say is you believe in the conscience or damalpona of the present chief minister. What about the day when the chief minister changes? And it will. With the way things are, it may not be in West Bengal eventually, but it will be in some other state. Kahi to hoga. Or the worst case scenario is your central government changes and a bunch of anti-terrorist laws are being applied against you. Tab to state kuch kar nahi payega. Then it will be the
2034.
2030. Before 2034. Why not 2029? वो भी हो सकता है. You never know.
Yeah.
Yes. So that. Secondly, why is it, do you think, let me speak of the public perception since it is being discussed so highly. Why do you think people do not have any faith on the justice system? Is it because the police do not act, or is it because even after being caught in some of the most heinous and major rape cases in India, justice is being delivered 20 or 30 years down the line? So which is the exact confounding variable over here, because of which the trust is lacking in the majority Indian discourse? Is it because of the police or of the judiciary? If it is of the judiciary, is it because the judges purportedly and purposely do not take up cases, or is it because there is a shortage of judges in the judiciary? So once again, it goes back to the same old argument of judicial expansion. Now, having said that, the mind begs the question that, okay, you cannot come up with a complete overhaul in the judicial institution and its ways. That's fine. I can understand that. Simply, my question today is, and I guess Anand pointed this out, that you could have fast tracked the case in the court, right? And I have no qualms with what he said. He's perfectly fine in his place. But the point being, you can probably only fast track those cases which are politically incentivized. So then is the point basically this कि जहाँ पे बवाल होगा जिस केस में, वहाँ पे जस्टिस जल्दी मिलना चाहिए, वरना तो ठीक है.
Yes, because fast tracking is also clear favoritism. If one rape case is fast tracked, then why not other rape cases, bro?
No. So one benefit of fast tracking major cases like this is
We'll get to the fast track issue later. Remember the points.
Precedent.
No, he can. This is a conversation I'm willing to get into, because a lot of it would be, my criticisms would be on the current judicial system or the institutional system. So yeah, I'll take that.
It creates a good precedent. And when a good precedent is set, other people want to emulate it to get benefit, to get positive vibes out of it. So for example, the fast track case was done and it successfully completed. Other prosecutors, other policemen, other judges will like, see, this fast track successfully achieved. Why not I also do something like this and get benefit out of it? Public good.
If everything was possible to be fast tracked, then it would be fast tracked. Then the judiciary would be slow.
Major cases. I'm saying major cases, if you do fast track, what happens is
I get that now.
But what is not a major case?
You forgot one part.
Come later. Ludwig hasn't spoken. Let's try and finish his point completely. We'll go to Ludwig, then come back to everyone.
You said police, you said judiciary. You forgot prosecutors.
बाद में रुको आनंद. हाँ.
No. Prosecutor का धर्मा तो है एक ही कि आपको पैसे मारने हैं अपने client का. That is not something I'm discussing. Now the point being, you are saying, okay, ठीक है, it creates a precedent. Do you know how many major or discussable rape cases happened in West Bengal in the past 2 weeks? I have at least heard of 3 to 4. Now the point is, why was it that RG was such a boiling issue? Was it because of a gang rape? Because technically तो gang rape संदेश खाली में भी हुआ, हर जगह होता है. Every single post-poll violence case would essentially boil down to that. So my point being, you are saying कि यहाँ पे एक element of rape था, that's why it became more heinous. बस बच्ची का murder ही हुआ होता तो नहीं इतना heinous होता. किसी और का murder होता तो वो कम heinous है. Because then if you are going to look at the number of people who are murdered on a daily basis, you are basically in a statistical sense saying कि normal murder तो यार ठीक है, चलता है, होता ही रहता है. Murder plus अच्छा normal murder चलता है, grape पे 50% discount, murder plus grape दोनों हुआ तो फिर तो 75% जल्दी होगा, और गैंग भी आ गया उसमें तो फिर 100% स्पीड पे करेंगे. What is the logic of this argument? And I am not opposing you. I understand you are talking about setting a precedence. यहाँ पे precedence set हुआ ही नहीं, क्योंकि precedence set होने के जगह पे पहुंचता ही नहीं. Eventually, I was very impressed by the way the chief minister spoke on certain things. And the first thing that struck me was the clarity between segregation of two issues. But I humbly put it and submitted to the honorable chief minister, sir, you have not just now, in the last interview claimed that there was a guy killed who was innocent. What is the basis of the conclusion that you have reached that the guy was innocent? That same premise applies to this guy was guilty. दोनों ही जगह पे we cannot reach the conclusion because we cannot actually pass the verdict. Who passes the verdict? The judiciary. Now it might be your case that यहाँ पे the problem is somewhere else, and you could have taken this case as a particularly good highlighting factor to show why judicial expansion is necessary, more so to highlight why delimitation is necessary, more so to come up with an argument कि कितना minimum police force होना चाहिए to control at least one legislation or legislative assembly per se. Secondly, imagine a scenario जहाँ पे इस बंदे को shootout नहीं किया जाता in the supposed circumstances. Somehow you shoot him in the leg, then you beat him blue and black for trying to take away your gun and escape. And फिर जैसे बाकी हमारे खाड़ा तृणमूल के criminals को घुमाया जा रहा है, वैसे ही कमर पे पट्टा बांध के पूरे शहर में घुमाते. Would that have fetched?
Sharan, we justified that, right? In some way, we concluded that this is kind of a sociological problem that the police is having to solve. We justified that, and it's already escalated to here, and people think it's not going to escalate further.
Yes. तो वहां पे भी आपको brownie point मिलते. Why didn't you go for that? Now, having said that, coming to a major question. The major question being, does any one of us over here feel that you can actually eliminate rape from the society? Sorry, I do not feel so. आप उनको गीता पढ़वा दे, कार्ल मार्क्स पढ़वा दे, लेनिन पढ़वा दे, बाइबल पढ़वा दे, कुरान पढ़वा दे, कुछ भी पढ़वा दे.
So there can be a zero crime society, no matter what the crime, rape or not.
Yes. Now that's
zero crime
the point.
society is the
when it comes to a zero crime society, how do you expect to control that crime? Through the intervention of the institutions or through a moral overhaul of the society? So I must take this point. यहाँ पे every single leftist institution that comes out, stop rape, कैसे करोगे भाई? How are you planning to do it? If not for the judicial institutions given the power to fast track everything let's say equivocally. Now यहाँ पे the larger point, everywhere you want to establish an equitable society, but the leftists will shy away from an equitable society in terms of judicial decisions. वहाँ पे anytime a case is significant according to their taste, they will send the best of their lawyers. बाकी जगह पे नहीं भेजेंगे. So if that is what you are going to do, have we established at least bare minimum of that much system that the police officials who are responsible for any kind of malpractice or questionable decisions would also be acquitted eventually? आज यहाँ पे RG has happened over 2 years ago. Is it even question or is it even in the discourse that the people who actually demolished the crime scene also needs to be acquitted? Also needs to be put into the court of law? That is not a part of the discourse. यहाँ पे this will not be in the part of the discourse. तो घपला जहाँ पे होना है, वहाँ पे you will not solve it. You will do another घपला somewhere else and then compensate for that घपला. And you accumulate घपला, and which is why our country is a banana republic.
So can I say something now, Shayan?
Yeah.
No. After Ludwig, let Ludwig speak once. This is the discussion that will go on. No problem. Remember the points. We will come back to all these.
The person who disturbed with RG's crime scene is very similar to this guy who was just killed, because they are also accomplices to the same rape. They did cover up of the rape, right? Here, the person created the rape. So why are those people not being encountered like this guy? This guy was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Anand.
And the last 2 points being, now let us raise this, ladies and gentlemen. It has to. Why was RG so different? Was it because of the severity of the crime, or was it because the institutions that were supposed to be accountable for ensuring justice paid a blind eye to it? It's a
mainly because it happened in Kolkata in a government college, in a government hospital.
Yes. So once again, that same thing कि कोलकाता में हुआ, यही किसी suburban city में नहीं हो जाता तो इतना बड़ा दिक्कत नहीं था. So see how you have colored everything. And I must also point it out. Let us set the record straight. The first instance that this thing happened, a bunch of CPIM jokers, and I have to say it on record and set the record straight, because the first thing out of everything that happened that they pointed out was, देखो यहाँ पे तो ये हिंदू है, मुसलमान होता तो you would have said कि जिहादी का बच्चा है. What the fuck are you equating? You are equating a scenario where a guy does not disclose his real identity, gets a girl to get married with her, and then forces her to convert her religion. It is straight on your face ki what was the incentive? Yahan pe, did you find anything like that? Yahan pe, if the girl would have been made to recite the Bhagavad Gita or Hanuman Chalisa or whatever, I would have still heard your point. Clearly, you are conflating two different alibis. Are you so devoid of common sense that you are saying that? Because I'll set the record straight. If it was a Hindu criminal and he was being sent to jail, and the day he came out of jail and he was being garlanded by a bunch of jokers like the RSS and BHP, like in the Bilkis Bano case, I would have been very clear it is wrong. So again, just like what was discussed by Mr. Shanwa in the CDC debate, which we watched last night, the question arises, what led to the discourse to reach this place where every single instance that happens has to be highlighted so far. It is because selectively using your street veto power and your intellectual lobby who basically itches each other's ass, you tried to color everything in a suitable nature. Whenever it was not suitable, you tried to actively hide it. So तुम तो अपने गिरीबान में झांक के देखो कि why has it boiled down to this scenario? Because the precedence at least doesn't say that you'd established anything different. Your sitting chief minister, the longest serving and the most powerful chief minister of this state, had said, "ये सब तो हो ही था कि." That case was no less severe. That lady, her private parts were mutilated with glass bottles. Then came another chief minister who used to say pregnancy, babsha kotto, whatever. So whatever you may now say with your mouth, when your government was there, you did not do anything different, which basically brings us to the point that it is not something that has to be solved by the government. Where is the role of the police? At every time the CM has to come out and exclusively mention the police ki iska to jaldi se hal nikalo. Bhai, what is the police then supposed to do if not that? तो तुम्हें अपना काम करना ही नहीं है. You only want to do it when it is something severe. How does it become severe? When the opposition points it out. So let me tell it, it is not even the severity of the crime, ladies and gentlemen, that is the deciding factor over here. The point is when the opposition comes out and thinks this is something I should put my bet on to defame the government, that becomes a deciding factor, not even the heinousness of the crime.
Yeah. And the government in power is incentivizing that behavior by listening to them only when they create a fucking ruckus, not otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, now I have a suggestion for everyone who is not speaking at any given moment. When you have good ideas or arguments that come to your mind, do type it out in the main chat only. Okay, I'll put them up on the screen so that your voice is heard in the end. Ludwig, go ahead. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, hi. I think it's first with regards to typing it on the main chat, it does tend to get lost in the spam. So my suggestion.
No, I'll keep looking at it. I'll put them up in the front.
Maybe can it be in the studio chat? Or second thing is it could be that we bring up one of the key points each person has raised and go on a round.
Oh, so that you remember it yourself.
Sorry.
So that you remember it yourself later on.
Yeah. So,
then put it up in the private chat only.
Okay.
Yeah, then put it up in the private chat as well as the main chat so that other people can hear your counter argument with whatever is being said at any given moment. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because I was just suggesting a round table. We just one person goes round table, like a proper UN one debate, whatever. But okay. So my first point is this: the moment you go away from the tried and the known best practice route of discovery, forensics, primary statements, FIR, then to reinvestigation, cross-examination, then presenting of case, and then later court challenge or whatever. The moment you deviate away from a set path, you have risks, you have uncalculatable percentages and unknowns being introduced into this solution. Let's call it the system. That obviously mucks up many things. First thing in this case, again, I don't know. Unfortunately, I've not had enough time to look at the entire case and all the publicly available information. So I will caveat and ask a couple of questions. One of them being the police. We don't know if the police is corrupt or not, in the sense that is one of the coppers involved in this, right?
In the crime directly.
Yeah, in the crime, yeah.
Not that we know of. Nobody has accused this.
But we don't know, right? Do we know for sure or no?
Obviously, never.
Exactly. So, but it's because there's cases where the person has encountered and the encounter guy happens to be the one who's the.
Of course. And what if that happened? We will never know. So
we don't know,
should we accept
exactly.
it?
That's first problem. So that obviously means that you encounter as a concept itself while it is a guilty pleasure, we all like it in some sense of the word, but in reality, in best practice, it shouldn't be the case. And that is also because if you have laws and implemented laws that actually get implemented, not just implementation in the sense that the executive implements the law put in by these people. So the legislation. So if the executive actually implements these laws correctly, which is, let's say, capital punishment for child rapists, for example, or these sort of, and we can go descending order of whatever, then it means that the psychological avenue for a mob to do mob violence is removed, because they are certain that ye to marne wala hai anyway. Due process will be followed. They will not come and do something about it. So then it will just be in the case of kya bolte usko? It will just be in the case of maybe in the USA or something or somewhere else, where the mob will only get involved if the judge or if there is a court case that happens and it goes one way or the other. One thing also to know is court cases in India do not have judicial, do not have jury-based trials, and that is because of Nanavati 1950 whatever case that is. I think that is the primary reason why judicial trial is complete. Trial by jury is eliminated. Because trial by jury is eliminated, it means that the jury and biasedness of the jury theoretically should not be able to come into the picture. Okay, that is in that pathway I mentioned, that is correctly following the full cycle, let's call it. Include the cycle also has a inbuilt waste management. So that part is that. So now that also brings me to College Street Kolkata has, and its debates and members and so on have raised this point several times in the past, which is data collection being bad, the quality of data that is collected being bad or questionable. We don't know how the forensics detection is there and all that. So for example, something that is as basic as let's go for an example of a forensic instrument, like a Fourier transfer infrared spectroscopy, like a FTIR or a XRD or some of these equipments. Now I look, because I've seen some labs in India and place abroad, and I know that the mounting location of that machine only is wrong, so it gives wrong results. That is going to lead to a whole can of worms. So my question is also regarding, how the audits also, to ensure this whole waste management cycle is good and the forensic results you're getting is quality, you need to ensure that the engineering norms have been followed and people are even aware that this is what the engineering norm is in the first place. So not putting it on a cardboard table with wheels, that sort of stuff. So that part is something I think that people should know, that this can also be a possibility, because somebody mentioned, I think earlier, that Hyderabad, there's only one big forensic lab that is in Hyderabad and nowhere else. So that part I must.
And now Lucknow.
Sorry?
Now Lucknow, UP State Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Okay, nice. Yeah. So, but yes, the budget has to go towards increasing the number of forensic labs, period. Because 1.4 billion if you just have 2 named forensic labs in the entire thing, that is criminal. That is alone, it's capital offense. Huh? So that's that. The other thing here is, we don't know, again, I don't know, you please enlighten if the witness statement was taken, were they eyewitnesses, the crime site being a field, okay, that part I've seemed to have gathered. But the reconstruction of crime took place at night itself is a problem. You can do that in the day. And there's nothing that the nighttime adds a specific detail, that unless it's like, a cow that there was a cow dung mark on the perpetrator or the victim, and that cow happens to come and it's a shit in that same spot at that particular time. These sort of nitty-gritty details, I don't know. So I'm just asking that. I'm not in any way disrespecting the victim. It's detail that needs to be flushed out, because it is part of the evidence that may or may not have been found on the perpetrator. The next thing with regards to encounters and gangsters and these sort of things is, Mumbai was obviously one of the classic examples of a law. Mumbai underworld, shootout at Lokhandwala, popularized sort of in the cinema way.
Even our ex-CM, Siddhartha Shankar Rai, who was the CM from 72 to 77, who was the main lawyer who advised Indira Gandhi on how to exactly execute the emergency. That's how he cleared up the Naxal movement of Kolkata as well, with many encounters and many fake encounters as well.
Right. So there you go. So what the problem? Why a fake count? Let's then establish, obviously, why is it that a fake encounter can happen? One of it is obviously that somebody has lied who may or may not have been physically present at the site. Some afwaye phailana, so it's like rumors. And preconceived bias because, oh, that is the local gunda, but it could be that the local gunda wasn't actually involved in the crime.
Yeah.
Things of the stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So fake and the list does truly go on. So theoretically speaking, gangsters shouldn't also be encountered. However,
Yeah.
obviously when hits the fan, the state has already committed so many errors and oversights by that time that they have to respond with equal force, and as a result that force doesn't really care what's in the way, which is again an inaccuracy to an inaccuracy that results in another inaccuracy.
Yeah.
And by inaccuracies you have real cost of human life, capital, property, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. And it's go ahead.
No, sorry, you just
It's not just inaccuracy over inaccuracy. There are layers of clusterfuck in the in the primary education.
I'm dumbing it down by saying inaccuracy.
Clusterfuck.
Yeah, it's a clusterfuck, exactly. And it's exponentially layering. It's an exponential curve of how bad it is. It's not any like the clusterfuck is because it's an exponential curve. So the traceability, the trace back of the problem solved to reconstruction is not even possible.
No.
So again, in the case of, so obviously what should be happening is that not just the law of capital punishment for rape and children rape and other stuff should be instated. Like they should not just make it a law. They should. I think Mamata Banerjee tried to make it a law, but again that was just a eyewash. It wasn't done in good faith. Yeah. So
now,
So basically, that the laws have to come in to encourage, to start bringing in the actions have consequences and they will be implemented. Second thing is being trigger happy is quite common in a post-destructive state. So a state that is recovering from destruction, a state, country, you name it, these sort of stuff is actually quite common. So that is you can see this in Haiti, you can see this in Mexico, so on and so forth. And because it was a clusterfuck for so long, the actions to reconstruct, as I mentioned earlier, are that they can't be taken because the information available to begin with is not very good. All said and done, I'm being completely unbiased here. I do not care about the political spectrum of this. So as a result,
there is no political spectrum in Bengal. Today it's all BJP. There is nothing, no political compulsions to even worry about.
I would say yes. The point is, it comes to one of the points that Anand, I think, said, which was, and Abhay and Shrayan said, which is the system should be kind of a good system that it carries on well after those who have instated it and implemented it have gone away from the world, because the system is robust. It has this full cycle analogy I've given with the waste gate to ensure that what is actually coming through the waste gate is waste gate. It's not actually like a useful thing. So think of it as a car. So it should be a functioning automobile. And the internal combustion cycle, let's say, in that should not be like 20% or 30%. It should be well above 70%. And no IC engine has ever made it to that. That is another matter. The closest is a F1 unit, which is 55%. Okay. Now, how does that analogy come back to what we have been discussing here? It is that cop can be bad. This can be bad. Anybody here is bad, and the only linearity or the only way to know for sure is by process of elimination, which is what the police's job should be in the first place. And other checks and balances within the police system, which is the SI, the ACP, etc., the commanding officers and so on and so forth, they should all be there to see. And also in independent, let's say, detective sort of people. But I'm not going to say Sherlock Holmes kind of nonsense. I'm saying something like the FBI. In our case, it will be like CBI or something of the kind. But CBI is only called in for critical, politically biased and motivated cases and all. So the law should also prioritize, and I want to say this on record, that the right of religion and all that sort of these sort of rights should not take precedence over the freedom of speech and these sort of things. Why is this relevant here? It's because in the process of the criminal crime reconstruction, each person who's providing testimony has equal right to freedom of speech. But importantly, the perpetrator or the supposed perpetrator also has the same thing, or the other secondary, tertiary victims, like the victims' families and so on and so forth, friends and so on and so forth, they should also have equal right to freedom of speech. When other biases, and I'm using right to religion as an example here, but it's not necessarily right to religion. You can extrapolate what I mean by that. It's just because right to religion introduces a variable where some religions take precedence over the others according to their own rules. So you have essentially overruled your first democratic freedom of.
So not only will we have a clusterfuck of a system, on top of that we will do intersectionality.
Exactly. Vahito. So
Yeah.
hence why I say that right to freedom of speech and these some particular rights must be codified over the right to, and a precedence order must be established. Unless that happens, you can't make a system, in my opinion anyway, that is, let's say, what we have been discussing here, which is everybody seems to agree on, which keep system ideal hai kind of a thing. So as in the system at least ensures that psychological angst to do mob justice is removed.
Okay,
So-
now, yeah, finish your point.
No, so all I wanted to say is that we have prefaced it by saying that mob justice is nice and it is guilty pleasure and all. Lekin if the thing was fast, if the system works fastly and has checks, balances, all that sort of stuff, we wouldn't be in this shit in the first place. And to ensure this, the sub have. Now it then obviously comes down to you should hire more cops. The existing cops who are corrupt should be called out for what it is again, and that should be through due process investigations. The problem we also don't know here is, has it just been the TMC era cops that are the same set of cops have just...
Obviously, there hasn't been any new hiring of cops. It's all
So-
TMC and CPM era cops.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of what's happened here, right? So we don't exactly know if the cop is the guy who's in the lady, or the guy is the one who's also involved or not in this sort of matter, or we don't know if it's a random illegal came somewhere. This also Anand or I think Abhay mentioned it, or Shayan, that kya ho gaya yahan pe. Is that the perpetrator who was encountered is eerily similar to Sanjoy Roy or whatever his name was, who was from RG Corps.
Yeah.
When it was quite crystal clear that there's gang rape, there's meant to be more than one people there. The people who came in the truck in the tempo traveler and wrecked the evidence room is another, and so on and so forth. So we should have also into law, and not just law, implemented law, the crime scene has to be perfectly preserved with this and this pieces of equipment. And if this equipment was not followed, not only was the crime scene tampered, the punishment should happen to the cop or the person who's done it. The cop, by that I mean the whole line management, not just the lowest, the sub inspector or the havaldar. It should not just be like the havaldar level person that's going to get punished in that, reprimanded in that. It should be the whole line. Like you get an independent, like for example, if the ACP itself was at fault, you get another ACP from another location to like correct this guy's fuck up or her fuck up.
Yeah.
So that part, this is kind of what I want to sort of say. This is how we can change the system as well in parallel.
Yeah.
And by saying that, now that and I've already said okay, it makes me happy to see rapists getting encountered. I love it. I want to see more of it. But as in that is my that's like my guilty pleasure talking. It's not what a sane non-banana republic country should have. Because that outlet that you're seeing is because you're frustrated and nothing is happening in front of you. So that outlet has to be handled psychologically. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and
the
sentence a rapist got encountered does not even apply here because we don't know for sure.
Exactly.
That's the first problem. Okay.
So
now coming to
if the actual perpetrator has been given cover like in RG car, I don't know. Am I allowed to say it out loud? The actual people was apparently some politicians,
No.
some other people and all. Okay,
no, it's a conspiracy theory.
It's a conspiracy theory. So that conspiracy theory being some other people were involved and all. My theory is organ trafficking was going on in RG car, but that's my conspiracy theory.
There's a fake medicine racket as well in government.
Yeah, fake medicine racket. So
Yeah.
This lady, the person who was a victim, unfortunately, was the one to found
Maybe.
it out. But anyways, So my point is
quite
that
possible.
this because Sanjay Roy and this one have such parallels, the person who got encountered, the outcome has been wrong here, all said and done. So I obviously agree with what Shayan has to say, and I've added these extra points so that the conversations and debates that come up next is more fruitful, so we can narrow it down to, we can converge like a mesh converges for an optimum solution. Thank you.
Now we'll get to Anand now because he has I'm asking him to say elaborate on his idea that we have a monarchy thinking, which we all agree on. Before Anand comes in, let me just answer this one question by Avinab. Avinab made this point 2-3 times, and it is a fair point that encounters also can be challenged in a court of law. So if anybody thinks this is a fake encounter, go challenge it. Avinab, the premise here is both yours and mine, either our premise is that we do trust that the police is going to work fairly, or we don't. You are trying to have it both ways. Okay. You are saying we can't trust the police to, like you said, in a more recent comment, right here, you said crime scene preservation requires training of cops and investment. It's police reform in a nutshell. Where's the money gonna come from? Yeah, it can come from Lockheed Bandar and Annapurna Bandar, but who gives a shit? So firstly, you are saying crime scene preservation is not feasible, etc. Police training is not feasible. So you are already admitting that, therefore, you don't seem to trust the police, right? And because you don't trust the police, you instead trust them to encounter the right person. What the fuck, Avinab? That can't work. Secondly, that applies to me as well. I'm not in favor of. Wait. I'm not hopeful about anybody pursuing this case. If at all this case ends up being a fake encounter case, I'm pretty sure that nobody who pursues this case will get justice, because it's the police who will set up the case, police who will give you the detail, and they won't cooperate with you. So I also don't have faith in those people. Therefore, I'm saying it can't get to that. But you are saying I don't have faith in them, therefore encounter is good. But after that, I have faith in them, and I believe that if at all it was a fake encounter, then they will definitely cooperate with the investigation and will not screw up the investigation. They will definitely give all the necessary evidence to the people who are pursuing this case. That is not going to happen because it's a flawed system, because they are incompetent, because of which you support the encounter in the first place. Okay, Anand, why do Indians have a monarchy thinking? And Abhay and Rudvik.
Sorry, just before Anand comes in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just what I wanted to also add a few more pieces of information. That's very useful to what the point was just said. One is the argument that, we don't have enough money to in the full police budget in a state level to preserve crime scenes and all, I think is completely bullshit. That cannot be the case. And Indians are good at jugaad. So you can't tell me that we can jugaad a plaster of Paris or some Velcro solution and blue tack or kya kuch bhi.
Want some startup for this, not all the Swiggy rip-off startups.
So instead of doing delivery service or like I want to make a jute basket industry or whatever, you can do some make evidence preservation material or whatever, but leave that. The budget itself if the excuse is budget is not there, that just can't be it, because you need to approach this is such a critical matter. It has to come with a can-do attitude. First thing. Second thing is, even though DNA evidence is there right now and all, first we need to have the labs to be able to process the DNA evidence, not have to post it to the United States or Europe or other countries to sort of do it for us, Singapore. First thing. So the wahan pe hona chahiye with equipment, also the people who know how to operate the equipment and pay them well. Now, that all should be compulsory in the budget. But even before this was this sort of fake encounter / wrong person being convicted, and kyunki just because everybody went on face value of what the woman said and so on, or the man said, whatever, obviously is gender discrimination and all that. Abhay has already covered that point, so I'm not going to stress on it. But I'm going to say is that a lot of people were exonerated. A lot of black people, for example, got on papa, they ended up in jail, or white people, whatever, etc. When in reality, the criminal was a girl, or the criminal was the father-in-law, or some random scenes and all were there. Random people were actually the criminals, and they all got away scot-free because DNA evidence and other things was not even available at the time. My point is that if you want to, the system you have to trust that we know these scientific methodologies exist to deal with this. Part of the science was in fact discovered in Presidency College, Kolkata by Satyendranath Bose and these sort of J.C. Bose, etc. I'm not saying all of it, but I'm saying that come on, man, like you have to believe the science in this, in terms of the readings. Oh, you can fake the reading. I agree, but that is human intervention. It's not what the machine is giving you. So, and the argument of budget nahi hai should go out of the window. Find money for it. So that's which is my points.
Yeah.
Like what came up, आपने जो भी बोला, you have to approach this with the point of can do.
Yeah. Okay, Mushin is here. We'll come to Mushin after Abhay, after Anand. I'll go to Anand now with the monarchy point. But Mushin, I want I'll listen to your points as well. But after Anand, Abhay and Mushin will come in. Mushin and Abhay, I want you to address the issue of what would have our dharmic kings done, okay, before Islamic invasions and stuff. Is it the dharmic thing to take the law into your own hands if you are the king and not follow dharma, which often comes from many texts? So was any king going to ignore the Manusmriti or Arthashastra and go about his own way because he thinks that that's right, or following the law is the right thing to do for even a king, etc.? Okay, Anand, are you here or did you go to cook? Yeah, he's here. Yeah, you're muted. Self-censor kar diya.
Sorry.
So, monarchy thinking, Anand.
The monarchy thinking, see, it comes from a lack of trust in institutions. Okay, this is fundamentally lack of trust, lack of confidence in institutions, and it is not always like this. If you look at historically, we have the fact that we are quite well distributed. Even schools, right? We had a lot of schools in local areas, and you look at the Guru Pathshala system earlier. We had a lot of confidence in local institutions in the past. I personally think it is Indians are very good followers, but they need consistency of laws. So, for example, a lot of people think that it's not possible to do this in India. We're so far away from it; it's going to take forever. It's not that. The problem is not that Indians do not follow laws. The problem is Indians don't follow laws because they're inconsistent, or implementation of laws inconsistent. If you like COVID, if you look at COVID, very interestingly, we are not we don't fight, like we didn't fight against the mask thing. So we said wear mask.
People were criticizing the government for not making masks available in 2 days.
Yes, some random waste speaker lady was wearing a mask because it was said that wear masks. Masks are good to wear. But look at in America, everyone's fighting the wear mask. No, you can't wear a mask. Don't force the mask on me, right? So we are actually a high trust society. Just the institution must enforce the things consistently throughout society. Even one person is allowed to break that rule, then Indians will fall back to chaos, and it's difficult to. So, ironically, it makes my point. You want to prevent these kind of situations, you make such laws where you don't have to worry about going and telling each person separately. You make the system so well oiled that people observe. Indians watch other people behaving themselves, and they also start behaving themselves. That's how Indians are. That's our culture, right? So
Yes.
we are a self-disciplining society, but only when everyone's disciplined. Very similar to how the Japanese are. Like Japanese are very similar to that. They don't need to be told to do stuff. They just have become like that. But that over time it is built. Like their kings and their queens and all enforce these rules strictly, right? And then over time it just became part of normal society. So
Anand, just to help you make more points on this context only, I'd like to just counter this argument. Yo-Yo is saying, I think democracy and rule of law are Western concepts. In Eastern world, our mind unconsciously works like tribal ways. Probably this is thousands of years of conditioning. Yo-Yo, 1000 years of conditioning USA और West को नहीं मिला. कौन पहले से 1000 years से civilization बना के बैठा रहा था? हम या वो? क्या बोल रहे हो ये?
Native these are Europeans. क्या हो रहा है? Wrong statement. Just you're starting a problem statement. Aim objective of your essay is wrong. Whoever commented.
No, you look at the parallels of the two systems. So the Greeks and the Indians, we were parallel cultural systems. You observe how Greeks ran their country. They had the concept of citizen, and the citizen is only powerful because he had slaves.
The key point being slavery. India is the only old world civilization which systematically rejected the slavery of the people. We can't.
Yes,
We
because-
will not go into casteism in this case, but slavery was as expected as it would be, was absolutely banned in ancient Indian societies.
Yeah,
So
Megasthenes said, "Oh, there's no slavery here. What the hell?"
Yes, they were surprised. They were surprised that this land did not require slaves to enable the population to survive, the elite population to survive. The point fundamentally is even democracy, right? You look at some examples.
Some counters, Anand, I want to make that das does not mean slave. One must understand this. Das means a servant or a devotee. It can mean a lot of things, but it does not mean slave.
Yeah.
That's why you have to add a krita before dasa to make a separate word for slave.
To add to your point, just to add to your point, a deva dasi means servant to the god in a temple context. So yeah, just to add to your point, dancers, for example. So yeah.
So if you look, there's a lot of evidence even in the Mahajanapadas. There was quite a bit of legal frameworks in which the country ran. Those small states ran. They ran very well with legal structure. So I don't agree with the statement that democracy was created or rule of law was created in the West. I don't know if I agree with that. So I don't know what more I want to say, but I think I can let Mushin get his points in. But I think the reason why we are so monarchical mindset is because we have our loss in trust in institutions. We need to build that. It proves why we need to create strong institutions to bring that trust and go into the monarch mindset.
Yes. Yeah, Mushin, come in.
Yeah, I listened to it. Actually, it's quite a tragic incident that happened. But actually, first I'm going to try to cite my own viewpoint on this. Yes, actually, what our friend said, that it actually gives me an immense amount of guilty pleasure to see those bastards getting murdered. But one thing, as he mentioned, that how can you be so sure that that guy was the guy who did the thing? So that is one small, itch I have got it, because one thing is that finally I thought that what if you could have this encounter done after the trial was done and after he was convicted of the crime. So yeah. But from it, if we take into account the ancient scriptures, I would have to say that in ancient times, the king himself, the Raja, was the personification of Dharma himself. It was a very important position, and most of the times you will see that the Dharma Shastras prescribe one thing and the king will have the complete leeway to go the other way around. The king will have his advisors like the mantris or the purohitas who will advise him, but it's up to the king's decision that is going to dictate what is going to happen in the state. It has always been the case because of the power dynamic. It was challenged also a lot of times, and sometimes the king would also be deposed and usurped based on his actions. But for example, we talked about Manusmriti. Manusmriti himself says that Danda eva hi lokanam raja bhavati rakshane, which means Danda itself is the protector of the people. Danda, here I would not translate it as punishment, I would call it as enforcement. Like as Chanakya said, Sam Dam, not Danda Bhed, Bheda Danda. Sam Dam, Bheda Danda. Danda comes at the end. First try to mediate it, then you try to bribe, simply. Then try to incentivize something. First comes the mediation, then comes incentivization, then comes disintegration, and then comes the leverage. So as I've understood that, society works on two things, incentives and leverage. Either you incentivize someone to do something, or you have the leverage to threaten someone to not do something. So in that aspect, you will see that Manusmriti, if we talk about the different Smriti Shastras giving different punishments, then they are extremely severe for rapes or these kind of things. Means if we can take the Manusmriti as standard here, if we take casteism into prominent viewpoint here also, then even a Brahmin rapes a Chandalini or someone, the Brahmin will be deposed of his Brahmin position, and he will not be killed, but he will be exiled from the state. For other castes like Kshatriya Vaishyas, it is straight up killing. You kill the person who committed the rape. And the same is everybody from Parashara Smriti to Yajnavalkya Smriti to Yama Smriti. All the 18 Smritis dictate the same thing, that you murdered the person. You basically capital punishment for rape, nothing else. The fun thing is that in a lot of other Agama Shastras like Tantras and others, there are a few sections which deals with judicial problems. Like for example, if you look into Mahanirvana Tantram, which was very prominent in the eastern part of the country, you will see that it does actually Tantras are very egalitarian. They don't take casteism into action. You know that, everyone knows that Tantras are promote a caste society. They say that doesn't matter who rapes who, it is murder. You punish the person by death. Doesn't matter what kind of caste the woman comes from, or what is the age of the woman. It doesn't matter about that thing. So yes, and yeah, Manusmriti in its Raj Dharma in chapter 7 and other things in judicial administration and all other Smiths basically have very tight punishment against crimes against women, abduction, adultery, seduction, molestation. Actually, in some
Yeah, but
cases,
Arthashastra
even-
also has hierarchy of criminals. Remember that if you rape a Brahmin's wife, you have a different punishment. If you rape a Shudra's wife, you have a different punishment. If you rape a Kshatriya's wife, you have a different punishment.
actually in a lot of Dharma Shastras, it is said that if you interact, if a lower Varna person interacts with a person of a higher Varna, a woman of a higher Varna, he might have to give fine of 100 gold coins or silver gold coins like this.
Yes.
Yes, but the other,
Yes.
you mentioned about Arthashastra of Chanakya. Chanakya gives extremely severe punishment to women as well. For example, if a woman murders his husband, he will be drawn and quartered. He will be literally, he will be torn apart by elephants. That kind of punishment is given. Actually, I think if we look into this matter from a perspective of morality in those days, I think these were made to set examples. Means for how morbid they sound. For example, if one or two such cases even were punished, it would set a very good example that how not to proceed with this kind of crimes. But one thing I have a question for this: how are you going to enforce this kind of things? Enforcement is a long issue. I have a bit of a rant on this actually on this one, because policing system, as Anand mentioned, and as our friend mentioned also. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so I'm referring to you as my friend. Yeah, about that thing is that already we know that West Bengal, Bihar, and Jharkhand, all these places are under policed severely. Out of 100,000 people, 92 police personnel are allocated in West Bengal when the actual number should be more than 200. So that is one thing, that allocation of more police personnel hirings are going to come, as our CM has mentioned, is going to come. But the thing is that for enforcement, we need proper observation and checks and balances, as mentioned.
Mushin, see, you hire 200 or 2,000 more police. If they are equally incompetent, then it's going to make no sense, because let's say there is another rape case tomorrow in the same place. All those 200, 2,000 people, 2,000 new police officers are not going to go there. It's still going to be those 3-4 or any 3-4 police officers. Any 3-4 police officers who are equally undertrained. So maybe what will happen with more police hirings is there will be more police going to different places to investigate in the first place, but their investigation skills are still horseshit.
Now there comes system collapse problem, because if we try to tuck in one thread, then the entire tapestry is going to unravel itself. That's the problem here, because police are undertrained, because there is not enough good training, because there is not better weaponry for the police, because there is lack of proper investigative decorums and investigative procedures. SOPs are absent, because police are not given body cams so that their interactions with public can be monitored, and because of their judicial system is not fast enough to fast track every other trial, so that the police brutalities can be addressed as fast as it can be. It is an entire area of problems that is going to end up in in the original sin kind of a thing, because that happened, everything else unraveled from that point onwards. So I don't think how to fix this problem. My suggestion would be that the judicial norms is going to fix it, but that's a far-fetched idea. So I don't know what kind of immediate solution is going to be there. So I think in some cases we are going to see in the coming future a lot of more encounters are going to happen, because I don't think otherwise how we are going to allocate this kind of things in 2-3 years, because I don't see.
Yeah, because we will never take the first step, because the first step is not going to bear results in the next step. Yeah. No matter when we take the first step, it's going to take 5, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to bear results. Okay, Avinav is saying, why weren't we discussing this when Shubhendu was going around saying Shakal korbo, Bikele kharach korbo in his pre-election rallies? We should have had this debate then only, instead of waiting for today. First of all, Avinav, let's not pretend that everybody was focusing on that one sentence. Everybody has remembered that sentence because of what happened yesterday. I myself had never heard of that phrase. Even then, if I had heard that phrase, I would not be countering him back then, because we had other priorities. I was not going to vote for Mamta just because Shubhendu is going to do one fake encounter. So it's a straw man again. Finish Muslim your point, then we'll go back to Abhay.
Yeah, but I think by now we should understand that politicians here are just like storytellers. They're going to blabber whatever they want to get the hype. We are just like, we are watching a reality TV show in our news channels these days. It has been the same case since the independence, and it is going to be like this. We are a banana republic. First, we need to address this thing. We are a banana republic. We need to admit it, and then we can move forward. There's no way.
I think a lot of people admit it's a banana republic. They just call it this is how dharmic societies work. Dharmic societies are inherently, implicitly, necessarily banana republics. That's the argument often.
That's an insult to dharma.
while my friend is there, can I ask a question to him?
Yeah.
Because I think
Yeah.
from a dharmic sense, Pashupatinath temple ke samne there used to be executions or trial by public jury in front of Pashupatinath temple from the last archive photos that at least I had seen. My question to you then is, where in the Smritis / Shastras so on did that fall? The second question to you, since you've read the Manusmriti and all this stuff, can you repeat the part what you said about Chanakya, Samdam Dandabed? It's not Samdam Dandabed. What is it? Because my counter to that would then be, it's not a counter, but it's an additional piece of information, is the saying got corrupted or by Hindi people because of the nature of the Hindi language. And I'm not disparaging Hindi here. I'm disparaging the fact that ki Hindi is Urdu. No, it's not Hindi. It should be Sanskrit Hindi. Where to fir wo piche ke shabd kha nahi jate. That's all I want to say. The third question I have for you then is, the king surely then functioned a blended role of the responsibilities that the Chief Justice of India kind of Chief Justice or Supreme Court kind of holds, along with some of the laws, along with the ministers. So a little bit of the PM's responsibility and PM/president responsibility that. So surely a dharmic king was somebody who held what is more distributed nowadays, the responsibilities in that one single point of so-called failure, along with his councils of ministers. So it's just a case of did that responsibility was held by the dharmic king, or was it a major minister? That was my question, because I think it was the king plus the ministers as well, but ultimately, as Dada said, it fell upon the king. Examples being Krishna Deva Raya, Yudhishthira for the brief period when he was there in the was it Hastinapura or not? It was after, it was Indraprastha, and other people like Janamejaya and so on and so forth. So Gupta, Samudragupta being a very good example as well, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the things that you said. Now, the thing is that, yeah, I will start with the Chanakya, with the obvious one. Yeah, it is actually, let me take it a look at it. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, actually, it is Sama, Dana, Bheda, Danda. Actually, that is mentioned in the Arthashastras. You can discuss them in the book 6, 11, and 13. If I'm not
Is
very
the
wrong.
Dana with the mouth, the
Dana.
Udaram, Dana.
Yeah, Dana. Dana means to donate. Dana.
So that's wrong. So these guys have corrupt. It's not the correct phrase that they say.
No. It is not dam. It is not price.
Danda is a different way to move your tongue in the thing than Dana.
Yeah, Sam, Dana, Bheda, Danda.
What? Sorry, can you say Bhe?
Sama, Dana, Bheda, Danda. Danda means enforcement, as I mentioned.
So
जहाँ से डंडा word आया है.
Yeah.
The danda, the important thing here, piece of information being, is danda didn't mean stick in the sense of this, not just in the context, but danda must have, the stick itself originated later when it became more
Enforcement.
Enforcement. Yeah.
Danda,
punishment, scepter.
Always know that the origin is always the simplest form of meaning. Danda literally means a stick, nothing else. After that, more meanings were extrapolated into it. That's the
right. So danda is a metaphor of the stick in the sense of what Chanakya had said. Yes.
Yeah.
Stick of the state. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now
And,
we will do.
About the thing about the sovereignty of the king. Actually, yes, the entire cluster of ministers were there to advise the king, and the king was supposed to be influenced by the advices of the ministers, but the final say would always have been on the king. And if anything goes bad or if anything good happens, the credit goes to the king and the blame also goes to the king himself. Because the mandate of heaven, you know this phrase in China, in Japan also these things were evident. It always goes to the king and he is direct successor. Means the king and the Raja and the Yuvaraja always are responsible for what is going on in the kingdom. They are like the Pita of the kingdom. The kingdom, the land, actually the land is married to the king. The king's first wife is not his Rani, queen. The king's first wife is the land, and the king's children are the citizens. And everything, every flora, fauna, everything
and
that grows in that land.
Himself is a representative of God on earth.
Yeah. Not God, the sky father, you could say, as Purusha himself. Yeah.
Right. Okay, now we'll go to Abhay and take his points on ancient India, or if he has more to add, and then we will go to the counter arguments that have come on my community post, and whoever wants to take up any of the arguments, they can raise their hands and they will counter them themselves on my post where I was
2
asking
minutes,
if at all
just
this is a fake this is a real encounter or not. Yeah, go ahead, Mushin.
just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. That Pashupatinath thing. Actually, the thing is that in tantras, I don't want to say too much about this. Yeah, there are evidences of some trace amounts of Narabalis happening for that, but actually those things are extremely secretive. And actually, the one who has to be sacrificed himself has to be a sadhaka, has to be a practitioner of tantra, and he has to voluntarily sacrifice himself. He has to first you have to ask
Sorry,
permission from him to
I did
sacrifice
not say
himself.
sacrifice. I said the court case as we know today used to happen in front of the Pashupatinath temple, meaning to say is that God was instead of the blindfold lady with the balance, God was Murti, God, the Atma of the God, and Pashupatinath temple was the juror, the unbiased juror, and the energy of the court case was consecrated by Pashupatinath, and the verdict also would be if it's execution or flogging or something else used to happen in front of the temple. That's what I was sort of on about.
Yeah, it is very much evident actually.
It used to happen.
Yeah.
Is it
You can still see.
Is it dharmic or not?
Yeah, Dhami. In Kashi, you can still see that the superintendent of Kashi is called Bhairava himself, Kala Bhairava. You can see the police stations in Kashi will have a image of Kala Bhairava always. And sometimes even the chair is given to Kala Bhairava because he is considered the police, means the Kotwal of Kashi, Kashika itself.
So then it's a new dharmic caveat just to give more context, I guess, for everybody. Is this the... was it always Bhairava who was meant to be the judiciary, or Rudra or someone, or is it can it be Kamakhya Amavaru, or does it have to be Lakshmi Narasimha Swami? In that sense, the sampradayas and all, how does that sort of come into this equation? Because the way I see it, it is the linearity of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva being the person who because his destroyer adjudicates the court case, doesn't fully or always apply. But again, please add some context to that. That would be nice.
That would be regional. Sampradaya wise, it is going to differ. So, suppose Devakula Devata or Devi is someone, he is going to become the judge, jury, executioner, all three of them. So, it doesn't matter who it is actually in that matter.
Okay, go ahead, Abhay.
So, regarding ancient India, मेरे पास वही बिंदु थे जो मशीन ने बोल दिए कि ऐसा नहीं था कि हमारे यहाँ दंड विधान करके कुछ था नहीं, हर राज्य का अपना दंड विधान होता था। फिर यदि विभिन्न स्मृतियों को लिया जाए, उसमें से यदि मनुस्मृति को ही लिया जाए, तो वो एक दिशा दिखाने वाले ग्रंथों के रूप में होती थी, शास्त्रों के रूप में होती थी कि आप ऐसे ऐसे दंड दे सकते हैं यदि कोई अपराध हो जाए, और उसके बाद राजा अपने अनुसार उसको ढालता था कि किसको हम दंड की श्रेणी में रखें, किसको नहीं रखें। और एक बात है कि देखा जाए तो हमारे पुराणों में भी दंड का प्रावधान है, जैसे गरुड़ पुराण, उसका सबसे अच्छा उदाहरण आपको वो फिल्म में मिलता है अपरिचित में, कि कुंभी पाकम और क्या क्या दंड, विभिन्न प्रकार के दंड। हाँ, वो नरक में जाएगा मृत्यु के बाद तब मिलेगा, पर फिर भी मुझे लगता है ये लोगों के मन में डर बैठाने के लिए था कि तुम्हें इतना कठोर दंड मिलेगा यदि तुम पाप कर्म करोगे। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे यहाँ एक व्यवस्था नहीं थी ये तय करने के लिए कि इस अपराध का ये दंड मिलेगा, इस अपराध का ये दंड मिलेगा। ऐसा नहीं था कि पूर्ण रूप से राजा स्वयं ही अपने विवेक मत अनुसार तय कर रहा है। हाँ, उसका विवेक का महत्व आज की आधुनिक व्यवस्था से अधिक था, क्योंकि आजकल की व्यवस्थाएं और अधिक अच्छे ढंग से परिभाषित है, एवं वो व्यवस्था को लागू करने के लिए जो संसाधन उपलब्ध है, टूल्स है, वो ज्यादा अच्छे है कि आपको प्रमाण अच्छे स्तर के मिलते हैं, क्वालिटी ऑफ एविडेंस अच्छा है, सिस्टम्स अच्छे। तो वो बात है। तो हम ये तो अपेक्षा नहीं कर सकते कि जो स्तर जो मापदंड आज है दंड विधान के या न्याय व्यवस्था के, वो 2000 वर्ष पहले होंगे, क्योंकि उस समय उस प्रकार की आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी ही नहीं थी, वो प्रौद्योगिकी ही नहीं थी कि आज के स्थिति को आप लागू कर पाए। तो उसमें राजा का भी अपना विवेक मत का बहुत महत्व था कि वो कैसे समझता है, क्या उसके भीतर भी एक पक्षपात की भावना होगी, सब कुछ हो। ये वास्तविकता है। और यही बात आप बहुत हद तक आजकल की न्यायपालिका में भी देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे संदर्भों में हमारी न्यायपालिका आधुनिक विज्ञान को भी नकारने के लिए उद्यत रहती है, जिसको बांग्ला में उद्धत बोलते हैं, उद्धत, कि हम लोग डीएनए एविडेंस को नहीं मानेंगे, या ये एविडेंस एडमिसिबल नहीं होगा इन द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ बिकॉज इट विल वायलेट प्राइवेसी। तो ये लोग तर्क ऐसे देते हैं, पर क्यों देते हैं? क्योंकि अपने हाथ में पावर रखना है। क्योंकि सब कुछ अगर विज्ञान को दे देंगे, सब कुछ यदि अत्याधिक वस्तुनिष्ठ होना शुरू हो जाएगा, ऑब्जेक्टिव होना शुरू हो जाएगा, तो मेरे ह्यूमन के पास क्या पावर है कि मैं अपने अनुसार
इसके लिए थोड़ा और कॉन्टेक्स्ट चाहिए। कौन से सिचुएशन की बात कर रहे हो भाई, कि कहाँ पे डीएनए कहाँ नकारा गया?
जैसे पैटर्निटी टेस्ट, ये सिंपल है कि कोर्ट बोलता है कि पैटर्निटी टेस्ट करवाना है तो पहले हमसे परमिशन लेना होगा। इसको हम लोग पैटर्निटी टेस्ट की अनुमति नहीं देंगे। मतलब पैटर्निटी टेस्ट मतलब क्या? जो बच्चा है, जिसको पता नहीं है, मैं बता दूं। मान लीजिए किसी पति को अपनी पत्नी पर संदेह है, जो गर्भवती है, कि जो वो गर्भ धारण किया पत्नी ने, वो उसका पुत्र नहीं है। ठीक है, तो पश्चिमी देशों में, फ्रांस को छोड़कर सब जगह यह अनुमति है, यदि पति मांग कर रहा है जांच करवाने की कि इसका पिता कौन है, पितृत्व कौन किसके हाथ में, तो वो जांच करवा सकता है। पर भारत में आपको न्यायालय की विशेष अनुमति चाहिए होती है, और अधिकांश घटनाओं में न्यायालय अनुमति नहीं देता है, ये कहकर कि बच्चे की जो प्राइवेसी है वो संकट में आ जाएगी, और समाज में बच्चे की स्थिति बहुत ही संवेदनशील हो जाएगी या असहाय हो जाएगी, क्योंकि वो बदनाम हो जाएगा। तो इस प्रकार से आधुनिक प्रमाण के मानकों को नकारना, ये एक उदाहरण है। ऐसे कई उदाहरण है। जैसे बहुत सारे घटनाओं में ये बोला जाता है कि आप सेंसिटिव वीडियोस वगैरह नहीं दिखा सकते, क्योंकि वो वायलेशन ऑफ प्राइवेसी है, स्पेशली अडल्ट्री प्रूफ करने के केसेस में। तो ये सब है कि आप आधुनिक मापदंडों को अपनाना नहीं चाहते, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोगों का ये भी उद्देश्य है कि अपने हाथ में नियंत्रण रखना है। तो बात यह है कि पहले तो आधुनिक उपाय होते ही नहीं थे, तो आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते थे। इसीलिए पहले माना जाता था कि जो पत्नी गर्भवती है और उसकी जो संतान है वो पति की ही मानी जाएगी, क्योंकि विकल्प ही नहीं था। ऐसे तो कोई भी पति बोलेगा कि मेरी पत्नी ने किसी और के साथ संबंध बना के किया। अब उसकी आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि डीएनए जैसे आधुनिक उपकरण आपके पास उपलब्ध है, पर करना नहीं चाहते क्योंकि नियंत्रण अपने हाथ में रखते हैं। तो ये भी है। दूसरा है कि एक चर्चा और हो रही थी कि कोर्ट में हम केसेस को जो कोर्ट पे बोझ है, फास्ट ट्रैक कैसे करें। मुझे लगता है अलग से फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट चलाने के बजाय हमारे नियमों को स्पष्ट कर दिया जाए। आप घुसाएंगे उसमें रेप ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज,
खुद ही एक बैंडेड ही है।
आप घुसाएंगे रेप ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज, आप घुसाएंगे कि टेस्टिमनी के आधार पर हम कन्विक्शन कर देंगे, आप घुसाएंगे कि एफआईआर आपको लिखनी ही पड़ेगी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ कंप्लेंट, बिना प्राथमिक जांच के। तो केस की संख्या तो बढ़ेगी ना।
यस।
और क्या, फिर अब ये SC/ST एक्ट को आपने इतना ब्रॉड डेफिनेशन दे के रखा है, तो ये सब उल्टे सीधे केसेस की संख्या कितनी है। फिर आप और एक काम करते हैं कि झूठा केस जिसने फाइल किया है उसको कोई दंड ही नहीं मिलता। तो झूठा केस फाइल जिसने किया है, जिस पर किया है, उसको अक्विटल भले ही मिल जाए, वो केस क्वॉश हो जाए। पर जिसने झूठा केस फाइल किया उसको यदि आप दंड नहीं देंगे या कोई डिटरेंट नहीं सेट करेंगे तो दूसरों को भी तो यही उत्साह मतलब प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा ना कि झूठा केस कर दो, कुछ होता है तो होता है, नहीं होता तो क्या है, कुछ तो होने वाला नहीं है।
मेरा
हम
भी तो
इसको
सेम ही
तंग
हाल
तो
चल
कर
रहा है। अब
सकते हैं।
मोलेस्टेशन अक्यूज तो कर लिया है, अब मैं लाखों रुपए खर्च करके कलकत्ता फकिंग हाई कोर्ट में केस लड़ना पड़ रहा है, इतना पैसे खर्च करके। वो भी क्वाश होगा कि नहीं गारंटी नहीं है। उसके बाद अगर क्वाश हो भी जाए, वो पैसा तो अब उससे उठा नहीं पाऊंगा, वो चिल करेगी घर
पैसा
पे बैठ के।
गया, पैसा गया, और जिसने आपके ऊपर आरोप लगाया उसका कुछ नहीं जाता।
हाँ
तो कोई यदि यदि आगे सोचेगा कि मुझे इस पर कुछ आरोप लगाना है, वो बोलेगा मेरा कुछ जाता तो नहीं है, इसको परेशान करने के लिए यदि मुझे आरोप लगाना ही है
एग्जैक्टली
प्रतिशोध की भावना से मैं लगा दूंगा।
हाँ
या फिर इसको
हाँ
ब्लैकमेल करने के लिए ही आरोप लगा दूंगा कि आरोप
हाँ
लगा
हाँ
दूंगी कि आ, बोलूंगी कि 5 लाख रुपए दे, नहीं तो तेरे ऊपर रेप केस लगा दूंगी। और
हाँ।
बहुत लोग क्योंकि कोर्ट कचहरी में खटना नहीं चाहते, दे भी देते।
वो तो
तो
डेटिंग एप्स के सीन में हो ही रहा है। वो तो
हाँ,
वुमेन्स
वहां
राइट
पे तो
एक्टिविस्ट औरत तो हमेशा पोस्ट कर रही है।
अरे वहां पे तो पुलिस वाले वकील खुद इन्वॉल्व रहते, पूरा रैकेट
हम्म
बना हुआ है
हम्म।
हैदराबाद बैंगलोर। तो कोर्ट इन सब केसेस से भी क्लॉग्ड है। आप
यस।
जो लोग बोलते हैं ना कि पेंडिंग केस बहुत है, ये सब केस बहुत ज्यादा क्लॉगिंग करते हैं। फिर पुलिस थानों में ये सब केस की के द्वारा क्लॉगिंग होती है, क्योंकि पुलिस को भी तो उसका जांच पड़ताल करना है, कुछ तो लिखा पढ़ी करनी है, कुछ तो देना पड़ेगा ना कुछ। तो उनका टाइम भी यहाँ पे व्यस्त होता है, तो संख्या तो कम है ही। फिर आपने इतने 2 कौड़ी के लॉ बना के रखे हैं, इतना ब्रॉड डेफिनेशंस वाले लॉ बना के रखे हैं, रेप ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज की हर ब्रेकअप में,
हाँ भाई, ये
हर
एक्चुअली
दूसरे तीसरे
स्पेसिफिकली
ब्रेकअप में केस हो रहा
ये
है।
स्पेसिफिकली क्लियर करना जरूरी है कि क्लॉगिंग सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं हो रहा है कि पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा है। क्लॉगिंग इसलिए हो रहा है कि ऐसे चूतिए लॉज है जिनके बेसिस पे फेक केसेस किया जा सकते हैं, और उसके बाद उस आदमी को डिसइंसेंटिवाइज भी नहीं किया जा रहा है कि अगली बार भी एक और फेक केस या भी कोई और फेक केस ना करे। क्लॉगिंग इस वजह से हो रहा है।
हाँ, और बहुत सारे तो ऐसे लॉज है कि देखो, रेप ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज हर केस फेक नहीं होता। मैं तो मानता हूँ ये कॉन्सेप्ट ही 2 कौड़ी का। ये क्या मतलब है, मतलब ये ये हो ही कैसे सकता है एक 21st सेंचुरी का सोसाइटी में कि कुछ ये इस नाम की चिड़िया नहीं। ठीक है, रेप ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज। भाई
हम्म
अगर इतना ही तुमको था कि तुम्हारी यौन पवित्रता होनी चाहिए तो विवाह से पहले कुछ मत करो, जो करना है
हम्म
विवाह के बाद करो, और विवाह से पहले कुछ कर रहे हो तो तैयार रहो कि छोड़ भी
हम्म
सकता है। ये क्या
हम्म
बकवास है? तो ये
हम्म
पहली बात तो सब लोग इसके लिए BNS 69 को दोष देते हैं, ठीक है।
हम्म
पर उससे पहले ही कोर्ट ने, हाई कोर्ट ने, शायद कर्नाटका हाई कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया था कि दिस इज विसिएशन ऑफ कंसेंट, कि आपने किसी महिला की सहमति
हम्म
विवाह का वचन दे करके लिया। ठीक है।
हम्म
तो ये सब से भी क्लॉगिंग बहुत ज्यादा होता है कि जो क्राइम्स नहीं होने चाहिए वो भी, उस पे भी केस हो सकता है, उस पे भी ट्रायल हो सकता है, वो भी क्राइम्स के जैसा ट्रीट किए जा सकते हैं।
और वो भी
उससे
क्लॉग करते रहेगा।
उसके कारण प्रिजन पॉपुलेशन भी एक्सेसिव है कि
यस
ट्रायल में लोग जेल में पड़े हुए हैं। जो लोग बोलते हैं ना
यस।
जेल में जगह नहीं बचेगी, भाई
हम्म
7-7 10-10 वर्ष से रेप का ट्रायल चल रहा है, व्यक्ति जेल में ही है। रेप
हम्म
ऑन फॉल्स प्रॉमिस ऑफ मैरिज के लिए जेल में है,
हम्म।
डाउरी हरासमेंट के केस के लिए जेल में है।
हाँ
जिसमें डाउरी हरासमेंट क्या, कि पति ने पत्नी और पत्नी के परिवार वालों से पैसे मांग ली, अत्याचार
हम्म
हुआ नहीं हुआ वो दूर की बात है, पैसे
हम्म
मांगना ही डाउरी हरासमेंट। अब
हम्म
मैं किसी दोस्त से पैसे मांगूंगा, उसको आप डाउरी हरासमेंट कह देंगे, मतलब
हम्म
डाउरी हरा डाउरी हरासमेंट अलग क्यों? ऐसे तो किसी से भी पैसे मैं मांगू वो हरासमेंट होना चाहिए। पर
हम्म
ये हम लोग स्पेशली एक कैटेगरी बना देते हैं कि नहीं नहीं, पति वाला अगर पत्नी वाले से किसी से भी पैसे मांग रहा है, बोल रहा है कि अपना प्रॉपर्टी भी ले लो, वो भी डाउरी हरासमेंट। ऐसा फालतू डेफिनेशन है क्राइम्स का, इतना ब्रॉड डेफिनेशन है कि मान लो अगर ससुर अपने दामाद को हेल्प भी कर देता है मेडिकल इमरजेंसी में, उसको भी ये लोग डाउरी बना देंगे। तो फिर
हम्म
भाई क्लॉग क्यों नहीं होगा सिस्टम?
हम्म।
आपके प्रिजन
ये-
फालतू के भरेंगे, आपके
हम्म
कोर्ट्स भरेंगे, आपके पुलिस थाने भरेंगे, तो
हाँ।
ये सब 2 कौड़ी का ये सब जब होता है, तब जब रियल विक्टिम्स होती है रेप के, तो उनके केसेस भी पेंडिंग में जाएंगे
हाँ। और
और
योगी
लोगों
जी
का
तो हमको खुद बोल
पूछना
रहे थे कि
घटेगा।
लखनऊ के इवेंट में कि उन्होंने ये बनाने का सोचा, ये फॉरेंसिक लैब, इसीलिए क्योंकि वो पावर में आके देख रहे हैं कि 2-3 कुछ फॉरेंसिक लैब है पूरे के पूरे यूपी में, जिसका पॉपुलेशन इतना है, इतने सारा इतना क्राइम है वहां पे, और वहां पे फॉरेंसिक लैब में अगर कुछ जाता भी है तो एविडेंस निकलने में 3-4 साल लग जाते हैं, सिर्फ रिजल्ट आने में, सिर्फ वो रिजल्ट आने में 3-4 साल निकल जाते हैं वो डीएनए लैब से। तो सोचो कितने लोग ऐसे ही पड़े पड़े ऐसे ही सिर्फ जेल में पूरा जिंदगी बिता रहे हैं यूपी में।
हाँ,
ओके
पर
नाउ
क्योंकि उन पैसे नहीं होते यूपी भारत डिस्ट्रिक्ट में फॉरेंसिक लैब होना चाहिए।
yes.
जितना
Okay, now we'll
पुलिस
counter every argument here. Whoever wants to take up, they can raise their hands, and after they turn on their camera, of course, I'll go on countering everyone, and then we'll end the live stream. This is the news of what we are discussing today. My first premise was, how many of you all even believe this is a real encounter, and when are we expecting encounters of every man in India accused of rape? Okay, so first, we are going by newest comments. Sunny is saying our system is rotten to the core, and the common people who had to bear the brunt of criminals and administration, then the only way out is this type of encounters. So we have kind of countered all of these, but quickly again to counter this, no, then it does not solve the underlying problem, A, and B, this can happen to you someday. Okay, now we have a Bangla Pakho guy whose channel handle is called Genocide of Hindi Speakers and is mocking Bharat Mata for this situation. Creative Verse is on our side. He's saying why I have seen this exact same script in at least a few movies. Avinab is in the chat here as well. He's saying not everyone who are accused of rape are getting encountered. This type of encounters only happens when the police has some primary evidence of or confession of crime in their favor, unless they otherwise they wouldn't be doing that, because they too are answerable in some sense. They are not really Avinab. And secondly, if they had any evidence, they should have gone to court more so. If anybody wants to counter extra, they can raise up their hands. Boishalidi is saying, I don't believe this is an encounter. I do not condone this prior to proven guilt. I know the judicial system in India is far from perfect, but that in no way justifies the miscarriage of justice. What then is the difference between this and the Meera Bhattacharya-led public lynching of Dhananjay Chatterjee that is now viewed as one of the worst cases of judicial miscarriage at the behest of whipped up public emotion? We are a representative democracy. We cannot operate on the basis of random public plebiscites. And more so, remember Bapi Shen. I know you all are very young. You all have never heard of Bapi Shen, right? Any Bengali or Abhay?
No, I have not.
No.
Okay. Holy shit, I am old. Fuck.
Bantala case.
So, no.
Oh, that was some Diwan, I guess.
Yeah, Anita Diwan. I'll just tell you all the year to put it in context. So this happened in 2002. Okay. This was either Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve. A random woman got harassed by some off-duty police officers. No, on-duty police officers, and an off-duty police officer came and intervened. He got beaten to death by those on-duty police officers. And then some of them have spent their time in jail, etc. And then Bapi Shen's own family got destroyed, obviously. His son today is in jail because he became a criminal himself. He just lost his way, became a sort of a technical fraud, hacker, and that kind of a thing. But from day one, entire society, Kolkata, all newspapers kept asking that woman herself to come forward. She has not come forward to this day. Till date, we do not know what exactly happened and who was Bapi Shen even trying to save. That's the accountability, okay? Just she was getting harassed and she let Bapi Shen get killed for her. She never came out to help conviction against him. Okay, we are Profit Flying Donkey. I know it is a real encounter. How the fuck do you know that? Unnavo Samajpati is saying not everyone, but everyone. Yeah, go ahead.
One point.
Yeah, Abhay and Shravan, go ahead.
Okay, let me go first, then you can go. My point is, even if it is a real encounter, what is the principle on which this encounter is real? How do you
Judiciary slow hai, isliye encounter theek hai.
नहीं, how do you justify it with a principle? अगर जस्टिफाई करने के लिए कोई प्रिंसिपल आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं है तो फिर कोई भी कुछ भी करके बोल सकता है ये भी रियल इनकाउंटर है, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूँ बात रियल या फेक इनकाउंटर की है ही नहीं। मैं बोलता हूँ ये रियल इनकाउंटर है, एज रियल एज इट गेट्स। पर वो प्रिंसिपल ऑफ जस्टिस क्या है जो बताता है ये रियल इनकाउंटर है
प्रिंसिपल
और दूसरा जो है वो फेक इनकाउंटर होगा।
अबे
आप दोनों
प्रिंसिपल
में
है टाइम
अंतर
फ्रेम।
कैसे करेंगे? वो विवेक भेद कहाँ से आएगा?
No, no,
टाइम
but
फ्रेम, यहाँ पे जल्दी
if
जस्टिस मिल गया, वहां पे जल्दी जस्टिस नहीं मिलेगा ड्यू
no, I
प्रोसेस
think
में।
if we ये जो बोल रहे हैं, if we consider this to be a real encounter, real incident, then I think the police can argue that they shot because in self defense, because the convict had a gun with him. He snatched it from the
Cool,
police.
Mushin,
So
no
they
problem.
fired.
Absolutely
So they
fine.
fired
Absolutely
it.
fair argument. My point is then, first of all, show me the video footage that it happened. Why were you there without body cams? Secondly, why were you there in the middle of the fucking night?
Yeah, that's what my question is. That it can't be real encounter. I told you before only. So the story doesn't add
I'm
up.
saying even
Only
a
thing
real
is,
encounter, maybe you were actually attacked, but it's
Well-
on you because you went there in the middle of the night and without a body cam. Therefore, now I can't trust you
Well-
even if you did a real encounter to save yourself.
Well,
Yes.
the point is not that it is real or fake encounter. The point is कि आप इसको प्रिंसिपल के बेसिस पे कैसे जस्टिफाई करेंगे कि दिस इज अ वैलिड इनकाउंटर, और यदि आप इसको जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकते ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ प्रिंसिपल और आप कह देंगे कि नहीं ये असली इनकाउंटर है क्योंकि हम मानते हैं, हमको पता है, तब फिर कोई भी इनकाउंटर को ऐसे ही जस्टिफाई कर दिया जाए।
Yes. Yes,
वही
Sean.
पॉइंट है।
Yeah, I might have just lost my stream of thought a bit, but could you please go to the last comment, the plebiscite one? Oh, yeah. So I have no qualms with the anecdote that was being shared. That's fine. The thing is, we are a representative democracy, and we cannot operate on basis of random public plebiscites. Now, which basically would also render useless any kind of protest that is being ramped up against the government, where protesters want some minister to randomly resign. So I'm not pointing out that they should not protest. Once again, look, every damn thing that is happening right now in this country is incentivizing us towards one goddamn thing. The judiciary has to function properly in a swift fashion and get things done timely. Now, my question is, where exactly is this confounding variable that is not allowing the judiciary to expand? I don't think the opposition has a problem with it. I don't think the government should have a problem with it. So they are not doing that. Secondly, every time a question of, let's say, public plebiscite comes where one guy is framed or anything, and a question arises, which was a recurring topic of discussion even today. This guy was a poor person, that's why he could not actually hire or, let's say, afford a top-notch lawyer. If it was some politically backed person, he would have. Once again, the point is then, if that is the case, what exactly is differentiating these two parties? It is that one can actually hire someone well versed who can defend themselves, the other cannot. Why is it that a person who is innocent cannot defend himself in the court? Because once again, your laws are not clear, they are ambiguous. And every time someone points it out that the laws are ambiguous, you add more ambiguity to make the ambiguity not a bad kind of ambiguity. Every time someone says ye to clear nahi hai, okay, that's not clear, but that has to be contextualized, no? And who contextualizes it? Anybody under the sky. So again, everything boils down to the judicial expansion, the police reforms, including cameras compulsorily. That's the thing. And I'll make another bit far-fetched point, but I do feel that it's about time when the discourse should actually move towards a bipartisan, let's say, political system. But there are only two parties. In that way, the opposition would be stronger and a lot of your problems would be solved. It helps everyone. If the regional parties do not exist, then one does not have to always go for electoral arithmetic every time, and simply you'll have one stronger opposition, a centralized opposition, who would actually point out everywhere things go haywire. The only reason why you cannot maintain accountability in this system is because every time your political equations are changing. If every 2 months later your parties are going with the other alliance and switching here and there, then how do you expect, let's say, accountability anyway? Clearly, like the West, we cannot here make the police an independent section because the police itself is pretty corrupt. You do not have the system to actually make them independent because in your constitution, the police reforms or everything are under the state subject. So uspe then you will have to say change the basic premise of the constitution, and it will be pointed out time and again that ये तो federal system का कत्ल हो रहा है. So if you cannot do that, have you even tried to actually do what is fixable? Simply the question that I posed in the comments as well, do they even know what protocols are? Because the problem is that you do not have to go by people's discretion whether they are good or not, or they are moral or not. Simply if you standardize the protocols. भाई तुम्हारे लोगों को मिलने के लिए if मेरे पास इतने protocols है जो मैं follow करना पड़ेगा, why can't the goddamn police or public servant follow protocols? उसमें क्या दिक्कत आ गया? So protocols सारे हमारे लिए है. And once again, who is the eventual ultimate victim in this? The individual. The individual is not strengthened when a bunch of commies would land up on streets and create anarchy to put your case. That is not the individual then, that is a veto of a mob file, of a mob. So individual वो है जिसका कोई political incentive है नहीं. पूरे चर्चा में opposition भी आपके लिए आवाज नहीं उठा रहा. Political system में जो power में है उनको तो फर्क पड़ता ही नहीं. That is an individual. Umar Khalid for goddamn sake wasn't an individual. उसके पीछे पूरा opponent का system था. So how does the individual have any kind of sanity? And the second thing is, which I had actually even referred to in the other day in the live stream at JU when we met up, that you have to go back to the system of documentations whereby the police has to be mandated to take every single complaint that the involved parties have and record it on the basis of time. कि कब किसने क्या कहा. If you cannot maintain that document channel, you are always going to screw things up. Simply, यहाँ पे if there is a online portal जहाँ पे the accused, whoever it is, could have actually raised a suspicion that he was going to be encountered. ये situation आज होता ही नहीं. That would have worked out even when you go out of part and your opponents try to do the same with you. Think of it. If 30 years ago, Anita Devan had all of these provisions, would you think the situation would have been as bad as it is today? So हमाम में भाई सब नंगे ही है, then it becomes evident and extremely clear कि it will eventually harm everyone in the long term when they come to the power eventually. That's why no one is doing it. So now if the political party ke supporters stop becoming the dalals of this political party and raises the questions of what needs to be done, it will be done. You do not want to do that. Every time something happens, the first point of CPM comes at with BJP rule state में हुआ है, BJP का दोष है. फिर जब it turns out to be a CPM boot agent, it's like हमारा boot agent तो क्या हुआ, इससे क्या फर्क पड़ जाता है? अरे तो BJP rule state हो तो इससे क्या फर्क पड़ जाता है? As if शुभेंदु अधिकारी had called him and said जाके कर दो ये. What sort of discourse is? I believe that the system is so crude because the public discourse is so crude. तुम्हारे भेजे में कुछ सीधी तरीके से
सबसे पहले तो देखिए, अरे सबसे पहले देखिए, एक हमारे मित्र है चारवाक के, वो बोलते रहते हैं ना कि आप बीजेपी को दोष दे रहे. कांग्रेस में क्या होता था जब कांग्रेस शासन करती थी? जब पहले के शासक लोग तो ऐसे ही करते थे. ये जो बोलते हैं ना कांग्रेस भी तो करती थी, तब तो आप कुछ नहीं बोलते थे. शहजाद पूनावाला का स्टैंडर्ड डायलॉग है, अरे भाई जब हम लोग यही करते रहेंगे व्हाट अबाउट री. एक जगह होता है व्हाट अबाउट री करने का, करना चाहिए कहीं कहीं पे, पर
और ये गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है.
पॉलिसी मेकिंग ही व्हाट अबाउट री पे हो जाए कि जब वो 5,000 देता था तब आपको आपत्ति नहीं थी, पर जब हम 7,000 दे रहे तो आपको आपत्ति है, रेवड़ी बांट रहे. तो फिर पॉलिसी का जो बेसिस है, जो कॉन्सेप्चुअल बेसिस है कि रेवड़ी दे के पॉलिसी बनाना है, वो तो कभी जाएगा नहीं. हमारा आर्ग्यूमेंट है कि ये रेवड़ी होना ही नहीं चाहिए. मैं खाली एक उदाहरण देके समझा रहा कि रेवड़ी बांटो वाला जो राजनीति है, तो यहाँ पे कंपटीशन चल रहा है. हाँ, और एक बात जो आनंद ने कही थी कि इंडियंस फॉलो द लॉज, और इसका प्रमाण है कि वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में द क्राइम रेट इज लोएस्ट फॉर हिंदूज, डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में. उसका बहुत बड़ा कारण है कि हमको अगर क्लैरिटी हो ना कि ये लॉ है, ये लॉ पक्का फॉलो होगा, कोई बड़े बाप का बेटा बच के नहीं निकल जाएगा अगर हमारे अगेंस्ट वायलेशन ऑफ लॉ होता है, तो सब लॉ मानने को तैयार है. पर यहाँ पर कोई आकर बोल देगा मेरा चच्चा तो विधायक है, मेरी माताजी बहुत बड़े पॉलिटिशियन को जानती है, ये सब बोल करके यदि बच के निकल जाएगा कोई भी अपराध करके, तब पब्लिक बोलती है भाई फिर हम क्यों ना करें. हम भी
भाई
अपना
बारुईपुर में भी
माफी
वही तो
देंगे।
हुआ. I think the police actually thought that this is a BJP issue, therefore they were not going ahead with the arrest. Therefore, it escalated to a mob violence situation. Therefore, that innocent guy got actually killed. Maybe he's not innocent, but anyway, one guy got killed without any encounter, even without any police presence, because the first screw up was done by police itself. They were dilly-dallying.
No, but
They
again,
thought we are not supposed to arrest these guys
तो
because they might be from BJP.
बात ये है कि लॉ में कंसिस्टेंसी यदि ना हो, एप्लीकेशन ऑफ लॉ में कंसिस्टेंसी ना हो, आपको पता ही ना हो कि पक्का इस एक्शन के ये कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस होंगे, तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. आप ये जो हाई ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी की बात होती है वो नहीं बना सकते जब तक कि कंसिस्टेंट लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ना हो.
I think इसीलिए हाई ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी नहीं हो रहा है हमारा.
कंसिस्टेंट लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ही नहीं है तो आप कैसे किसी पर विश्वास कर सकते? मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ. मान लीजिए पूरे सड़क भर में लड़कियों के साथ छेड़खानी हो रही है, दुष्कर्म हो रहा है, तो उसके लिए किसी भी अनजान पुरुष पर विश्वास करना कठिन ही होगा. ऐसे हम मानते हैं कि सारे पुरुष अपराधी नहीं होते, पर हमको जो पीड़िता है या जो पीड़ित होने की जिसकी संभावना है, उसके भी दृष्टि से देखना होगा ना कि वो कैसे विश्वास करे कि इतना क्राइम हो रहा है, कोई भी कुछ भी कर देगा. तो वही है, यही ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट क्रिएट करता है. और हमारे लॉज भी ऐसे बने जो ज्यादा से ज्यादा ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट क्रिएट करे. अब तो परिवार के भीतर भी ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट क्रिएट किया जाए जो केसेस हो रहे हैं,
करेगा फैमिली मेंबर को.
तो वही बात है कि हमारे यहाँ कंसिस्टेंट यदि लॉज हो, वेल डिफाइंड लॉज हो, तो इंडियंस आर मोर देन केपेबल ऑफ फॉलोइंग द वर्ड ऑफ लॉ.
Consistent application, well defined and narrowly defined.
नहीं तो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में, अमेरिका जैसी कंट्रीज में हिंदू सबसे रिचेस्ट विथ लोएस्ट क्राइम रेट्स नहीं होते. ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं. वी आर नेचुरली वेरी पीसफुल पीपल, लॉ अबाइडिंग पीसफुल पीपल. हमें दूसरों से लेना देना ही नहीं है भाई. हम अपना शांति से, हमारा परिवार सुखी रहे, हम लोग सुखी रहते. पर आप समाज में इतना अस्थिरता फैला के रखेंगे जहाँ पे जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंसी चलेगी, तो दूसरे को भी लगता है कि हमारे पास यदि लाठी है तो हम भी अपना काम निकालें, हम भी दूसरों के सामने लाठी हैं. कोई बात.
Yeah, go ahead, Shravan.
Secondly, everything becomes so fucked and messed and screwed and deteriorated in the country because you do not believe in first principles. Now, anytime such a thing happens where a thing of such order happens, the first thing is, if there is no accountability on part of the government, it is the job of the media to point it out. Now, your logic is the media will not, because it's Godi media, someone has purchased it. And you are actively batting for कि ट्रांसपेरेंसी होना चाहिए कि मीडिया वालों को कहाँ से फंडिंग मिलती है, कहाँ से नहीं. You are also actively batting for कि ट्रांसपेरेंसी होना चाहिए इन इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स पॉलिसी, जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट किस किस से पैसा उठा रही है टू कंटेस्ट इन इलेक्शंस. बट यू आर एक्टिवली बटिंग अगेंस्ट ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन FCRA, जहाँ पे आपको ये नहीं जानना कि बाहर के देश से कौन आपको पैसा भेज रहा है. सो ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी होना चाहिए तो हर जगह रखो. वहाँ पे भी यू डू नॉट वांट टू गेट इनटू दैट.
Yeah, you had a point. Yeah. No. Please go ahead.
Was it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead, Ritvik.
Yeah.
No.
I want
it's nobody's turn actually. We are going to go comment by comment, but you had something to add. That's why.
Sorry, yeah, no. My point is this. I want to circle back and get everybody's takes in one by one, if that's okay. Amidst all of the discussion that's happened today, plus including the comment section, if they made a point that none of the panelists or whoever's joined live stream have not made, what are the actual pieces of legislation / actionable stuff / things that we can all agree on that have to be done in order for the law us to not be a banana republic, aka the implementation should be good, the law is good, and the execution is done, and so on and so forth. So because the premise obviously we know is that Indians actually do obey the law if they see consistency in application, and if they see it's fair, that is everybody is being treated equally, and by nature for some reason etc. we are law abiding people. So I want to genuinely ask. So for example, some of the things I've said, which is precedence of right of free speech and some of the things over such and such other rights. the forensic equipment itself should be audited and done correctly कि ये equipment है कि नहीं, calibrated नहीं है, because machine calibration affects your results, all this sort of stuff. This
Yes.
all the whole list of not just what I've mentioned, but Neerajan Dada mentioned, Shayan Dada mentioned, Abhay Dada mentioned, Anand mentioned, etc. And my friend whose name I still don't know, but I will get, I promise, by the next stream. So I do want to ask, take it one by one, if that's okay, Dada, if I'm not overstepping my bounds here. Because I think
No,
that
you're
will
not
distill the
overstepping your
conversation a bit more.
We're overstepping the time a little. But if
Okay.
anybody does want to add, they can. I'll just give my thoughts on this. In this particular Baruipur situation can be avoided in the future just at the hands of Shuvendu himself. This does not require central intervention. Shuvendu has to tell his police officers or fund better training for them. Because I'm more focused on better training and better protocol following, not more numbers of police, because right now there is going to be incompetent
there's
police
no
even
money
if you
for.
hire 2 million of them. No, this is possible. Shuvendu just need not prioritize this because he's mainly a 24/7 politician, and politically that does not help him at all. This helps him. The solution
Yeah,
is
I
in the
would
hands
say-
of Shuvendu today.
I would say train them, but we don't know where they're getting the training from. Do we? What
No,
is
this is
counted as
completely
better
a states' rights issue, right? Shuvendu, Ludwig, I was calling
It
you
is a,
Shuvendu.
no. It's a, I agree about the state jurisdiction.
So
That I'm
therefore,
not
Shuvendu can fund them for a trip to Scotland Yard or send them to Tel Aviv. Get
but the
police
rules
training
don't
from Israel.
apply. If you get funded, that's what I wanted to raise. Like, if you get funded to go to a good training course somewhere, the rule of application and the jurisdictional sort of the ability to put your perspectualize what the jurisdiction is, how the jurisdiction changes, ये सब तो होना चाहिए ना. उनके पास कभी वो भी नहीं है अभी. You get my point? So like that basic human tools seems to be missing. So that's why I want to establish what it is that the tool should be correct. What is the tool is what I want to ask. What do you think?
My
Yeah,
personal
police
opinion is that
training,
this can be solved in the or even better training phase. Then we can talk about the forensic.
That's
issues.
fair enough. Okay, yeah, but yeah, like thanks. Yeah, that's
Right now the
few of
evidence
other-
collection, initial
everybody else
investigation
could-
stage itself is so screwed.
Yeah,
my 2 cents is that for the investigation SOPs and the training purpose, I think it has to be indigenous because the situation, the psyche, the society itself of India is far different from, I guess, Tel Aviv or Scotland Yard or FBI. What they have to deal with and what we have to deal with on a daily basis is far, far different. Apart from it, the other portion is the forensics. I think that is universal. So that thing I think can be fast tracked because technology, it is technology. So it is similar all over the world. So better technology in that can be acquired and can be applied pretty fast, I think, because it is not strained by, by judiciary or something, just more number of laboratories, diligent workers and proper circulation of evidence. This thing I think can be easily managed, if I'm not wrong. Is it
And
something
Mushin,
to,
evidence collection philosophies. Evidence collection best practices need not be that different in Israel, or USA, or India. If you follow those philosophies and inculcate, understand them properly, then you are supposed to be intelligent enough to extrapolate that
this
in
is
an
where my
Indian
question
context
is.
because you
No, like, for
prepared
example, I have a
for such a
question here,
tough
Dada,
government
that-
question. You prepared for such a tough government question and you can't extrapolate basic investigation philosophies that you learned in Tel Aviv in Baruipur.
The investigation regarding investigation philosophy, as you mentioned, it comes back to the point of so how are you ensuring that you are not, if you're the cop, how are you ensuring you are not going to be biased when you're interrogating, let's say, a drug dealer as opposed to a Muslim Rohingya refugee, etc., right? This part of stuff is kind of what I wanted to get the nitty-gritty details really from everybody, because this nitty-gritty that exactly the point you mentioned was what I was wanted to be said out loud, because that is something that I don't think it's why is it portrayed in TV shows ki sab police wale achhe nahi hai, they are always doing they are against they're racist, blah blah blah, ye sab kuch is because they probably have also seen some levels of it and extrapolated in their own head ki ye sab right. So that's
that thing I think,
just to add to your point.
key consideration should be that all police personnel are prone to corruption. So checks and balances, as I mentioned before, as everyone mentioned, that we need to prior checks and balances in every step of the governance. Like police has to report to his superintendent to report to the sub-inspector to the inspector, to the commissioner. So that's how I think it is it is going to come to a bureaucratic problem actually. So I told you it is not going to become a bureaucratic problem, but it turns out to be a bureaucratic problem once again.
Yeah, and no, see, we essentially inherited the exact copy pasted system of England in our police system, right? And mysteriously they seem to be having the same problems
Indian
in England
Police
as
Act
well.
1861. That's the I believe that's the
Yeah.
law.
Yeah.
And one important elephant in the room, ठीक है, यूपीएससी का क्या होगा, इन पुलिस वालों के अकाउंटेबिलिटी का क्या होगा, क्या इनको कभी इनके काम से निकाला जाएगा घटिया काम करने के लिए, या जॉब
मैं कुछ बोलूंगा
सिक्योरिटी
तो
में सारा
विवाद हो
चीज
जाएगा।
काट लेंगे।
Now that's
तो ये
exactly
बहुत
my
बड़ा
नहीं होने
विवाद
वाला
है,
है।
ये स्टेट
Yeah,
लेवल
yes.
का रिफॉर्म नहीं रहेगा फिर, यदि आप बोले,
Yes, हाँ, वो
क्योंकि
करना होगा तो
जो पुलिस
state level
कार्डर
में
भी
होगा।
होता है ना, पुलिस कार्डर भी आपके यूपीएससी सेंट्रल लेवल से ही अपॉइंट होता है स्टेट में,
No,
ओके, स्टेट बैच में।
I have a further question
तो
to this,
वो
which is obviously the biggest elephant in the room, as Abhay ji mentioned, which is this. Shayan, I know you have the point, so I'm pretty sure it'll add to your point, this one, what I'm about to say, which is, does the because there is central versus state jurisdictions at play, at least my understanding is कि police के हिसाब से it is unfortunately that कि center is the law and state is the implementation in the case of police law. No, and the penal code, as which is the penal code and so on and so forth. So my question is this: can a state bring a law that CSK can lobby for that introduces for the first time ki it is not just a case ki bad work just leads to a transfer to a death, like a no-name location, but instead it is that ki it leads to demotion and ideally dismissing from a period and so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I wanted to.
I don't think
also
that's up to the states. That might
first
be up to the
point
states.
is
I don't think it is.
first point is that the idea of punishment posting should be thrown out of the window.
Yes.
There is nothing called punishment posting.
Yes.
That is an insult
Yes.
to the location.
Yes, that they're getting punished. Yeah,
being
suppose
referred to as punishment
Yeah.
posting.
just an example.
वो
If you look at
तो
Dhamal movie from
खाने में चिल करेगा।
2007, if you look at Dhamal movie from 2007, Sanjay Dutt gets threatened to be posted at Yavatmal. Like Yavatmal ने क्या किया भाई? Yavatmal also deserves good police.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Strahan.
Okay. Now, so that's my entire premise. Now the thing is, one can say that law and order is a state subject, but then if the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which has now replaced the IPC, a centered thing, then why should not the protocols be central and standardized? Bhai, if you are a citizen of India and irrespective of whatever state you are in, the laws are according to the constitution, which is equal for everyone. Why should not the protocols be standardized? Secondly, you cannot go about saying this excuse कि यहाँ पे तो police force कम है, यहाँ पे इनको इतनी expertise नहीं है. भाई, nobody has expertise in every single type of scenario. It is the let's say responsibility of the state police unit to have specialized cells. Do you think in the West the kind of people who go for domicile cases investigation is same as an anti-terrorist squad? No, it is not. यहाँ पे तो दंगे भी हो रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए भी तुम जिन्हें भेज रहे हो, in a dowry case also you are sending the same person without any prior information or knowledge. So they clearly do not know the protocols. You are not also telling them the protocols. Now my entire point is, if a police official doesn't know the protocols, he is susceptible to some kind of fine. Why should he not be? भाई ये तो तुम्हारी भी जिम्मेदारी है कि you find out what the protocols are. You are being paid for that. तुमने एक एग्जाम क्लियर कर लिया, that cannot be the only provision of you being liable for your job. If today we are asking for accountability from the bureaucracy, जहाँ पे if a bureaucrat doesn't work properly, he must be penalized. That should work for the police also, because nobody is going to teach you everything. Na? Today, if let's say a bridge falls down, all right, I'll take a far-fetched thing, but let's look at it. If a bridge falls down, can the lead engineer थे कि मेरे कॉलेज में तो ठीक से पढ़ाया नहीं था इसलिए गलती हो गई मुझसे? भाई तुमसे गलती हुई है, you should not have taken the tender. Similarly, if a police official doesn't know the protocol, he should not have gone for the investigation. He should have told his superior official कि मुझे नहीं पता क्या करना है, don't send me. And that is exactly equivocally applicable for the lawyer who said मेरे पास तो सर documents नहीं है, अब adjourn कर दीजिए. क्यों नहीं है? किसकी जिम्मेदारी है वो? आपके client ने आपको hire किया है. It is your responsibility to get hold of the documents and get the things done. Otherwise, what are you being paid for? So you want a bureaucrat or an amla to be thrown out of service because he is getting paid and not doing his job. You do not want to do that for the lawyers. You do not want to do that for the police officials. क्यों?
Yeah.
तो ये भेदभाव नहीं है.
Yes. So Arunabhu Samajpati is saying not everyone, but definitely the obvious criminal ones in gang rape and child rape and other rarest of the rare cases. But those rarest of the rare cases keep happening because we do not fix our institutions.
And
We don't
Yeah.
believe they're justification.
And I
this
said
point.
this for gangsters, very infamous,
No.
well-known gangsters.
Like
That to
how
set
one-
an example, you can target gangsters in the beginning. So I have given that leeway. But no, random people who have been alleged, accused of committing certain crimes, that is a dangerous territory. That is a really dangerous territory because any innocent
go ahead, Shravan.
person can be targeted.
Look, I'm
Yes.
sorry, but I have never understood this business of rarest of the rare cases. By rarest of the rare in comparison to what? मतलब you're giving the criminal the right कि भाई तुम इससे भी अफलातून कुछ कर दो, उसके बाद this will not be the rarest of the rarest. उसके बाद ये उपाधि हम तुम्हें दे देंगे और हम बाकियों का punishment dilute कर देंगे. What is this logic?
और ये रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर होने से अलग जो नियम कानून बन जाते हैं उसका भी एक बहुत बड़ा साइड इफेक्ट भी है कि among all the people who are accused in the Baruipur rape or the guy who got killed or the guy who got encountered, how are we sure that none of them have any animal cruelty in their history? If that had been pursued, if that was a real law in India,
The
this would
question
not
can
have happened
generally be
today
extended
probably.
to additional crimes. Just to say.
Yeah. Okay. Next point is we don't believe their justification, but we support their action. He's talking about the police. He's more than just accused. He was involved in the crime himself. Involved in the crime means party to the crime, not the criminal
He's more
himself.
than just the accused, and he is involved himself, and he was the one who admitted कि मैंने सबको देखा. It is all the more reason to defend him and maybe encounter one of the other people.
Soyon, this is what he would have said if he had a good lawyer, and then the lawyer would have negotiated with the police that he actually can give you more information, therefore give him a better fucking deal instead of killing him in a fake encounter. He got the opposite deal because
No.
he's poor and cannot afford a
Which is
lawyer.
why, again, I'm saying, in most
He
cases,
helped the
that
investigation
lawyer
and got killed.
That poor guy, if he's financially poor, I'm not showing any sympathy.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
him, but if
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
financially poor, he cannot afford a lawyer, then he will be allotted a lawyer by the state, who can easily be bought and purchased by the state, saying कि इसका तुम support मत करो, you'll be blacklisted or something.
That's
so
hot
simply
shit.
you simplify your laws जहाँ पे an individual can actually record his statement, and that would be permissible.
I have
तुम अपने
a
laws simplify
point of
नहीं करोगे,
I
and
just
you're
have-
going on saying कि constitution हमारा सबसे अच्छा है. If your constitution was unambiguous, there would be no need for interpretation, which basically shows that your constitution is not the best in the world, which was
Not amendments.
eventually raised yesterday in the point as well.
Just to add to what Shravan was saying again, to add to Shravan's point, I'm sure, I don't know if we've researched this or not, but it's a point of curiosity that is there even an incentive for the system to give a court appointed a lawyer to a supposed perpetrator and victim if they can't afford it? My suspicion is that they're trying to fudge their books, not fudge, but like not have an entry in their books to have to forcefully pay money out to such defense or prosecution lawyers to save some money, because money is in there, or they're wo kha rahe. That's just a point to add to the complication
Yes.
going on here.
Yeah. Add to the clusterfuck. Yes.
And,
so this
and
is more
another
than-
point.
That is how, if it is about political incentives, I literally saw the public opinion shifting in 5 hours. Initially, the point that the left was raising was कि देखो ये कर दिया वो कर दिया, बीजेपी का एक बंदा involved है. So it is a state-sponsored crime against a Muslim by the BJP. The moment they found out कि हमारे group का agent है, the narrative shifted. तो अरे ये तो देखिए extrajudicial killing हो गया. तो उससे पहले क्या था फिर? तो तुम अपने गोल पोस्ट शिफ्ट करोगे. एनीवे, आई मीन योर एंटायर इलेक्टोरल मैंडेट रिजेंबल्स अ फुटबॉल, सो इट्स ओनली ऑब्वियस दैट यू विल शिफ्ट द गोल पोस्ट. बट देन अगेन, व्हाई इज इट दैट प्रोटोकॉल इज बीइंग वॉश्ड अप बाय पब्लिक नैरेटिव्स? तो यही तो मेक्स द रीजन ऑल द मोर सॉलिड कि तुम अपने प्रोटोकॉल को बुलेट प्रूफ बनाओ.
All I wanted to also just confirm here is that if you along with the requesting for the change of law and specifically targeting how should the new law look, or the new constitution look, etc. This side, let's call it the foreground versus background IP. The background IP is that you should not have a financial system that doesn't incentivize those who have to take action in the system to avoid it. Which is the example I presented, which is there is a reason to avoid appointing a mandatory court-appointed lawyer to the supposed rape perpetrator.
Yeah.
No, actually, the public defender thing is.
Wait, Mushin, wait. Let Abhay come in.
And another point, the comment said that I don't believe in the justification, but what was done was right. No, the justification matters, as I said before, because if bad justification is given for such actions, then wrong actions will be committed and such justifications will be given.
Yes. And how will you know that this time it's a fake justification?
Yeah, and you won't be able to differentiate.
Yeah.
वो विवेक बुद्धि नहीं रहेगी कि कौन गलत है कौन सही है, कौन सा घटना में झूठा इनकाउंटर किया, कौन सा घटना में उचित इनकाउंटर किया. तो justification matters.
He is more than just accused. He was involved in the crime himself. That does not mean he did the main crime. Multiple witnesses as well as police report have confirmed that. Just because he wasn't given tariq pe tariq at the court doesn't mean he is an innocent man. But all of this you know from his words, which he would have used to negotiate a better deal for himself. Instead of he got killed himself because he could not afford a lawyer. In 90s Mumbai,
tariq pe tariq, you should be yelling to solve the tariq pe tariq na mile.
Yeah, you are diagnosing the problem, then moving away from it. Yeah. In 90s Mumbai, criminal gangs were rampant in streets, crime rates were, and we could not solve it from the 90s. This shows that we should have solved this in the 90s. We waited for 2026, and even in 2026, you are saying it's justified today. Therefore, in 2046, 56, 76, 2076, again someone will say, हम तो गरीब आदमी है, हमारा state capacity नहीं है, तो encounter ही करो. Because remember in 2026, Shubhendu cleared up so much crime in Bengal by encountering. Remember? तो चलो फिर से 2047 में भी वही करते हैं.
There is one thing. I want to. Okay, Abhay, please continue. I'll come in.
ठीक है. मैं बोलता हूँ कि ठीक है, आपने इनकाउंटर शुरू किया क्योंकि आपको एकदम इमीडिएट सोल्यूशन निकालना था, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बहुत खराब था. उसके बाद क्या? उसके बाद आपने क्या स्थिति को सामान्य बना के रखा, या वापस आपको 10-20 साल बाद फिर वही इनकाउंटर राज चलाना पड़ेगा? यदि फिर वही करना है तो फिर आपका इनकाउंटर का कोई मतलब नहीं है, आपका सिस्टम लचड़ है. ऐसे एक होता है आपद धर्म कि इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन में आपने कुछ नीति अपनाई कि ठीक है अभी इमरजेंसी है तो हमें गुंडों को मारना होगा, खत्म करके हटाना होगा, उसमें कुछ कोलैटरल डैमेज भी होगा तो क्या कर सकते हैं. पर वही यदि आपकी इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन का पॉलिसी जनरल पॉलिसी बन जाए कि हम तो क्राइम का जस्टिस ऐसे ही देंगे कि किसी को भी किसी को ठोक देंगे, ये नहीं चल सकता भाई. फिर वो सिस्टम बहुत ही टॉक्सिक सिस्टम बन जाएगा जहां पर निर्दोषों को उठा के मारा जाएगा. क्योंकि कोई करप्ट हो निकलेगा.
No, I would specifically refer to this comment. It says it only took a year and some daring cops who were given free hand to encounter any gang members. So there the only onus on the authority was to prove that he was a member of the gang. अब ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि इतना शनि अच्छा बंदा था and he was sitting and chilling with the gang with a glass of alcohol. So there the only part of accountability we needed was to establish that this person was a member of the gang. यहाँ पे how are you equating it with this? The scenario is not the same. Secondly, if a person is a proclaimed
guilt by association,
many people must have had grievances against you registered somewhere down the line. So that is more than enough to incriminate a person as a gangster initially. Did Gopinath Munde ever say कि मैं जो ये कर रहा हूँ you should extend it to any kind of thing? फिर तो इसके बाद you simply go on to extend it to anything. Acid attacks पे भी यही करो कि किसी ने फेंका कि नहीं पता नहीं उसके मुंह पे आप एसिड फेंक दो. डाउरी केसेस में भी यही करो कि डाउरी
एसिड में ऐसा ऑलरेडी हुआ है श्रयन.
Yeah, that's the point, but it will start happening en mass ना. डाउरी केसेस में भी यही कर दो. फिर when something goes wrong you will be like men के तो कोई राइट्स ही नहीं है.
Yes. Now, there is one kind of argument which seems legitimate, but I'll counter that now. He's saying that I'm not naive enough to say that this will stop all rapes, but even if there's a 1% reduction in cases, I will take that. Problem is, what's his name? CNX Lee. Problem is, yes, this will reduce. It will probably reduce rapes. Okay, go ahead.
Based on Aveda's sentence, guilt by association is not a principle of natural justice. That doesn't work out in the case of you being a part of a gang. भाई तुम एक गैंग में हो जहाँ पे every fucking being is a criminal, why are you associated with them in the first place? और या तो you make a system जहाँ पे if you do not want to be and you are being coerced into that gang, you go and register a complaint कि these people are coercing me. You cannot be a part of a gang full of criminals just because they're your drinking buddies and you're chilling with them. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it is also your responsibility to make sure whom you're associated with.
I think there is categories of a spectrum of association which is okay and not. For example,
yes,
again,
for example, a criminal was in a certain spot and
No,
you
no.
were a family member and you happen to
Let
be
me
over there.
clarify. Let me clarify. If there were 4 friends, okay, and that is what was meant by a gang, the context of my statement was in this sense, 4 लोग है, 4 मित्र है जिसको गैंग बोला गया कि 4 लोगों की टोली, उसमें से एक मित्र ने कुछ उल्टा सीधा कांड कर दिया तो आप दूसरे को अपराधी नहीं कह सकते. आप जो गैंग की बात कर रहे हैं जैसे कोई टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो गया या कोई गैंग था जैसे मुख्तार अंसारी का गैंग था या कोई भी, वो गैंग का डेफिनेशन ही है कि वो लोग ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम्स में इन्वॉल्व. तो उससे आप अगर एसोसिएशन रखते हैं तो मतलब आप उस ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम को इंडोर्स कर रहे हैं. पर किसी अपराधी से मैत्री रखना या दोस्ती रखना वो आपके अपराध का प्रमाण नहीं.
1990s Mumbai is basically a reference to all the crime syndicate gangs that were there and Gopinath Punde passing the order as home minister to assassinate them or encounter them. Here it is not being that gang. So यहाँ पे it's pretty unambiguous. I think that gang का definition क्या है in this particular comment.
Yeah. Now, what I'm saying is there will probably be more than 1% reduction in cases, but it is creating victims in other contexts. The people who are getting fake encountered. So why will we worry only about rape victims and not fake encounter victims? Ajib baat hai. P.S. A child of 12 was brutally assaulted and her life was taken away from her. Please don't turn this into a man versus woman debate. Not this one. Yes, this one can also be turned that way because of this argument. Everything is a man versus woman debate if we are talking about a law which favors one gender over another. Okay, someone is saying TMC mouthpiece spotted. Okay. This was not right.
यही आर्ग्यूमेंट ना इस प्रकार के आर्ग्यूमेंट कोविड में भी दिए जा रहे थे कि कोविड में बोल दिया गया कि आप दूसरे बीमारियों के लिए पेशेंट नहीं ले सकते, कोविड के लिए ले सकते. तो कुशल मेहरा ने ये बहुत अच्छा आर्गुमेंट दिया था. बोला तुम हार्ट अटैक से मर जाओ, कैंसर से मर जाओ, पर कोविड से नहीं मर सकते. कोविड से मरोगे तो ही बुरी बात है और सब रोग से मर जाओ वो चलेगा.
पूरे दुनिया में एक मेडिकल इंडस्ट्री में एक स्कैम हुआ है कि कोविड के टाइम पे कि कोई भी डॉक्टर के हाथों कोई भी मरने वाला होता था उसको कोविड वार्ड भेज दिया जाता था ताकि वो अल्टीमेटली कोविड से मरे. तो कोविड नंबर्स वैसे ही इन्फ्लेटेड थे बिकॉज ऑफ दैट रीजन.
Okay. Just to add to the COVID problem is that the whole vaccine and all context has to be different because the complaint should have really just been the vaccine has not been through adequate clinical trials, hence I don't want to have it or I am okay to have it. Lack of clinical trials of vaccines leads to unwanted side effects, which leads to your death due to that or whatever being different. So somebody can get a stroke, somebody can get, I don't know, they're itching the wrong way. What do you want me to say?
If you do have comorbidities, it is your responsibility to report it. No?
Yeah. And it's like terms and conditions. But if you have a nut allergy, tell me, no.
Yeah. Which is why
also I want to post a different meta-analysis of study done, but reliable source that the vaccines have side effects. Means I don't think the vaccine trials are yet to be done.
No, we'll get demonetized. My channel will disappear. We are not out of that danger zone anyway. Okay, then the argument is, I know it's killing by police and I'm happy. This is what it should be. They don't have the right to live. Who is this they? A potentially innocent guy does not have the right to live. What the fuck? Thank you, Shootout. Thank you, Bengal police. We don't believe the court anymore. End it.
I think for everybody here, what I want to say is, and all of the panelists, I think the same way. is that we are trying to tell you that what if he was innocent, but the point being is, how do you know that what the police told you is correct or not? How? Sabut.
It is basically one thing. मेरे दुश्मन के साथ हुआ है,
हाँ,
मेरे दुश्मन के साथ हुआ है, इसलिए मुझे मजा आ रहा है. मेरे साथ होता तो मुझे बहुत खराब लगता.
Yeah, I do not think what
you can't make point by empathy. You can't use empathy and then say, "Oh,
I seriously don't know तुम्हें क्या कम मजा आता है if you would have got third-degree treatment for the next 6 months every single week. You people claim to like Dhurandhar. What did Jamil Jamali say at the end? जिंदगी के तरपाने में जो मजा है. And you all people go about claiming कि ये तो process ही सजा बन जाता है. So
loudly. I have one thing to add here. One problem that my father and some other people pointed out to them when so they are reveling in this thing. Actually, they are extremely happy that this encounter happened, as you can expect. The thing is that their argument is that suppose that guy was convicted through POXO, or after that he would have been in prison for 12 years. So it is a tax dollars of the people.
Oh fuck! I forgot this girl was a minor. He would not have come out anyway because of POXO itself.
Yeah.
Holy
shit. Supposedly, if he got 12 years time, 12 years time he got, so it is our tax dollars that is going to be spent to feed this guy. So that's one argument I'm hearing from the social media.
Then give fucking death penalty. Then give the death penalty after he's convicted. Why before the conviction? If you want to save tax rupees, do it after the conviction.
So by the way, how many death penalties happened in India after independence?
Not many.
How many encounters happened in India that were fake?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying about death penalties. I can last remember Kasab and that other fellow. I forgot his name. 2001.
Afzal Guru.
Ajmal Guru. Afzal Guru, sir.
And there was another Bengali racist as well, Dhananjay. Yeah, Dhananjay was in my lifetime as well. In general, every country that follows the British common law. No, it went on long enough. No, it went on long enough.
I guess it was Dr. Kalam who turned out the mercy petition, no? In the Dhananjay case.
But it was rejected.
Yeah. 2007-8 like this time. 6-7-8.
I forgot that the 3-year-old rape of a 3-year-old child in Pune, that seems to be a death penalty case. As in, its death penalty was awarded.
No, but in general, any country that follows British common law, etc., who are descendants of an European system, all of them have it's kind of declared position that they want to move away from death penalties, and there are great arguments in that as well. But even then, even if you don't get death penalty, the maximum punishment is about 15 years to 20 years, which is called a life imprisonment. Which
that's wrong. No, the point is you should not.
After that, you go out with a different identity and get settled somewhere else.
British common law is the problem.
Yeah.
Look, Dada, but I think most of the developed countries have moved away from the position that 14 years is life sentence.
No, life sentence is until death.
Nowadays, sentences of 20 years, 25 years, 50 years are also awarded.
No, they are old ones.
No, actually in America, you can have multiple life sentences awarded. So I don't know what is the actual definition of it. How can you have 15 life sentences plus 200 years?
Interesting, only US is not following it because we are not a descendant of the American system, much to our dismay. Yeah. We are actually an European system, and in Europe, everyone is moving away from death penalties.
No, they are moving away from death penalties. 1 point. They are moving away from death penalties, but the number of years of punishment is not limited to 14 years, like in India's case.
In
they
Europe,
can punish it for 50 years, 20 years, 25 years. For rape cases, in India, like there is only 7 years. They don't have only 7 years.
No. Even in Europe, life imprisonment does not actually mean life. It means some 14 to 20 years max.
Then they can, I think, they also have this concept of 2 lives, 3 lives, I guess. It's not like
I know what Abhay is talking about. Yes.
No, that used to happen. It does. Those convictions do not happen anymore. You go to jail for 2 lives.
Like Savarkar himself. Yeah, America still happens.
Dada,
America is not in Europe.
In the UK, being there was definitely cases where that people, for example, one of those grooming young people, etc., they only got like one life, which is 15 years or something of the kind. They did not.
Right.
Even terrorists, some of them, they did not get a lot of years. So if I do India, I remember that the logic was that the reason why people used to give what we think is arbitrary as public, like 20 years, 25 years, ityadi, is because they were not only the judges were self-categorizing the tier in their own head, and along with the prosecution or whatever, the plus or minus of these years usually is good behavior, ye sab kuch. Then
my question is that
crime,
is isolation still a punishment? Isolation in isolated staying in a cell.
Solitary, yeah.
that they don't award solitary confinement immediately on the court. That's not the court's job.
Yeah, that doesn't
Because
happen in the
I've
court.
heard that-
It happens inside the jail.
Because I've heard that out of serial
That is a
serial
prison
killers
warden decision.
and
Yeah.
people are still imprisoned and okay, Anand, go ahead.
No. So all I want to say, that's a prison warden decision. But my point is that what Abhay was saying, it's now become 20 years, 25 years, and all. That itself is an issue, in my opinion, because it's arbitrary if you think about it. And if it's arbitrary, or they're putting a special exception by declaring the number, it means that the standard number, by logic, by inference, is actually different.
Yeah.
So I guess it would be nice to know what that is.
In America, I think they have different years allotted for different crimes. Like in European countries, the standard is 14 or 7 or whatever. In American countries, the standard is different. It could be 25 years, 50 years, depends on the crime, or they have a different method of calculation. I've not gone deep into their punishment systems and how they calculate punishments. But I'm saying, unlike in India, it is the highest form of punishment is not limited to 14 years. It exceeds beyond that in many
That
cases.
part I do agree on, but what I'm saying would be, again, useful for the system is to modify it to begin with, which is by saying that the assumption of 14 years or 1861 Police Act, blah 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 blah, all this is outdated and not applicable, and so on and so forth, because according to our own dharma shastras and so on and so forth, the child rape and this sort of stuff is obviously by death. So
one thing I want to listen from you, that what do you think are good arguments against death penalty? That's what I want to ask.
That's a longer discussion. We'll start debating now. We'll not finish for 2-3 hours because everyone is going to be in favor of death penalty. So I'm not getting into that. I'll come to you, Shayan. I'll just counter this comment from Neon here. Neon is saying, do you think our societies will ever accept an American framework? Can we copy paste these frameworks? What do you think our current laws are? Everything is copy pasted. What do you think is a key job of Niti Aayog? To see which laws, which policies have worked in other countries, do that and copy paste here. We'll run on copy paste. Yes, Shayan, go ahead.
You run on copy paste, but then none of your other parameters are the same. For example, in the West, solitary confinement is simply because you need to punish the guy. In India, it is because you do not come out and contact your lawyer or MLA uncle and get the entire family killed. That is the first premise. Now, secondly, what is it that exactly would instill fear in criminals? Is it the is it the police catching that person and then handing it over to judiciary, or the judiciary actually giving more sentences? I believe the latter. Now, if that is the case, and the entire premise of fear has to be instilled through judicial actions and judicial amendments, where the court actually gets the thing sorted within a matter of months, or let's say a couple of years at maximum, then what is the exact job of the police? Because let's be very clear, we cannot stop most of the things from happening. Things will eventually happen if they have to happen. You can even be raped in a, let's say, isolation in a public or a private flat. So that discourse is also a part of it. In that case, what is the job of the police then? Data collection, so that the judiciary can come to a conclusion. Now, if the job of the police is data collection, and they do not know how to collect the data, then what the hell are they doing? Your logic is you cannot look at crimes
saying our current laws
before they occurred. Then the only permissible thing you're supposed to be doing is collect the data properly so that the court can give you the sentences. तुम्हें वो भी नहीं आता, तुम्हें क्या आता है? That's your only goddamn job.
Yeah. Now, Neon is saying, pointing out that our current laws are a colonial framework. That is true, but we were a colony for centuries. We were under their rule. So society was shaped through that. So how would we counter this point? Yeah. So society got in fact, shaped through those new copy-pasted laws, right? So just get 1 or 2 laws from great laws that are working in other countries today, copy-paste them, and we will be shaped through that as well in the coming years. Okay, now this point is
One
saying...
point to this.
Can I say something? Can I please?
US was also colonized by the British. How did they
No.
set up a different
Abhay,
system?
US was not colonized. US was in a paradise out of the blue in 1776. Adam Smith wrote a book that destroyed the country 250 years later. Happy 4th of July to everyone. Now we will
It
take
fell
this
from the
point from... Absolutely. Anand, one moment. Please come in after this point. And where is your camera, bro? You look like a metaphorical penguin. If you know what I mean.
Tired right now.
Why are you hiding your face?
So I
Why are you
don't
so
do
ashamed?
tired face.
Okay. Bro, I want to state my point. India in such a sandwich between human right and treatment to criminal is not statable. We can't apply same amount of force as China, Russia, and El Salvador or Arab to counter criminals, and we don't have responsible citizens as of Europe. So encounter is only... Oh, fuck. Why? How did they get there? So see, this is an anti-Indian, this is a racist argument towards Indian that people make often in the corruption issues as well. That we Indians are so corrupt, we Indians are irresponsible citizens, we Indians are bad at XYZ. Then how are you saying that all other country people are just better than us in corruption and behaving and civic sense? What? You are more racist than every racist you hate on internet. What is going on in your head? What the hell are you saying? What the hell are you, all you people who say Indians are XYZ and other countries are better at this, then are even doing in the right-wing space? Go join Jayant Bhandari and the commies who hate India and Hindus. What the fuck? You are agreeing with them on the basis of the premise.
And these same Indians, when they go to Western countries, they become the richest group. They become the group which commits least number of crimes, which is which has disproportionately low prison population. Even in African countries, the richest groups are Indians, Gujaratis, and all these business people.
3-4 generations ke zyada ho gaye.
How is that possible if Indians are so bad?
Because Indians are not so bad. You don't buy this bullshit.
So sweet. Anand camera band karke mithai diya. Okay, we have a new guest here, Dev from Punjab. Have you been in our live chat from some other name? Probably. So hi Dev from Punjab. Okay, the next point is...
Can you hear me?
Let me make my point, bhai. Why you going to the next question? The next point.
Oh yeah, sorry, Anand. Yes, your camera is turned off. I forgot about you. Out of sight, out of mind. Go ahead.
See, first of all,
Anand, are you eating or something, bro?
No, I'm just tired myself. I look very tired. So it's quite late also. So my point is first. I was talking. You're talking about the person who got killed, who got like basically off by the police. He's not even the primary accused. See, that's why you guys talking about Western jurisprudence.
He's the one who helped in the investigation.
No, but the reason why in Western jurisprudence there are so many different kinds of categories of crime is because they believe that every crime must fit its every punishment must fit the crime's very targeted correction must happen. It cannot be a generic. Oh, this all looks evil, all is morally wrong, all have the same guilty verdict. See, that's what happens. For example, I'll give you an example. Like the Louis C.K. You know Louis C.K., right? The comedian. Like in one of his shows, he apparently made one of the exposing her to some lady.
He made
he exposed her to some lady, and then the lady said it is sexual harassment. What did some feminists in the Western world do? It is equal to rape. So my point is, if you generalize.
Anand, can you say it again? What happened with that lady who said it is sexual harassment?
He was lewd and he exposed himself to some lady. He gets a weird fascination in exposing himself
during a stand-up comedy routine.
Whatever. The point is that the lady, I think it was during stand-up. It was in the backstage. He did something in the backstage. So the point is that some Western feminists said it is equivalent to rape. It is not something. The point is that they said it's rape. It's not sexual harassment. What happens when you make everything the same crime? Then what happens is he will also be killed sent to death because he exposed himself. The fundamental point is when you're accessory to a crime. And so I asked, I forgot the guy's name. Who's the guy? He was there earlier, right? I asked him the question very specifically. If you're involved in a crime that you didn't directly participate in, you just were one cog in the wheel and you didn't know what the final crime was going to be. What are you responsible for the final result? Or if I responsible for the sequence, or are you responsible for your contribution in that result? That's the question. It's a fundamental question in all laws. Even in olden days laws, it was not just as if we also like, person did some sexual perversion, they all were given the same penalty. No, right? Everything's not like Bahubali scene, but that guy touches Bahubali's wife and he just chops off his head. It's not how it works, even in Indian law.
Okay,
Anand,
Anand.
watch too much of movies and think, that's what it is like.
Anand, your softy culture made these vultures.
On Neon's
My softy
point.
culture, I don't think so. My culture is sorry. I'm more clear. When your laws and your punishments are very clear, it is easier to put people in jail. It's when they allow the judges to woolly decide, okay, I can give 2 years punishment, or I can give 20-50 years punishment. That's the diversion of what the judges can do. And then you have this what is it? Some judge he countered the word. Said, it's only rape if your intent is to rape. Like some stupid verdict some judge gave in India.
Yeah.
I mean,
Another one more point. Neon says that he was just accused of masturbating while being on call with someone else. So this way, should I be convicted for rape if I masturbate watching porn or someone else?
That requires
How stupid is this argument, which is
and
being
what
given
other crime
by
can you
people
be
for
accused of
convicting a
while-
man of rape?
Rather, just another point that I don't know if it's
Another-
Neon or Barbarica mentioned. Sorry, Abhay, are you finished or no? Sorry.
Anyway, you can go ahead. I lost my train of thought.
Sorry for interrupting, man.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm okay. I didn't know. Yeah, so the point I wanted to just bring back, because I do think they said Barbarica mentioned that the biggest issue is the law. I would go not just law. I would say the law itself doesn't distinguish fundamental rights of the various fundamental rights, aka the precedence order I was mentioning. What right supersedes what in what context? Why? That I don't think the law and the constitution resolve it properly. So, for example, let me give a hypothetical case here. Let's say a woman has become an ex-Muslim, and she is publicly talking on a YouTube. This happened with Nancy Grewal. I think she's a Sikh lady got killed in Canada. There's also a lot of ex-Muslims who get killed, right? So take an example of this lady, ex-Muslim, and she has a group of friends she meets and all. Out of them, one turns out to, in that meeting, something happens. One of them turns out to be the person who kills her. He was supposedly, or he or she was supposedly ex-Muslim, but they're not. Now, this has already become a very clusterfucky situation. And when you're collecting the evidence, if the police is, let's say, consists of a Muslim inspector, a Sikh, this one, and 3 or 4, let's say, Hindu inspectors, you also introduced their own biases in this. Unless there is a law unless it is codified law, freedom of speech is greater than freedom of physical expression, is greater than freedom of religion, so on and so forth. The very practice of the evidence collection and data gathering and documentation in the Excel spreadsheet, or the timekeeping that Shayan mentioned, won't happen correctly. Because you have that inherent bias ki he's smelly, dirty drug dealer, or this ex-Muslim has this ether, I don't like the smell of, etc. This sort of details will come into this hypothetical case. So my submission is that the law, Barbarica's comment that the law is the biggest issue, is too broad in that itself. The detail, Barbarica mentioned, the detail needs to be clear. And yes, I am saying that ensure that the human rights are not all valued equally. All the basic so-called universal human rights and these other details, because in reality it isn't, and we know this being part of this channel, I would hope. But yeah,
I think I want to have some points there actually. Yeah, go ahead.
The Western world
If
also
I
knows
may
it,
just
but
make
it's
a
not
small
doing.
intervention, if I may just make a small intervention, because Rutvik said that. No, let me make myself very clear. I do not mean that the police must record whatever the person or the accused wants to get recorded. There should be provisions of the accused getting to record what they want to get recorded, irrespective of whether the police wants it or not. So some online portal or something like that.
I didn't
Otherwise,
dispute
it is
that.
exactly.
I was going to say I didn't dispute that. I support what you said. I fully support what you said.
No, yes. That's why he said. That's why he raised the claim of digitalization, because otherwise it is exactly same as the police saying कि ये तो पास हमारे पास आई ही नहीं साहब, हमें क्या पता. So that I just wanted to.
Okay, now we'll counter
And
these
that to be
arguments.
and that to be admissible in court, actually. Otherwise, it is going to be considered as hearsay.
Okay, we'll counter these arguments now. That will get on a lot of the job done, because after all, these people are coming up with these arguments.
Let's be very clear. Human rights nonsense that the Western world keeps pushing, even they know it is not equivalent. There's a reason why they value, what do you call it, your property rights over medical, your bodily autonomy, for example. Like why do the same people who are like pro-life go around saying, oh, we want death penalty and we want to prevent abortion. We want to death penalty, one first thing. And the second thing is they want to force the mother to give birth to a child. Their bodily autonomy is gone, but they're like, no, I want bodily autonomy in other things. They clearly
even I'm opposed to bodily autonomy before 3 months. Yeah, we'll debate all of that stuff some other day. I'm in favor of abortion if it's in the first 3 months. Yes, they from Punjab. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am fundamentally against this encounter culture we are having. I have it varies from states to states, because in UP, what was that the police was very lethargic. It doesn't used to register case against known criminals and politicians and all that. But in Punjab, oh my God, the police were so active. It would there are so many fake encounter cases, and this whole movie Satluji you have may known about. That this controversy, some of these things you are talking about, yes, some known criminals should be taken, that cannot be convicted through regular path of the law, has to be dealt with. But you have to also take the history of the state in the context. In West Bengal it might be okay, because certain political shielding was given to criminals. They are so big that you can't touch them. You need to show that okay, now police has been given the free hand to prosecute them or deal with them. Okay, but in Punjab, certain states, no. Here the reputation of the police is so bad, and the people are so angry against it, because cases after there are thousands of cases where police would directly acted as a gangster, because they would kill the local Khalistani, put up their guy, their favorite guy as Khalistani commander. Okay, he is the Khalistani commander. Report and show conflicts after conflict, kill some innocent one, and keep receiving benefits from the center and the state machinery.
Medals भी मिलेंगे encounter किया है इसलिए.
हाँ, medals के लिए वगैरह के लिए. तो it depends state to state. Human rights नॉट, आप ऐसे मत देखो ह्यूमन राइट्स की हमें ह्यूमन राइट्स हर बात वो भी करना है. ह्यूमन राइट्स का कई बार आपका सिस्टम में फेथ रिस्टोर भी करने के लिए होता है. ह्यूमन राइट्स आर नेसेसरी टू रिस्टोर द फेथ्स इन कुछ जगह पे. ओके, दैट्स द पॉइंट आई वांटेड टू मेक.
Okay. Let me play the devil's advocate here.
Anand will never be able to counter these comments if we counter just each other, because of course there is need to counter each other, but we have done that for 3 hours 28 minutes. So fuck that. Now we are also going to sing Kumbaya. Please, let's suck each other's dicks.
Few times today. So it's a very good example of how we can talk about our state excess. My question is very fundamentally: what did the Khalistani expect the police in Punjab to do? They were going around murdering innocent people non-stop. It is literally like a terrorist insurgency. They're killing families of cops. They're killing innocent.
Yes, they were killing the cops. I know that.
Hold on. What were they expecting the cops to do? Were they expecting the cops to sit around and just take it more and more, or were they expecting the cops to establish a deterrence? See, that is different from a lone person like this random guy doing this action, and then the cops being overzealous about punishing this person without going to the formal channel. See, I would accept if there was some random one incident that some Khalistani did, and then the cops in response overreacted. Then I understand. But this is like already for many years they were going on. Culture of terror is going on in Punjab. The cops,
that I get it.
Barbara is saying, but we are not going to debate Punjab right now.
Kind of emergency,
because we have done it for a long time.
We can't like now.
Bengal is not in an emergency situation.
Just this year, a boy was picked up from his home and around like Taran or somewhere area, he was shot and declared to be he was helping Khalistani across the border and such that, and the police came and took away the CCTV cameras when they picked up that boy. Okay, so आप emergency situation में मैं मान सकता हूँ कि okay आप human rights वगैरह नहीं देखो, 90s का दौर अलग था वगैरह, वो अलग दौर था, लेकिन अब बात आ गई है कि आप flexibility लाओ ना, flexibility लाओ, अब time change हो गया है, it's not 90s anymore.
No, I'm asking
you have to bring the flexibility to like.
Hold on.
No, we are not going to debate Punjab right now. No, we are not debating Punjab right now. सिर्फ only for since थानकाल पात्र के साथ
सतलुज का जब रिव्यू करेंगे ना तब पंजाब को डिबेट करेंगे.
Barbara is saying you saying innocent.
Let's finish the comments.
Poxo भी लगा था. Now Barbara is saying you keep saying innocent, but इस पे Poxo भी लगा था. Posco or Poxo? It's Poxo, right? Poxo भी लगा था, meaning burden of proof is reversed. I guilty till proven innocent, and he made no attempt to prove his innocence because he is a fucking poor guy. Then Barbara is saying, so your best argument can be, did the police have the right to carry out the sentence, not if he was innocent or not? Yes. Especially more, I have the right to ask that now because he was arrested because of Poxo. Because after Poxo, you should not have had any problems convicting him or keeping him in jail to make him suffer, etc. All your extrajudicial stuff that you wanted to do, you could have done it judicially, legally,
also,
because he was arrested in Poxo.
Just because Poxo is mentioned. Sorry, Abhay, you go first.
Yeah, I want to stick my neck out. Poxo is not a very good law. It is a little draconian.
It is not. Any law that keeps you under trial for no fucking reason without any. Poxo is the equivalent of HDFC.
In fact, it is draconian on many minor boys.
And by the way, Poxo, the fact that the claim that Poxo is a bad law is proven by the fact that it's very popular amongst any evil party like Trinamool Congress. All my lawyers friends told me that the only reason you are not inside with Poxo right now is because you are in Kolkata. Outside Kolkata, 5 kilometers away from Kolkata, you would be going in jail for Poxo first and foremost. They would get a random young girl in their party or in their group which was beating you up. Then they would say they beat you up because you harassed that young girl, and now you are inside for Poxo. That starts with Poxo for Trinamool everywhere. So don't have these fucking laws.
That literally proves the problem with overzealous process.
Wait, Anand.
Poxo is also used against many of our sadhus by church.
Right.
Let me be very clear.
सदगुरु पे ये ट्राई किया था तो हुआ नहीं.
सदगुरु पे, आसाराम बापू पे, स्वामी लक्ष्मणानंद पे, आपके कांचीपुरम के शंकराचार्य पे, सब पे.
अरे बाबा पुलिस को मत बनाओ तो किसको बनाओ? पुलिस ने एनकाउंटर किया है कि मैंने किया है? पुलिस ने एनकाउंटर मैंने किया है. इसमें ब्लेमलेस पुलिस कहां से आ गया? All the three things have been, and the first screw up in the investigation, first screw up to not arrest them in itself. All the 5 mistakes all the crimes have been done by the police. Who is not the scapegoat then?
And another point regarding Poxo, let me just discuss it. कि आजकल तो माएं अपने बच्चों के पिता पर पॉक्सो लगा रही है कि मिल ना पाए.
हाँ.
फिर और एक पॉक्सो का मैं बताता हूँ. मानो
और छोड़ बाकी पॉक्सो कुछ किसी और दिन डिस्कस करेंगे क्योंकि यहाँ पे और बहुत सारे चूतिया कमेंट्स है. इसको एड्रेस करने दे.
एक पॉइंट दादा, मान लीजिए लड़का और लड़की दोनों माइनर है, दोनों में रिलेशनशिप बन गया.
लड़के पे पॉक्सो लगेगा, लड़की पे नहीं
लगेगा. लड़का फंसता है पॉक्सो में, वो जाता है आपके जुवेनाइल जस्टिस में. इसमें
अबे तेरे लिए काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट है फ्रॉम द जज कैरेक्टर इन ऐतराज. ओके, judge या फिर no the opposite side lawyer, okay, who was arguing in favor of Priyanka Chopra in ऐतराज. तो अक्षय कुमार lawyer said के वो नाइफ जो है वो खरबूजे पे गिर गया था, इसमें खरबूजा का कोई दोष नहीं है. फिर द लॉयर सेज के खरबूजा छुरी पे गिरी या फिर छुरी खरबूजे पे गिरे, कटता तो खरबूजा ही है अभय, इसलिए पॉक्सो में तो लड़का ही जाएगा, बिकॉज लड़कियां खरबूजा अकॉर्डिंग टू ऐतराज.
जो खरबूजा है वो खुद छुरी उसके लिए छुरी को क्यों दम मिलना चाहिए?
छुरी
There is
हटा है
there is a legal terminology.
अच्छा, let's address this concept.
Yeah,
Okay,
there is a
let's discuss
legal
this.
terminology called statute of limitations. Statute of
Statute,
limitations बोला
statute, yes.
it is specifically done to in the US and like functional countries. So it's specifically given in that so that they can not be a reprisal of law. मतलब कि इस पीरियड के बाद अगर आप वो कोई क्राइम करते हो, इस पीरियड के बाद आप रिपोर्ट करते हो तो आप पे नहीं माना जाएगा, क्योंकि वो मान के ही चलते कि आप कोई रिप्राइजल कर रहे हो, आप लॉ का गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो. इंडिया में क्या होता है, आप एज ए एडल्ट वुमेन भी हो गए ना, तो आप पॉस्को लगा सकते हो. तो मैं जब 8 साल की थी तब मेरे साथ ये हुआ था.
रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव पॉक्सो, यस,
रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव सब कुछ चलता है.
आगे
खाली पॉश के लिए और किसी चीज के लिए नहीं.
okay.
That's it.
Parthojit Dasgupta is saying, read lot of comments from those who were looking for civilized and judicial treatment for a rapist come child killer. How do you know he's a rapist come child killer, Parthojit? They are far removed from reality. The reality where everyone is a rapist and come child killer if right wingers decide it, or Shuvendu says it is. They are far removed from reality of the judicial system in India, living in their la la land. Their thinking is a byproduct of liberal woke mentality. Okay, if liberal woke mentality means I won't get killed in a fake encounter, then I'm fucking absolutely a liberal woke guy. Which is infecting the West. The West, where you probably will go for a job as soon as possible. Your DP does not give me the impression of a very poor guy, right? You have been to the West, right? Many times. Why the fuck did you go there if it has so bad laws? Wait. Everyone else, wait till these intellectuals. What if the victim were their daughter? What if the fake encounter guy was your son?
What if it was you? Have you seen the police brutality videos?
Okay, next, where have I clicked? It's not going away. I don't want to see his DP.
And
No, I think Parthajit looks like a rapist.
asking for extrajudicial
I want him
treatment itself is woke.
To me, looks like it, man. What do you hell? I'm telling you, no, this person needs to be jailed. Like,
he
trust me,
almost
bro.
looks like Rowan Atkinson had a plastic surgery or something.
I'm being sarcastic. I'm just saying that. Imagine someone just said to Parthajit, "You look like someone who might like do some rape." Like, I mean, this is the argument. Like, this is the problem.
No, I never got it. दिक्कत law में है. Why are you blaming the police? अरे भाई, तो दिक्कत law में है. Then the law did not give the police the provision to encounter, ना?
Encounter भाई, encounter law ने नहीं किया है, encounter judge ने नहीं किया है, encounter police ने किया है.
Yeah.
Question to these individuals: what if the victim? Okay, ये what if it was your daughter? ये argument एक ना US presidential candidate को किया गया था on the debate stage, on the presidential primary, no, on the main debate stage. He was against the death penalty. Okay, तो वहां पे भी ये चुतिया आर्गुमेंट दिया गया था. What if it happened to your daughter? What if it happened to your daughter? And that guy could not counter it. I've had this counter argument ever since I started following US politics. I'll give the counter argument today. The counter argument is, yes, if it happened to my daughter, I would also ask for an extrajudicial killing, and I would be wrong. You are not supposed to listen to emotional people for fucking law.
Exactly.
What if it's my daughter? It's not right for me to ask for that. What's this issue of your daughter? What if it was your son who got accused of rape and then got encountered?
The base fundamental emotion is what people want to be satisfied. It's not about justice.
Can I just also add? Again, I don't want to be bringing up points from old podcasts, but I do think it applies for the comment section we have been seeing, which is this whole thing of, we mentioned this again, respecting the elders blindly for no reason, or people of authority just because we voted them, or as this one. So, for example, in this case, it's being Shuvendu Adhikari. Just because it's the BJP government in power, and their police have done something, it doesn't necessarily mean they are correct. So you question the evidence. established.
Would they still look up
If your
to judiciary for
procedures and the
justice?
paddhatis are correct, you will, that whole procedure will validate the fact that ki, the cops first gut instinct may have been correct or whatever. Ye sab kuch. Yes, this blasphemy again. This whole blasphemy of concept of idolizing people and not questioning the problem at hand is not fair. Is not correct.
No, Barbarika, there is no evidence
What is
found
the
till now
crime?
which
Which
says that he
specific
actually
crime
did the rape. Okay, has there even been the DNA testing? How do you know he did it? And if there is so much evidence, why is he not convicted? I'm not getting this. Everyone has all the evidence, and even then it was required
If I may
to
mention
encounter him.
this,
What
the
is the
only
evidence that they
scenario
provided?
in which
Theoretical evidence.
scenario in which a person can be safely encountered is when he snatches your gun. Otherwise, if there is a
Yes.
period of time and you are suspecting that he is the culprit who needs to be caught, you should have the evidence and you can always incriminate him against a court of law. So ये कौन से criminal है जो बार-बार आपका गन चुरा के भाग रहे हैं और बार-बार इनका encounter होता ही जा रहा है? And then what the hell have you trained your police force for?
Okay, next point is question to this individual. What if would they still look up to judiciary for justice, knowing fully well that these criminals would have got bail or be released in 14 years by the SC? No, I would not have wanted that, and I would be wrong. You cannot bypass or escape the need for systemic and institutional reforms with these extrajudicial activities. Hope everyone realizes this sooner.
Thank you, Ash.
And if that is your concern that the criminal will be out of jail within 14 years or by 14
Then change
years,
those laws.
then tell the government to increase the period of jail sentences.
ओ अबे गवर्नमेंट को कैसे बोले? गवर्नमेंट को जब बोलने का बात तो उठाएंगे तब तो बोलेंगे भाई फिजिबल नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट को हम जो बोलना चाहते हैं वो आर्गुमेंट है.
कुछ नहीं हो सकता तब, फिर कुछ नहीं हो सकता दादा.
हाँ,
आपको बोलना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट को कि आप जो दंड का जो समय है, जो अवधि है, वो खाली 14 साल तक नहीं रख सकते, अब 28 और 50 साल का दंड देना शुरू कर.
Yes. El Salvador has shown the best way to deal with criminals without lawless encounters are stupid human rights for criminals. It's better for a government not to break the law when dealing with crime. Well said. Not in favor of encounters. Also, this sounds a foul play by the police to perform the encounter. Maybe next time use local anesthesia to make their palms and fingers numb while taking them to wow. Genius.
There's no need to any of this stuff.
Very good suggestion.
Okay, I like this idea.
Yeah,
Very good
nice.
suggestion.
Are you just restrain the person properly, man?
Yes, properly, bro. Properly.
I mean, I see police in India. What the hell is it? आपका the best friend जो हाथ में पकड़ के and then the pathetic look. I mean, क्या है ये? Joke है ये? Any other country in the world, you see the police in India holding some criminal and they're like, what is this? दोस्त है क्या? ये boyfriend girlfriend है क्या? Boyfriend है क्या? ये क्या nonsense है?
And most of the police here don't have a gun on their waist. What are you talking about?
Okay, when our judiciary takes forever to give justice, police resort to this. That's why judiciary must be reformed immediately. No. Pooja Singla is getting one thing wrong. Police does not resort to this because judiciary takes forever to give justice. No, the police did this because they were asked to. They don't have so much good intentions for the child who was killed that they will go encounter willy-nilly. Then no crime would be happening in the state ever.
No.
Because they were asked to do this.
I think Pooja is saying this because the eventual outcome of judicial delay is police resorting to encounters. Not that police did that encounters because judiciary takes forever. The eventual outcome is that. So, to be honest, most of the comments that I've seen from women are more saner than what I've seen from men on this issue.
I don't know.
थोड़ा performative masculinity भी तो करना है ना. There's a video of Prabhas circulating saying Anand murdered the girl. Arey, that was the first video I saw of him. That was the first video that went viral from that day.
But no one has told me yet what is the reason that the judiciary takes so long. Okay, can you explain me what is? I've literally observed the Calcutta High Court.
Western capitalism.
No, the Calcutta High Court has gained so many judgments in the recent past, even before the election. They've been doing quite fast. So what is this argument that it takes forever to get judgments? I don't see the evidence that the argument takes forever to get judgments.
Damn,
It's not an argument. The basic thing is that because
I
the
will
government
tell you,
promised
I will show you the evidence, Dada.
No, because
Dada is
the
the
government
evidence
promised.
of judicial.
Because the government promised they are going to have zero tolerance towards crimes against women. That's why it is happening. A fast track action. Because certain things are proclaimed that Yogi model is going to be followed here in Bengal.
Now, one particular comment
Okay.
said the government
That's a
was
political
under pressure.
justification, not
That's
a
my
moral or
exact
legal
point.
justification.
What
go ahead,
was the
Swan.
pressure? Why 48 घंटों में you had caught all the criminals? Where was the pressure? क्या pressure था? That's my question. There was no pressure. Instead, they should have actually paraded them without actually tying anything to their lace or whatever, showing ये देखो 4 बंदे हैं पकड़ लिया मैंने 48 घंटों में. That would have been a far greater glory for them. I do not know where the pressure was.
Your statement is the same as TMC CPIM saying Arjikar case was a fake political conspiracy by BJP did by her own mother to join politics. Stop speaking like average human rights activists who defend Ajmal Kasab. Now, see, human rights activists also go to the toilet in the morning. I also go to the toilet in the morning. That does not make me an average human rights activist who defends Ajmal Kasab. We can
how
have
is
overlap.
Ajmal Kasab compared to this guy?
You really want to rebut this argument?
Ridiculous comparison. Ajmal Kasab.
No, why do so many right wingers have so many overlaps with commies then?
No, but I don't understand. How do you compare a person like Ajmal Kasab to this person? They literally are not the same crime. They literally are not had the same agency. They have no connection. Ajmal Kasab has powerful political allies. This guy has nothing. Make comparison kya hai bhai? Like you have to have some
Once
logic.
again, if Ajmal Kasab had said कि मेरे और भी 4 दोस्त sleeper cell है इंडिया में and I can give you the information about them, would you have done the same to Ajmal Kasab as well? No.
And that's the reason why Dawood has
exactly
not
how
been
the
brought
MEA.
Add to Shayan's point, Hafiz Saeed is kept alive for that reason in the interrogation room
Yeah,
right
exactly. That's what the MEA does. So, like,
and that is why, by the way, why Dawood is not coming back to India.
Sorry, not Hafiz Saeed, Tahuvur Rana.
Yeah, Tawahur Rana.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my counter argument was that so you want every man accused of rape in India by crazy ex-girlfriends to get encountered, right? Let's see what was his counter.
Forget about crazy ex-girlfriends. Just think about the situation.
No, Anand, here's your counter argument. Anand, we have a counter argument. How are these similar? Two cases of rape cases or rape accusations are not similar, but I'm absolutely similar to a guy defending Kasab. Great. He even led them to the body after being caught. Yes, that's called cooperating in an investigation. No one defends false cases. We know the laws are trash, but these cases are entirely different. In what way? I am still not satisfied with this encounter. 2 killers of Indrajit and Prosenjit should also meet the same fate. Okay. I wish this things happen to your... Wait. I wish these things happen to your... Wait. I wish these things happen to your daughter or mother or sister one day. You will understand the day, but it will be too late.
I mean, how is there an argument?
Yes, what I hope what happens to him.
What the fuck?
Only saying, dude, this happened to your family.
I
Like,
wish
what
this
the-
happens to your
How the hell
son,
is
brother,
this
and father someday, and that they will understand what is it. What I कुछ feel मतलब.
This only happened for
Arey,
children.
Shroyon, with sons it does not
See
matter.
the dumb fuckery of every right winger. Every right winger's argument is beginning and ending with your daughter. Emotion के अलावा चुतिया एक argument नहीं है.
I'm beginning to believe
Liberal
the kind
humanism
of
पे
things
पढ़ बैठ के
that
यही होगा.
The right wing
women
needs
say
post-
that they actually practice all these things.
Niranjan.
They need
So I want
post-nut
to-
clarity.
You mentioned that the every husband, boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Like India has its most ridiculous laws. So, for example, imagine you are a couple living together, and if the woman thinks your intent to not marry her is not acceptable, she can literally say you have raped me.
Yeah.
So now this Atanu Biswas thinks that I am a commie who was quiet when Prosenjit Biswas was whatever was happening to Indrajit Nati. So abar chole फिर से आ गए human rights activities. Oh, he means activists. People who were quiet during the lynching of Indrajit Nati or Prosenjit Biswas's murder, leftists and commies who were quiet and Lenin fuckers who were quiet during that time have now woken up as human rights activists. No, Atanu Biswas, you have come on my channel 5 seconds back, so you don't know anything about me. ওই মেয়েটারও একটা হিউম্যান রাইটস ছিল, ইয়েস, ওইটা তাই বেশ করেছে মেরেছে। ওর হিউম্যান রাইটস গান্ডু চোদা একটা ইনোসেন্ট, পোটেনশিয়ালি ইনোসেন্ট লোকের উপর থেকে চলে যায় না তাই বলে আরেকজনকে ভিক্টিমাইজ হয়েছে বলে অতনু বিশ্বাস। অবিশ্বাস্য ব্যাপার। আচ্ছা দেখি ও কি কাউন্টার আর্গুমেন্ট দিয়েছে। So you want every man accused of rape in India by crazy ex-girlfriends to get encountered, right? Do you think the deceased 11-year-old girl was ex-girlfriend of the accused? Wow, man, what are you smoking? I mean, আরে গান্ডু চোদা, রিফান্ড নেয় না স্কুলে বাড়া। তো তোর আরেকজন যে এক্স গার্লফ্রেন্ড যে কেসটা করবে তখন আইনটা কি চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে? লো আইকিউ এর বাড়া বা এই ভেজিটেরিয়ান ডায়েট এন্ডোর্স করবে গরিব
না
লোকেদের।
না দাদা একটা কথা বলছি,
I don't tolerate slander on the vegetarian diet. Sorry.
বাংলায় বলছি।
No. If someone belongs to a race or ethnicity that has been impoverished for generations and hundreds of years, they cannot afford to have vegetarian diet. Then they will be dumb as this.
দাদা একটা কথা বলছি, ঠিক আছে?
Yes, go
এ
ahead,
বললো কি তুই
আরে বাকিরা বুঝবে না, হিন্দিতে কথা বল।
No, English. Yes, everyone is talking in Bengali all of a sudden. Shit.
ना ठीक है, हिंदी में बोलता हूँ, मुझे बंगाली में ही जवाब देना था इसको, इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा था। चलिए हिंदी में बोल देता हूँ। मैं আমি বলছিলাম, এ বললো কি 11 বছর বয়সের মেয়ে কি করে গার্লফ্রেন্ড হতে পারে? যেই মারা পিতার উপরে মিথ্যা পস্কো কেস চাপাচ্ছে, সেই পিতাদেরও কিন্তু ইনকাউন্টার করে দেওয়া উচিত, সেটা চলবে তো?
No.
What if happened to your daughter?
Simply, whatever these guys are suggesting, it is basically the exact same premise कि marital rape तो सही है, पास कर दो, कोई दिक्कत
And
नहीं है।
their entire justification is what if it happened to your daughter? There's no other argument.
What if it happened?
Can I just say, a lot of people are reactive to what has happened in the situation rather than having the ability to question the problem statement to begin with.
Okay, can I answer this question in a more logical sense? So you understand, first of all, this is where these statements are very feudal in entity, and it's basically like, I just want revenge, okay? But you observe very interestingly in a more developed society has had time to develop its morals over time. You would find even in the West, for example, if some parent of some child who's raped and murdered, they will say, I forgive the criminal. They go that far because, yeah, I'm not joking, seriously, this happens very frequently in the West. Like people, the point is, if you're a parent of a person who's raped, you want justice for your child. You won't want just revenge, because then it just the memory of your child is only like the child got raped, and then there's revenge. That's it. It is not like your state stepped up for you and did the needful to put the person in jail or in the gallows. Your state has to step up to you for you, not just to take the easiest possible option. That's a problem.
Anand, I personally think that it is kind of performative behavior that is done in the West, because either they are so desensitized by this. I believe that some people, Westerners, are desensitized by the loss of children. I've seen some video compilations that they simply don't react in the same way as some other people of ethnic groups do. Like the Asians react to grief in some different way. White people do it in different way.
No, I'm saying, I'll tell you why this happens in India especially. It's because we are so, afraid to expect so much from our government, that we instead of expecting justice from our government, we expect revenge.
No, as I told before, all these roots down back to the original sin, that we as a people have gone through so many feast and famine cycles that we are afraid to lose our loved ones. We are afraid to lose anything that we hold dear, because so much little that we have, that we try to cling on to it. So that is one thing that frames our psychology. So that is the mob mentality, because we want to protect something that is already there. Basically, we want to preserve the status quo. That's what has been in us.
Yeah.
So that is
on that,
Can I just say that the people who are saying, Anand, just to add, the USA people especially say, I forgive kya bolte uska? I forgive the.
I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it. I forgive my ass. I want that guy.
No. All I want to say is, I don't think it's because of new atheism or the Western society being Western society. I think it's because they have the Bible Belt Christian values. The Christianity says this: Jesus forgives you despite being crucified.
I think there is a writer, Jewish writer, Gad Saad, who talked about suicidal. Gad Saad. He talked about suicidal empathy. So
this is exactly what it is.
No, I think.
Just let me complete.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if there is one extreme which says I want revenge, no matter at what cost, there is this other extreme that we will forgive any criminal for any crime because we have this empathy or sympathy, because we are morally superior.
Can I expect?
That is also a very problematic way of looking.
Not about the person.
That's why I would recommend everyone to watch a movie called Sicario. It is based on Mexican cartel-based revenge story, Sicario, Sicario, Sicario. I think you all should watch this because that's something that completely reverts the this I forgive the criminal kind of theme that we can see. Because I don't support it. I personally think that Abhay mentioned about Gutsert, suicidal empathy. I think it is not the case. I think it is performative because they say that I forgive the individual because most of the things appear in interviews. I think it is quite completely performative. They do it for the TV, but they know means within their own hearts that they cannot forgive their child's murderer.
No,
I agree. That is very scientific.
Wait. Closing arguments, closing thoughts. Please let's end this.
Different perspective. Wait, before you just skip over suicidal empathy and go. I'm not talking about suicidal empathy. I'm talking about after the conviction has happened. I'm talking about after the conviction has happened, after the person is punished.
I think then misunderstood. I think.
No, my point is they forgive for their own well-being.
Yeah.
Way to cope with the fact that they've lost their child.
Because in Australia, I saw an interview of a father having a conversation with his children's murderers. That's what I meant by that.
Regarding that, Anand, that is after the conviction has happened, the parents say, I forgive him. This is also a part of dharmic values. That we are told to forgive.
Fundamentally, catch from the fruits of the whatever action.
I disagree with that being purely dharmic. I do. That it is.
I also do. I also disagree.
I'll tell you why. Just my point. In Gandhi's own biography, whatever he says, the Tito, whatever he wrote, Gandhi said, "Oh, Muslims are causing these riots or all this sort of stuff. Even if the Muslim comes to you to kill you, you should be happily die at the Muslim's hands." This is a one-to-one correlation to the Jesus Christ fallacy. Jesus Christ, oh crucified, I forgive you for crucifying me.
Rutvik, the argument is the person who committed the crime has already been convicted. In case of Gandhi, there was no conviction. There were no consequences for their action.
Okay.
He was telling them to get away with their wrong actions. Here the point is the person has been convicted. After that, you have been told to forgive. Now, in Dharma,
it's not forgiveness, it's letting go. It's not the same thing.
It's letting go. So to let go, you have to get rid of that grudge, that hate, that anger you have against that person. So in a way, you are forgiving that person. That let it be.
No, and I'll tell you why. Forgiveness. Sorry, you go ahead. Sorry, we are.
Oh, Dada, you are muted.
Mute.
We are not going to debate Christian morality right now because it will take another 4 hours because there are 6 of us here. So since you all wasted your closing thought time with debating something else, I'll just give the closing thought to Shayan now and then go.
I'll just say one sentence and you can carry on. I have one simple question. If you dumb fuckers think that without incriminating somebody in the court of law, it is right to assassinate them or encounter them, you are also actively supporting the entire premise of SCST Act and marital rape. Go fuck yourself.
And incompetence in the system.
तुमको कोई उठा के डाल देगा जेल में बिना पूछे and you will forever be termed as a casteist and you will end up rotting in jail. फिर पूछना अगर तुम्हारे भाई के साथ होता, तुम्हारे बाप के साथ होता, तुम्हारी बहन के साथ होता, कैसे होता?
What if you got a casteist remark? What if? Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
Less draconian in terms of the outcomes than an encounter. वहाँ पे भी तुम्हारा पूरा करियर जीते जी खत्म हो जाएगा.
Yes.
You would not get a job anywhere or anything.
Yes.
So SCST Act भी सही है फिर. Go ahead.
Yes, Anand, closing thoughts?
No, the funny part in all of these arguments fundamentally is that I support murder as long as it's not my own. Like literally, that is all this. When you say I'm emotionally charged and like go जाके उसको मार डालो. It's because it's not me. मुझे नहीं मार रहे. किसी और को मार रहे. I don't have to think about it. I've decided that person is. No, I agree, but why are you comparing yourself to the worst arguments? Don't compare yourself there. Like literally, that's not a requirement. My point is that when you say things like, if it happens to your family, you will realize. Like you understand, most people who are logical and people who think like us are already empathic. We already thought about what it might feel like when it's targeted at us. We're still choosing to be rational when we talk about this, because you have to. Yes. If you don't use rationality, then we are all just animals. Like fundamentally, they accept you're animals. You're wild animals hunting each other in the crazy world that is life.
Yes,
So
if you
please,
prefer,
you know,
if you prefer revenge over justice, then go ahead, put your own efforts and become Batman or Citizen Vigilante, and then be open to getting arrested for that as well. Otherwise, we'll do justice and not revenge. Okay, thanks guys. Yeah, we will.
हम लोग का क्लोजिंग थॉट्स क्या हुआ? ये
किसका?
अन्याय है। हम लोग का
ओ,
क्लोजिंग
अभय का।
थॉट्स का क्या हुआ?
वो तो
अरे,
डिबेट करने में लगा दिया। ठीक है,
नहीं
दो
नहीं, वो
closing
पता
thoughts।
ही नहीं था अपने को। ये अन्याय नहीं होने देंगे। तो मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि जब भी किसी विषय के बारे में सोचिए आप लोग कृपया अपने भावनाओं को परे रखकर सोचना सीखिए कि जब आप अपने सिद्धांतों को समस्त लोगों पर लागू करते हैं विभिन्न सिनारियोज में, तो कैसे वो लागू होगा। क्या आपका कोई लड़का जिस पर खाली बलात्कार का आरोप लगा है, सिद्ध कुछ नहीं हुआ, हो सकता है झूठा आरोप लगा, हो सकता है पुलिस वालों ने कुछ गलती कर दी हो आपको पकड़ने में, और वो मर जाए, आपका बेटा हो, आपका भाई हो, कैसा लगेगा? मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि कोई 11 साल की बच्ची है या कोई लड़की है, उसके साथ यदि दुष्कर्म हो जाए तो उसको न्याय नहीं मिलना चाहिए, पर यह भी तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना कि किसी को तथाकथित रूप से न्याय देने के लिए आप किसी ऐसे व्यक्ति पर ही प्रहार कर दे जिसने कुछ किया ही ना, जिसके विरुद्ध कुछ सिद्ध ही ना हुआ। सिद्ध नहीं होने का मतलब ही यह है कि आप उसको अपराधी के रूप में नहीं देख सकते। हो सकता है वो,
और यहाँ पे तो बोला जा रहा है कि सिद्ध होने के सब था, सिद्ध हो गया, उसने बोल दिया था एज इफ जर्नलिस्ट को ही, तो सिद्ध हो गया है।
तो बोल देने से अगर सब कुछ हो जाता तो फिर क्या ही बात।
और अगर सिद्ध हो जाता है तो फिर कन्विक्ट करो, तो फिर और भी तो ज्यादा कारण है एनकाउंटर ना करने के।
हाँ, कन्विक्ट करके जो दंड देना है, उचित दंड है, वो दो। और आपको लगता है 14 साल कम है, तो फिर आप सरकार के सामने धर्म घट करो, बोलो कि इसको 28-50 साल करो।
हाँ, तब फिजिबिलिटी मत चलो,
तो फांसी दो।
यस।
What if someone paid you to say that for some to protect someone else? You know,
तब मृत्युदंड की बात कर दो,
राइट,
18-20 साल की।
Any closing thoughts, Ludwig?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, you want to go first?
No, Ludwig, you can go first.
Anji, okay. So all I also wanted to say is to add on to Abhay and Shreyan's and everybody's points is that don't assume the guilt just because of association or just because of presence, just because of all this stuff. By using emotive and emotional arguments of alliteration, you are perhaps missing that not alliteration, sorry, by association or by by situational thinking, you are perhaps missing that there are thousands of situations you have not thought of, and you, in that sense, it is your own brain's ego that is making you think, oh, this is the one track mind of thinking, which is why breathe, thamba, shanti, peace prevails, whatever. Think before you sort of come up with this argument. Do some internal thinking. Use your Sherlock Holmes mind palace and develop it to like extrapolate these situations to other conditions and see if this thought applies or not. Then automatically, as a sane person, I am sure you will not end up thinking like that. It is good feeling, guilty pleasure, let's call it, to want to go and encounter people. But more often than not, it's especially before the conviction, it is not the right thing to do.
Yes.
So that's, please think more. Learn how to think.
Yeah. Mushin, closing thoughts.
Yeah, just 2 cents in this, that the state should have the monopoly over violence, and it is the state's responsibility to exercise that in the best way possible so that it does not harm the innocent and it harms criminals the most. So ending with that, I would want to say that in order to exercise that violence, the people should understand before assuming such assumptions that encounters are good for the society, that if a false encounter is done, it is going to create a precedent, and after that it is going to become a leeway for other bad things to happen. It is a trickle down effect. So as I mentioned before, whole responsibility and monopoly of violence lies with the state, with the governance. So that is what they should maintain and exercise. Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Thank you, Mushin, Ludwig, Abhay, Srayon, that guy from Punjab, and everyone who joined in the live chat and gave their valuable comments, bad comments, idiotic comments, and great arguments and great comments as well.
बहुत बहुत
Yes.
धन्यवाद आप सबका और जय श्री
This is
राम।
what we expect. This kind of discussion we expect in Parliament.
जय श्री राम।
और हमें
Yes.
हमें आगे जाकर मैं बस एक आपको सुझाव देना चाहूंगा, हमें आगे जाकर इन विषयों पर कॉन्सेप्चुअल लेवल पर चर्चा करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि
हाँ।
मैंने देखा है कि हमारे देश में लोग राजनीति पर बहुत चर्चा करते हैं, भाजपा ऐसी है, कांग्रेस वैसी है। हमें इस डिस्कोर्स को एक पग और ऊपर लेके जाना है, उसके लिए
हाँ।
कॉन्सेप्ट्स पर चर्चा करना बहुत आवश्यक,
Yes.
प्रिंसिपल्स
और
पर
वो
चर्चा
हमको ही
करना
करना है,
बहुत
क्योंकि
आवश्यक।
कॉमिक्स करेगी
और
तभी
ये-
जब तक मोदी प्राइम मिनिस्टर रहेगा।
और ये कोई
कॉपी
राजनीतिक
सब भी
दल
नहीं
को
करते
देख
भाई।
करके चर्चा नहीं होनी चाहिए कि बीजेपी वाले तो अच्छा है, कांग्रेस वाले तो
Yeah.
बुरा है, या फिर ऐसा कुछ।
Yeah.
क्लियर कॉन्सेप्ट और प्रिंसिपल्स पर ही बात होगी,
Yes.
और जो
Okay, by the way,
उस
Rutvik,
प्रिंसिपल के अनुसार चलेगा वो ठीक, जो नहीं चलेगा वो गलत।
right. By the way, Ludwig, Thamba is Marathi, no? You know Marathi as well?
No, my father says it. So he went to IIT, so I picked it up from him.
Oh, acha. Nice. Okay then. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot for joining the discussion. It was a very, very
Romba,
valuable and
romba,
fruitful
romba.
discussion.
Bomba, bomba.
Good night, guys. Yes. Hamba to you too, Anand.
सर्वं
Bye bye.
सर्वं खरीदं
Good night.
खाली, जय भैरवनाथ, जय श्री राम।
Sani pagare sani sa gari rama pama gama pani sani pagare sani sa gari gama ma gari gari sani sani sa sani gama gari gari sani sani sa ma gama pani sa gari sani pani sani ma gama pani sa ma gari sani ma gama pani sani sani pani sa ni pa gari sani sa gari gama ma gari